I need someone to take me home. So turn the light on. So turn the light on for me. Oh, turn the light on.
No point in fighting, it's hard pretending. Wake up, it's time to leave. I took the time to breathe, and now I see I'm just too good for you. You're no good for me, and I know what I need. So I'll set you free. Sad words are spoken. Move on, it's broken. Give up, it's time to leave. I took the time to breathe, and now I see I'm just too good for you. You're no good for me, and I know what I need. So I'll set you free. Don't you come and beg no more. Oh no, 'cause I will never let you in. You used to make me smile, you used to hold my hand, you used to tell me that you'd take me to Wonderland. We had it all, you know, we put on quite a show. You were my one and only, never let me go. Then you broke my heart, and I fell apart. I couldn't understand what you did to me, but I'm stronger than you think. I'll make a brand new start, so don't come looking for a way into my heart. Don't come looking for me when the party's over. Don't come crying to me when the party's over. You thought you had it all, but up against the wall I walk right through another open door. I'm gonna hold my tongue, it can't be undone. I'm taking all that I can get from you. I'm not thinking about you, nothing about you. Nothing you can say will change my mind. I won't be back for more, well that's for sure. I'll be flying now underneath the sun. So don't come looking for me when the party's over. Don't come crying to me when the party's over. Don't come crying to me. So don't come looking for me when the party's over. Don't come crying to me when the party's over. So don't come looking for me when the party's over. Don't come crying to me when the party's over.
Like a siren without a warning. You never know what hits you if you wake up in the morning. Like a temptress in a red dress. Seduction is destruction, so you better get a move. Danger, danger, look where you're going. The heart is open, your blood is overflowing, baby. Danger, danger, look where you're headed. Got your pedal to the metal, and life is not a ready, baby. Yeah. I'm gonna use you and abuse you. Tie a track on your back, you run you down. Look behind a fallen angel. Like a siren, I'm a beacon in the tunnel. Light me up like green lightning. Danger, danger, look where you're going. Your heart is open and your blood is overflowing, baby. Danger, danger, look where you're headed. Got your pedal to the metal and life is not a letter. Danger, danger, nothing could be stranger than the feeling that you get when the dark side is calling after you. Danger, 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 danger. Look where you're headed, got your pedal to the metal and life is not a letter. Danger, danger, nothing could be stranger than the feeling that you get when the dark side is calling after you. We're not the only ones. 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 We're not the only ones.
Days gone, I won't waste another one. Oh, that darkness, it won't set me back again. Oh, I'm not asleep or awake. I won't let the future escape. Take me back to you.
We're not the only ones. We're not the only ones.
the air around. Oh, I'm not asleep or awake. I won't let the future escape.
Wishing that you would just embrace it. Thinking to myself, could you take this? You said I want a challenge, so I'm willing to face it. Girl, you got that symmetry. You touch me heavily. I got hit so instantly. You make me high. Want you, you got me. Just take it from me. It's real. You make me you got that something in your eyes, something in your eyes. You got that something in your eyes, something in your eyes. tainted. She said I want a challenge, so I'm willing to face it. Girl, you got that symmetry. You touch me heavily, got hit so instantly. You make me high. Want you, you got me. Just take it from me. It's real. You make me sad. You got that something in your eyes, something in your eyes. You got that something in your eyes, something in your eyes. You like it like that. Pleasure is pain, yeah, you're wanting to tap. Tell by your eyes, girl, there's no need to ask. You're so connected, don't wanna detach. You get me high, I don't wanna come down, and I mean it. Girl, you're the realest, want me to win it tonight is our secret, hoping you keep it. You got that something in your eyes, something in your eyes. You got that something in your eyes, something in your eyes.
Body bad, that's baby mama. Pretty girls come and play in my arena. I'm so cocky with these bands, mucha bonita. She's so cocky with her hands, oh mamacita. Making money daily, it's a natural high. Focused on this guapo like a fiend day and night. Spinning bands, we don't see no price. Spinning bands, what a time of life. Wake up every morning and I'm counting all my blessings. Then I count the money cause I triple these investments. We stay lit and they mad, we don't care, get the bag. We stay lit and they mad, we don't care, get so let them lurk, cause we don't mind. 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 Diamonds up, diamonds up. So let them lurk, cause we don't mind. So let them lurk, cause we don't mind. So let them lurk, cause we don't mind. Just let them lurk, cause we don't mind. Pull up to the spot and get them hype. My girl extra crazy, just how I like. She a ride or die, she here for life. If you cannot respect the code, then pay the price. Don't do drugs, it's a natural high. Making money daily, it's a natural high. Focused on this guapo like a fiend day and night. Spinning bands, we don't see no price. My team be the dream. Wake up every morning and I'm counting all my blessings. Then I count the money cause I triple these investments. We stay lit and they mad, we don't care, get the bag. We stay lit and they mad, we don't care, get so let them lurk, cause we don't mind. 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 Diamonds up, diamonds up. So let them lurk, cause we don't mind. So let them lurk, cause we don't mind. So let them lurk, cause we don't mind. Just let them lurk, cause we don't mind. So let them lurk, cause we don't mind. So let them lurk, cause we don't mind. So let them lurk, cause we don't mind. Just let them lurk, cause we don't mind.
Took the keys to your Mercedes and went for a drive. Never dance again was playing, I'm going 85. I taste the liquor on my breath now, I'm out of my mind. But you're the one who's burning bridges, so let's go for a dive. Got the gasoline, gonna make a scene. Standing on the edge of a cliff, I bet a cigarette and burned a heart shape on my tongue. Starting to lose all the feeling for you going numb. Don't tell that shaky alibi your way out of your mind. And I don't need your 2 cents, not a nickel, no a dime. Pour the gasoline on your off-white beam. I'm placing all my bets on the cards you've got me. My hands gon' beat you. You're dipping out on me. I got the receipts and all the things I let you get away with. You gon' find your keeper. Liar, liar, car on fire. You tried to hide her. Now it's your turn for you to burn. Look what you made me do. Look what you made me do. Look what you made me do. Look what you made me
Yeah, picture yourself with your arm raised. Yo, the place is here, the time is now. On top of the world and I can't come down. No, no, I can't come down. This is how it feels to stand on the clouds. The place is here, the time is now. On top of the world and I can't come down. No, no, I can't come down. This is how it feels to stand on the clouds. Yo, the place is here, the time is now. On top of the world and I can't come down. No, no, I can't come down. This is how it feels to stand on the clouds. The place is here, the time is now. On top of the world and I can't come down. No, no, I can't come down. This is how it feels to stand on the clouds. The place is here, the time is now. On top of the world and I can't come down. No, no, I can't come down. This is how it feels to stand on the clouds. The place is here, the time is now. On top of the world and I can't come down. No, no, I can't come down. This is how it feels to stand on the clouds.
I look back when we just met, when we were young and restless, always looking both of us for something pure and breathless. It seems so long ago, as I sit here just looking back. We moved on from something strong to where we are, it's just another day. You're so far away, you're so far away. Guess I'm here to stay. In the blink of an eye, it feels like goodbye. You're the only one I'm feeling, the only one I believe in. But you're so far away, so I pray one day. In these worlds there's revelation. We are two, not really one.
We live our lives in isolation of the friendship that has become. There's a wall that comes between us, 1,000 miles to overcome. A shadow falls in the evening, in the moon and in the sun. You're so far away, you're so far away. Guess I'm here to stay. In the blink of an eye, it feels like goodbye, it feels like goodbye. You're the only one I'm feeling, the only one I believe in. But you're so far away, so I pray one day. You're so far away, you're so far away, you're so far away. You're so far away, you're so far away. Guess I'm here to stay. In the blink of an eye, the blink of an eye, it feels like goodbye. You're the only one I'm feeling, the only one I believe in. But you're so far away, so I pray one day.
this right. Better show me a place to go. No more time to waste. It's a crime. No, this can't be right. What is wrong tonight? Better find another place to go. 'Cause nobody's here. Come to me, I need a friend. Silence isn't right tonight. Follow me so you and I could have fun. Come to me, I need a hand. Silence isn't right tonight. Follow me so you and I could be one. In the dark, I can't find my way. I know it's getting late. Come with me, we'll look for a place where we can dance all night. There's no light on a Friday night. I can't believe it's right. There's nowhere we can go today. Better go to bed. Come to me, I need a friend. Silence isn't right tonight. Follow me so you and I could have fun. Come to me, I need a hand. Silence isn't right tonight. Follow me so you and I could be one. Come to me, I need a friend. Silence isn't right tonight. Follow me so you and I could have fun. Come to me, I need a hand. Silence isn't right tonight. Follow me so you and I could be one.
If somebody calls me, I won't answer the phone. Feeling so lonely, won't you leave me alone? You think that you know me, but you don't know me at all. Got stuck with a secret to make your wish come true. What you desire strikes you out of the blue. You think that you want me, but you don't want me, do you? You say that you need me, but you will leave me, won't you? Whoa, I'll be perfect for a day or two. Scratch the surface, dig it, why won't you? Why can't you? Whoa, reach the bottom, dig it. Why won't you? Why can't you? If somebody calls me, I won't answer the phone. I'm feeling so lonely, won't you leave me alone? You think that you know me, but you don't know me at all. You don't know me at all. You don't know me at all. You don't know me at all.
Yo, where my party people at? Aha. We pump the party up. We pump the party up. Pump the party. Kick it. We pump the party up. 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 Pump the party. Get down.
Oh, it's like this. It will fill the air around. Oh, not asleep or awake. I won't let the future escape. Burning dreams take me back to you. In the night when I heard your call. We're not the only ones. 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 Burning dreams take me back to you. In the night when I heard your call. We're not the only ones. We're not the only ones. We're not the only ones. We're not the only ones.
I can't be starred, you are, get out my way. I gotta win, act like I'm not the one on the top. We've been here before, you know what I did. I'm on my job, I'm doing my thing. I flex on you boys, I do it again. They said whatever, and I don't do talking, you see the score. I'm going in, I can't be starred, you are, get out my way. I gotta win, act like I'm not the one on the top. We've been here before, you know what I did. I'm on my job, I'm doing my thing. I flex on you boys, I do it again. They said whatever, and I don't do talking, you see the score. I'm going in, I can't be starred, you are, get out my way. I gotta win, act like I'm not the one on the top. We've been here before, you know what I did. I'm on my job, I'm doing my thing. I flex on you boys, I do it again. They said whatever, and I don't do talking, you see the score. I'm going in.
I'm going 50 for 50. Me and the team is superb. I got it out of the dirt. I put it out of the ground. Everything on my own, Too cold to the bone, Top dog, I'm alone. Whole back check to the throne. Yeah, hey, look at the shine on the ring. Look at the ring, I'm a king. Look at the king in his court, it's a breaking report. I got time to make amends. Hey, time to get the win. Hey, flexing on you boys, working out again. 10 out of 10, dub yet again.
I can't be starred, you are, get out my way. I gotta win, act like I'm not the one on the top. We've been here before, you know what I did. I'm on my job, I'm doing my thing. I flex on you boys, I do it again. They said whatever, and I don't do talking, you see the score. I'm going in, I can't be starred, you are, get out my way. I gotta win, act like I'm not the one on the top. We've been here before, you know what I did. I'm on my job, I'm doing my thing. I flex on you boys, I do it again. They said whatever, and I don't do talking, you see the score. I'm going in, yeah. I gotta win, yeah. Heard you be talking a lot, I'm here, so say it again. That sound crazy. I agree with that notion. Come through like train. Look on my motion. I came from the gutter. Why you playing around? You don't know. Everybody thirsty, I know. Eating granny while around with a Draco. Haters look at me like, oh no. And my teeth look like I'm a snow cone. My big truck messing up the ozone. If you ride my way, better hold on. I can't be starred, you are, get out my way. I gotta win, act like I'm not the one on the top. We've been here before, you know what I did. I'm on my job, I'm doing my thing. I flex on you boys, I do it again. They said whatever, and I don't do talking, you see the score. I'm going in, I can't be starred, you are, get out my way. I gotta win, act like I'm not the one on the top. We've been here before, you know what I did. I'm on my job, I'm doing my thing. I flex on you boys, I do it again. They said whatever, and I don't do talking, you see the score. I'm going in.
Ooh, girl, you look so good. I've been thinking about you lately. I'm thinking that we should. I won't say nothing, baby. Nah, where you been, girl? I say you looking hotter. You interior. No, I wouldn't change it. Body is superior, other ones are basic. Thought you was inferior, you're wrong, you're amazing. Hey, nah, where you been, girl? I saw you looking hotter. You know I could always do you better. Switching positions will never fed up. Let me show you. You look so good, let me see you work it. Proposition on the side, you deserve it. No competition, girl, you're 5-star service. Think we can meet up after you finish working. You got that 5-star service. You got that 5-star service. You look so good, let me see you work it. Proposition on the side, you deserve it. No competition, girl, you 5-star service. Think we can meet up after you finish working. You got that 5-star service. You got that 5-star service.
Once upon a time, we had it all, sitting safe behind our castle walls. Fast forward to the siren in the distance, getting closer by the minute. Will you stand and answer to the call? Burn like a fire, willful and wild. This is the night that you were made for. Don't close your eyes, safer to stare into the sun than to turn away from what you could become. This was once a perfect symphony, soft and steady like a heartbeat. But these notes turn dissonant and sour, getting violently devoured. So will you stand or let the curtain fall? Burn like a fire, willful and wild. This is the night that you were made for. Don't close your eyes, safer to stare into the sun than to turn away from what you could become. The time has come to stand and fight for what you believe, for what you believe. The dark will fall and we will rise. Like a fire, willful and wild. This is the night you were made for. Burn like a fire. This is the night that you were made for. Don't close your eyes, safer to stare into the sun than to turn away from what you could be. The time has come to stand and fight, deconstruct, reignite. Safer to stare into the sun than to turn away from what you could become.
Once upon a time, you gave me love, you gave me light, then you took it back. my hopes up way too high. Can't get it back. All we had, just like that. Cold as ice, numb. It feels like when you're here and then you say goodbye. I know better now than to let you let me down, let you let me down. I know better now after everything I found. You told me pretty lies, I let you let me down, but I know better now. Someone tell me why it's not enough. All of this time you took it back, all we had, just like that. Look me in the eyes, tell me how it was. We used to be so high, it fades to black, all we had, just like that. Cold as ice, numb. It feels like when you're here and then you say goodbye. I know better now than to let you let me down, let you let me down. I know better now after everything I found. You told me pretty lies, I let you let me down, but I know better now.
your heart in front of the sun. Open up your arms, is it for the fun? If you follow me, I will follow you. Then I saw your lips reflecting in the water. I thought we were young and nothing really matters. Openings night, everything is cool. Open up your mind and it's understood. If you close your eyes, you will see the light. Open up your heart in front of the sun. Open up your arms, is it for the fun? If you follow me, I will follow you. When I saw your lips reflecting in the water, I thought we were young and nothing really matters. Electricity, you and me. You should come and fly. We should be happy. Openings night, everything is cool. And open up your mind and it's understood. If you close your eyes, you'll see the light. Then I saw your lips reflecting in the water. I thought we were young and nothing really matters. Won't let you down.
Give me a little FaceTime with the baseline. 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 Give me a little FaceTime with the baseline.
Can't help what I'm feeling, and I just won't let you go. Can't help what I'm feeling, and I wanted you to know.
I always get a rush when you are around, and there's no need to rush. I won't let you down. I always get a rush when you are around, and there's no need to rush. I won't let you down.
Give me a little FaceTime with the baseline. 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 Give me a
you're by my side, I love it. Nothing in this world can hurt me. When you're by my side, I love it. We can leave the world behind us. You make everything about the world so much better. When I hold you in my arms, I wanna be here every day and every night. So much better, so much better. Better, so much better. Better, so much better. Tell me when your heart is lonely, we could run away together. 'Cause when you're by my side.
水量交替了，
着急上线，但是小东美这里在找机会跳，这是一个视野盲区来了，直接进场套的非常的完美，在这里
道都给完了之后，后续好像跟不太上，这个让他闪现下一个万箭齐发，直接一波不减的输出，带动了上面的熊熊。旁边左上头掉了，这边卡拉位一个预防的 Q 没有出到，左山卡拉位上头了呀，左山这一炮拿着一锤，看到蓝色方被逼的
来了这一剑，怎么说哇，直接命中到了，没有机会了。
这边有 Q 的泡芙要来吗？直接2点进回来，3场1内。
Those ultimate matchups have already happened here in the LPL, and we return to another day where we're going to be running straight into history with IG and RNG a little bit later. My name's Hysterics. I'm joined by Mr. Jordan Corby, also known as Lyric or Bear Milk Tea. So how are you?
You know, I'm doing pretty good. I like the jacket.
Yes, it's very bright. I put this on and apparently I'm shining up against the blue background. So a good way to start the day, don't you think?
Yep, definitely highlights, you know, some of the more like interesting teams we have here today with your interesting jacket.
Okay, I'm glad you complimented me. I felt like that going off the deep end, but we're going to be joining you all day as we run through our awesome matchup. But before that, to welcome you back to the English Broadcast Day, this is what happened on Thursday, the first non-English, with a bit of an upset.
Yep, if you are a fan of teams that start with the letter R, was a mixed bag for you with RNG going down to Suning, which, you know, is a bit surprising after Suning has brought Gala into the roster. He's looked extremely good, and you know, the first series, kind of what we expect. IG looking good against LNG.
So, questions for RNG later today as we go towards Friday. This was another of those days, sir.
This is the R team I'm talking about. Rogue Warriors showing up big against FPX, and you know, Rogue Warriors now on a 3-series win streak, and I think they're going to go all the way. They're going undefeated till the end.
What did you say the other day about Rogue Warriors from here on out?
I said they're going to win every series until the end. Rogue Warriors are ending 8-8, but moving on from that, LGD 2-0ing EDG is, you know, disappointing for EDG fans, but hey, EDG fans, we're used to disappointment.
Yeah, I mean, for sure. It started with last year not going to Worlds. We go up the standings, you know, RNG been a bit of a disappointment. Suning, however, are now 8-3 out of nowhere. They're actually looking really good.
Suning is like blowing my mind because they're a team that when you watch a lot of their games, you don't think they should win some of them, but then you look at their score and you're like, this team is 8-3. You don't just end up 8-3 by chance. Like you have the skill, you're doing well, and once again, now Suning looking like a playoff contender.
And Suning Light, which is V5, a second as well.
Yep, our 2 Suning squads, sitting up with 8 wins is extremely exciting, but another team we got to look out for, which we're going to see today, is BLG, because, hey, they've been doing quite well since Meteor's come back.
We're going to see them get some wins on the board. Going up against DMO, it is going to be one of their easier matchups, but DMO have been shaking things up a little bit within individual games. Later, though, we're talking history. IG RNG is one that fans all over the world will come in for.
And we talked about this the other day, where when you have these orgs face off against each other, RNG, IG, FPX, EDG, they always bring out the best in each other, and we know we're getting some great games later on.
They always play up. That's the best part about it. After this series, though, we start with BLG and DMO, but before we run headfirst into this one, we do need to talk about patch 10.14, and who better to take us through than the ex-coach of Flamengo Esports, world's coach, by the way, going to tell you how this is important.
Yep, so we have been on 10.14 the past 2 days, which were obviously not English days, but the 2 big ones to me are the Ezreal and Varus nerfs, so these are really going to shake up the meta down in the bot lane, which, Varus was already banned every game, so I actually don't think it'll be too different. We're going to see a lot less of him. Still going to get picked a little bit, as we've seen the past 2 days, but Ezreal also hasn't really been a favorite of teams other than top esports because of how weak his laning phase could be, so... A bit of a goodbye to these 2 champions.
Okay.
At least goodbye in the sense they're not going to be first pick or ban every game.
Okay.
The other interesting ones to me are what we see on the side, to where Karthus got a bunch of buffs, so this could be really interesting for junglers, I think, like Weiwei, or even teams that play more around their jungler, like JDG. He's going to be a very strong late-game teamfight carry. Trundle got a bit of a hit with his W bonus attack speed nerf, so we'll still see him in the meta, but you can see Riot are kind of like slowly chipping away Trundle. So, exactly. Yeah. It's going to be a matter of time. I put the Sejuani one here because RNG actually picked Sejuani in the support position on Thursday. They did use that as a flex pick, so it's going to be interesting to see, how it's going to round out. And then if you watched LEC last night, Kha'Zix is kind of peeking his head back in with, a bit of an isolation damage buff to his Q. So, again, AD carry going to be really different this patch in a sense of what's prioritized, and even jungle, a lot of potential there.
A lot of changes coming through there, ladies and gentlemen. Put that into your brain. Also note that more of Malmortius is disabled, as we were talking about Emerald Hurst. You can still buy Hex Drinker.
Yes, you can.
You just can't upgrade it. So, also, Diana is now enabled again in 10.14. So, a couple of our mid laners have been looking towards that, like Doomby and Scout. We'll see if that changes as well. But talking about AD carries, there's been some AD carry changes. This matchup will be about AD carries because there's been the rise and, I guess, the subpar fall, starting with Wings on BLG. He's come into the league with a bit of hope behind him, but has faded into the background.
That's the thing I like to highlight, is that both these guys came in with very different expectations, and that's going to be the big thing we look towards, because Wings came in extremely hyped, especially, I'd say, 2019 LDL. The guy looked extremely good. Even this year in spring, looking really strong, especially as a really good teamfight AD carry, but... ever since coming in, I guess it was a bit unfortunate, came into a struggling roster, but hasn't really had that big pizzazz where he's going to come in 1v9 a team fight and set his team up for success. He's not losing the team games, but he's not really stepping forward, putting out that maximum amount of damage needed, and really taking on a carry role that we would have loved to see.
And it's really hard because a lot of the time, LDL AD carries or LDL players in general are hyped up. They come into the LPL, and it's such a different dynamic. It's such a different field of players with higher bars. Unfortunately, Wings sitting into the background means that no one's really had a second look at it.
Yeah, exactly. And the thing we really want to emphasize here, like we said, is expectations. This guy was expected to come in and be a big force, but has been ultimately underwhelming, as we see here in these clips of his team fighting, where that's what we praised him coming in. Yep. He was this player that looked amazing on things like Kaisa, would jump into the back line and really just carry these team fights for his team.
Especially when he came in over Jin Zhao, who's moved to support and still hasn't played a game. Jin Zhao was called as, like, not the greatest AD carry. He kind of faded into the background as well.
Kind of the same story, right?
So it's disappointing that Wings hasn't reached new heights. Going up against DMO today, against Shubin, who came in over Helper and has looked better than him, but still in the same right. He just needs to work his way into this roster.
Right, the thing is, it's not that Shubin is necessarily performing better than Wings, but Shubin came in with a lot less expectations. Of course, he has played in the LPL before on Game Talents. It was quite a while ago, so he's been doing his job. He's a lot more of a facilitator for his team, and it seems like DMO recognized that he's not meant to be a carry. They are putting him on things like the Ashe, and, he's just kind of being another layer of CC for Xiaopeng and Twyla to find those kills.
And it's super interesting because coming in with Yui, who also a new support, they're trying to build a very new dynamic in the bottom lane. it just feels like it's going to be a split before we see anything super impactful.
Yeah, and Yui also another new addition, as we saw there with him missing his E. And, you know, this bot lane is going to need a bit of time, though we are at the end of the split, so not much time. But the thing I like is, again, the DMO have found a dynamic that isn't necessarily emphasizing their bot lane. It's a lot more about mid-jungle. And their bot lane is a lot more about playing the supportive CC role, which I think feels great with the fact that Ashe is now meta. Varus is going to start going through.
Also meta.
Jin's meta. Varus is going to start, you know, he's not banned anymore, so you can start picking him in draft as we saw yesterday, you know, whether it's second or third rotation on blue or red side. So, going to be nice to see.
Which is why it's super interesting. Let's introduce you to the roster here. On the side of DMO, you're going to start with Chalitza in the top side.
BLG,
BLG, I was looking down at my page. Apologize here. King, and we've got Meteor, Fofo, Wings, and of course, Yui in that bottom lane.
Shinmo.
Sorry,
BLG.
I gotta stop looking down at my page.
But
well,
exciting that they're using King in today instead of ADD.
Yep. All right, let's see if I get this one right. Not hard when you see Chalitza on your screen, Xiaopeng in jungle, Twyla there, and Shubin Yui, we just talked about.
Yeah, and DMO kind of looking a bit defeated, which is kind of disappointing to see. But, I mean, I guess when you're sitting at 1-9, we've talked about this many times on broadcast, how hard it is to keep that strong mentality and, you know, really come into these games with high confidence.
1-9 at the moment here for DMO. Well, let's see. What side are they looking at? All right. Well, straight to the jungle matchup.
I mean, this is obvious, right? The star of both of these teams is a jungler. I actually think Xiaopeng has been playing a lot better like this split than he has either in spring or even summer of last year. Xiaopeng's playing some really good League of Legends right now. Sadly, it's not really enough to bring this team forward. And for the side of BLG, despite them sitting at 3-6, since Meteor's come into the roster, they're actually 6-5 in games. So they are still looking good. They're doing good. And we've seen the problem with BLG. It really comes to that late game shot calling where once we get to the 40-minute mark and they have things like Soul, they just don't know how to close out. They don't have that decisiveness to, you know, whether it's force Barons or set up the correct kind of 1-4 to pull pressure across the map. It's just not there.
And which doesn't make sense when you consider that BLG once upon a time were called one of the smartest teams in the LPL. They played LCK style League of Legends, although it was different because of the environment itself. You know, with people like Kuro, with ADD playing some of his best League of Legends, and Meteor coming in as a rookie jungler, BLG were depicted as, oh, they're going to be this 2020 powerhouse.
Well, especially when they came in with the roster changes with Kingin and Fofo, where it's like, hey, they're going to be able to diversify their play style a little bit.
And they both looked really good in week 1 of spring.
Yes, they did. And I actually don't think individual play has been a problem for them, right? Fofo in lane has looked fine. Kingin in lane on his champions looks really good. It's just they don't know how to bring it together as a team, though that has looked better this split than it did in spring.
Yeah. Development of BLG, DMO rising up. Let's see. DMO on red, BLG blue. Renekton the ban against DMO. Aphelios already taken off the board, as you were telling me off broadcast that he has risen in priority once again.
Obviously, with Varus and Ezreal kind of falling down a peg, Aphelios is our only S+ tier.
Yep.
I kind of expect BLG to pick Volibear in this rotation. He's our other though. So actually just going straight towards the Graves, because most teams would really value that flex potential in the Volibear, and especially for DMO, Chalitza is pretty much exclusively playing the Volibear.
Okay, this is actually for Meteor, his first game of Graves is split.
Yeah, he has not picked it up yet, so going to be interesting to see. And this one was obvious for DMO. They're definitely going to pick the Volibear. It's Chalitza's most played, most comfortable champion. Even if you go to his solo queue, he's actually just spamming it. So will be interesting to see. I expect DMO to pick it up, but instead going to go towards the Trundle. And if you didn't see, Trundle has gotten a bit of a nerf this patch, so actually, it wasn't on our graphic. Volibear got a bit of a hit as well, though if you've been watching, again, LEC or even the past 2 days, hasn't impacted his priority around the world. Got a bit of his heal reduced on monsters and a bit of a base attack speed nerf.
Damage on the monsters as well, I believe was part of that.
Nope, it was just heal.
Was it?
Yep, the heal on the monsters, so.
That's what happens when you read.
Yep, and so DMO going with Trundle and Karma, so already setting up for this potential composition that can kite back. But on the side of BLG, we're already setting up for pick potential around the map. I love the Ashe pick as well as the Twisted Fate for Fofo. So we already have a good amount of damage. We already have a great amount of lockdown. And they're setting up Meteor to be this big carry that we know he could be.
All right, well, you got pick on BLG. For DMO, back to the center. Center's risen up a little bit as well. Not just here in the LPL, but across multiple regions. The 80 carry farming center has been the go-to recently.
Yeah, and I'm interested now because so the thing I want to keep my eye on is top lane, because Chalitza's pretty much played 3 champions exclusively. He's played Wukong, he's played Volibear, and he's played Ornn. They've now Bailey Orn themselves, so that leaves Wukong and Volibear. And the fact that they've really set up for this kind of composition that would like to kite back, though that is quite hard when you're against a Twisted Fate who can just Destiny in there with a gold card and really prevent anything like that from going on, makes you interested to see where they will go. Obviously, the Wukong would be nice if they want some kind of counter-engage or an engage option on their squad, but you do have things that facilitate the Volibear running in like the Karma if they do want to go towards that option.
Which still made it all the way through to the second ban phase. I haven't seen a Volibear make it through this far in a very long time.
No, and especially the past 2 days, where, you know, before in LPL, we weren't actually prioritizing it that highly, but especially those last 2 days on the non-English days, we saw it was pretty much pick or ban every... Actually, it was pick or ban every game. It was 100% presence.
LPL loves flex potential, and the fact that we can flex it between 2 lanes, jungle and top, has been a big hit. As there you go. Instead of looking at something like the Wukong, DMO.
You know... I'm going to say it again. They're going to lock it in at the risk of sounding stupid because I've been saying they're going to lock it in already through the whole first rotation, but they do it. So, again, they have the Karma there to kind of enhance Volibear not necessarily having the greatest engage, right? Just has to run forward, maybe jump in with his ultimate. Now I want to see where Keen goes top with this because we've seen things picked up against it like the Jax. You have tankier options like the Malphite, but a carry option is definitely a lot more in Kingan's wheelhouse.
Which is going to be the Camille. And Kingan has played this before. He is that carry top laner.
Yeah, and it doesn't do really amazing early on in the lane. Volibear will win out in short trades, so definitely going to be on Chalitza to really use that priority to help Xiaopeng find advantages around the map.
Meanwhile, though, DMO contemplating their option for mid or support. That Karma can still be flexed.
Yeah, I do expect it to be support, right? Because they already have the Senna, so getting something that could fast really well with that Senna, get some items on it, and do really, really good will be nice to see.
All right, Set partnered with. And an interesting comp from DMO. Not something I expect here in the LPL all too often. Run me through it.
Yeah, it's really interesting because it doesn't have the highest amount of damage. It's obviously very tanky. You have a ton of sustain. I mean, your 3 bruisers, a Karma, and a Senna. Honestly, I'm not too sold on this.
Okay. Well, you will go fast. I mean, that's one thing. You got to set the Karma.
Yeah, you're going to be able to get on top. And that's not a problem, though, because you look at BLG's comp. BLG's comp wants to go in as well, right?
Yep.
They're not a composition that necessarily wants to kite back. They have a Leona. They have a Twisted Fate Nash.
Great peak potential.
Exactly. So they both teams want the engage. I guess for DMO, they have the option of trying to kite out some of these engage tools and then setting up some better positioning for them. But my question for DMO's comp all just comes down to, do they have the damage in the mid and late game? Obviously, in the early game, they'll have it. Bruisers are extremely strong in the early game, so you're going to have some options to play around. They obviously are also going to have a lot of priorities in lanes. Mid Karma's just going to push. Volibear as well should have push in the top side. So for DMO, it looks like about finding some kind of early game advantage and snowballing it from there.
And it's not like BLG have the hardest front line anyway. You got the Leona, but apart from that, packing a punch will be a lot of bruises on their side with Camille, who I guess carry top lane. I shouldn't call bruiser. And probably not the right word for it, but not a categorical front line from BLG. So for DMO, you can definitely see this working in the situation of Game 1.
The thing for BLG, though, is they don't really need a front line with the fact that they have globals to play around with the Twisted Fate. Again, you have a lot of... You have more open ways of finding kills on the map and putting pressure down with those global ultimates.
Well, it's a nice way to enter Game 1. And the series, I think, as TF looks me in the eyes. We get onto the Rift. BLG and DMO both need some wins on the board. BLG are 3-6, DMO 1-9. And this will warm up your day as we enter Summoner's Rift for Game 1. The LPL, the end of Week 7. We're on Saturday right now. Today and tomorrow. Then we go to Week 8. Oh my god, we're almost towards playoffs. We literally just came from MSC. Kind of like realizing you're going to die soon, isn't it? It's very real.
It is really... And it's weird because we have so little time, but we still have a lot of games left to go, and that's especially because, we've said this before in broadcast, our last 2 weeks, the weekends will have 3 series a day, so...
Back to normality for us from spring.
Gonna be a bit of a super weekend in a sense.
Look forward to them.
And another interesting thing to note with DMO's comp is Chalitza going with the Grasp, so he's going to go a lot more towards that, you know, tankier route of Volibear, so even more so with this lack of damage we are going to see coming out. Of course, though, we have seen Glacial Augment pretty much return to the norm on Senna, so is going to go just straight up with that lethality early on, and
But something else we've seen change from Senna as well is now she's picking up CS. LEC last night was the same. Here in the LPL, we don't see the no Senna 80 carriers. Yui, that's not a great trade. Wings coming on back and them sticking around. At least a bit of sustain coming from Shubin, but nice start here from BLG. As I was saying, Shubin going to be picking up CS in this lane with the Doran start, and Normality has become the Senna, now picking up CS.
Yeah, and it's going to be interesting to see because now the trade pattern of the lane relies a lot more on the support because Senna obviously isn't just free to focus on going for those poke trades.
True. As we can see, this is a permanent camera bottom lane because of how this is trading. Trying to get 2 first. But really hard when you have a Senna and a Set who both heal.
And the thing we got to pay attention to with this as well is the fact that Meteor is pathing towards the bot side already as compared to Xiaopeng who's going straight top. So a lot of heavy trading can set up for, you know, some kind of gank or probably not a dive, especially when we look at the mid lane dynamic where Twyla will always be able to answer as compared to Fofo. But point is, Meteor could potentially have some options there, even if we set up a bounce back on the bot side.
Okay. I'll watch for that because 2 was hit first by Wings and Shinmo. Shubin do the same, but they gave a lot of respect in that bottom lane as Facebreaker once more. The trade back onto Yui. Nice little haymaker and root in place. And now, especially since Wings gets these lethal tempo walking forward, very aggressive in the laning phase today.
Yeah, it's really nice to see. And it's kind of funny that this was the matchup we highlighted of, again, both of these 80 carries coming from the LDL. Though, as we've said, Shubin has played in the LPL before, but it's been a long time since we've seen him.
Jungle matchup also important here. Xiaopeng ready to roam top side. Level 3 on King, and so hookshot, wall shot as walking over a ward. Great timing. Pillar's going to come out, but the sweep down. Chalitza, bit of damage with the shield. King can trade that back. Onto the volley bear with grasp. He flashes away, and we could see that coming.
Yeah, he went a bit too far for that. We saw that Xiaopeng wanted to set up the gank. We talked about how this was the lane they needed to play around with the volley bear, of course. You know, having pressure in this early laning phase, they tried to go for it, but still, ultimately, massive win for the side of BLG, getting that flash from Chalitza.
You have a Camille that's comfortable in lane. All things go well as Gold Card locks down the tether and a great pillar. Fofo flashes away himself, so Xiaopeng very active towards these solo lanes, and Fofo will be forced to back.
Yeah, so nice gank coming out from Xiaopeng, and I do want to highlight that I do feel like this is the route that DMO need to take, is Xiaopeng finding really aggressive advantages early on to kind of get this composition ahead, because the mid-game kind of trough it's going to face is going to feel pretty insurmountable.
Shield's going to come down, but we're doing this again. Media's top side, flashes forward. They want to commit for the kills. Chalitza slowed down with the smoke screen. End of the line for the bear, even under the turret. Meteor gets first blood, and Kingen set up to succeed.
Yeah, and great job, BLG, punishing the past mistake from Chalitza. Something we didn't even highlight was with where the trade took place, right? We can see now on our screen that the wave was already locked in such a bad position for Chalitza, so BLG doing a great job of punishing it, leaving this wave in a terrible position where it's still just pushing back into Kingen for now. So BLG potentially could even look for a repeat.
Really nice first back here from him as well as Yui bottom lane. Camera returns as the trade between supports continue.
But another thing we need to talk about is the fact that, of course, ultra late game Senna does become a bit of a monster with more of those stacks that you get, but I think we've only had one game where we saw like a 50-minute game with an extremely fed Senna.
That's true.
I remember that was disgusting.
That was a long time ago, though.
It was in spring sometime. Her range.
But I've noticed with the farming center, you still don't get as many souls as you would if you were fasting. But more resources means more damage, so I feel like there's a balance, a longer conversation that I'm not willing to have now anyway. Lyric, I want you to take me through a little bit more about BLG, because we are hitting that 6 point with the TF, with the Graves, the kill pressure that's going to come out.
Yeah, so when you look at the comp right away, right, you'd probably think they want to set up bot side because they have Enchanted Crystal Arrow into Destiny, can find some pretty nice advantages onto DMO's bot lane, and the fact that Senna really is the X factor for me is where you'd want to look, but the fact that Chalitza's already made these mistakes is being set far behind, and you could just try and snowball Kingen's advantage further. Sure. I feel like Fofo has opportunities on both sides of the map now.
Because then the question would be, who would match him if he got ahead, right? If Camille found side lane pressure throughout this game. With DMO's comp we talked about, that'd be pretty hard to do it.
I mean, the answer is who would match is no one. Right. No one could match. Chalitza would try to match, but
yeah, that would be the match in the same senses. Kingen now gets a shove up in this wave, still a bit ahead in CS. Chalitza respects, pulls back and picks up the wave himself. But Cole was purchased by Kingen, who's now level 6, so he's happy to stay in this lane. for as long as Chalitza's pain continues.
And the thing is, we haven't really seen Camille play a side lane role. Since we've seen it in LPL, it's played a lot more of the kind of flanking style of Camille, where you come in on the flank, you just look to lock down the AD carry with your ultimate and, you know, burst out with your jungle, or we've seen Galio compositions with Camille's in them, things like this.
We really don't get, you know, those side lane threats, do we? It's always about teamfight in this region.
I mean, especially the fact we've talked about many times, right? Like how Drake's were changes split, the thing that we have Soul now, we have this Elder that can just pretty much end the game outright. Yeah. The thing about Camille, if he did take a flanking role, is, right, we have the shields from Karma, we have the sustain coming in from Senna. All the other 3 members are extremely tanky, so you're not going to have a great option to look for that on unless you do, you know, Fofo Destiny's in as well, Meteor gets in the backline, then potentially have the burst to take down either Twyla or Shubin.
Pretty crucial to the comp that DMO built. 1k gold lead here for BLG at 7 minutes in the game. Note that DMO did pick up the first dragon, but we're setting up for a mountain/ocean game on the horizon, which both seem pretty annoying. I feel like all are annoying except the Cloud Soul at this point. Xiaopeng spotted topside. Kingen with not much mana, but doesn't really care. Just threatening.
So the thing that's nice is he's coming in, helping Chalitza get... Ooh.
Okay, we've got Meteor on the side. Hextech Ultimatum not available, nor will it be. Collateral damage ready, but Chalitza not at that health point.
The thing is, we see this is the 8-minute mark, right? So Herald has just spawned, and I want to see how both teams approach this, because it looks like Xiaopeng was just trying to help him get the reset, so you would expect that DMO are just giving up Herald, but no, so we do see Shubin and Yui are rotating now.
Sitting in the water, Shinmo, Xiaopeng in the back of the pit.
But Wings isn't here.
Okay, well, with no AD carry, it's going to be difficult. DMO running into the pit first at 3k. The Herald will reset. We're going to do this dance another time.
Yeah, and it's strange to me that they didn't just want to have Wings come over off his reset as well when we saw Shinmo move over, because we saw Kingen punish the... Not necessarily punish, but, you know, when Xiaopeng showed in top lane to try to force that reset for Chalitza, you could have had a 5-man stack on top side and secure that Herald. They know Chalitza doesn't have TP. They know he had to reset. And yeah, that ends up giving it over for DMO.
Which is a win when you're far behind early in this game. I shouldn't say far, but when you're behind the amount you are, Herald over to Xiaopeng.
Well, DMO didn't really lose out on anything on the bot side either, because Chalitza recalled in time, did pick up some of the waves.
Yep.
We even see CS 480 carries is even at this point.
1 bit of tower plating, that's it. 160 gold for the potential of, you know, 480.
Yep, we do see a bit of a gold lead for BLG, which is, you know, a bit from that plate that you talked about, a bit from, looks like jungle, and of course TF's passive as well.
Yeah, first blood does help a bit of a ton as Meteor starts the invade. Xiaopeng topside. Now, Meteor's been the highlight of BLG recently. We criticized Wings a little bit, not hitting the bar that was set by LDL fans everywhere. But for Meteor coming in, what was it? Did you say 5 out of 6 games?
Well, he's 6 and 5 in game score. So they're still positive. They've obviously lost some games. They picked up some series as well. So the thing is, they're still positive. They're still pretty much keeping up and testing every team they're playing, whether it is a team like IG or, you know, someone lower in the table. They've shown that they're willing to go, you know, toe-to-toe with them. Then it's just about, do they have that shot calling to close out the games?
Because Meteor's a great jungler. I've said this so many times on broadcast. Last year in his debut year, top 3 jungler. And in the league that we have with people like Ning, Tien, other great junglers I need to name, Peanuts in our league now. Xiaopeng was once up there. The fact that Meteor was in that list is incredible.
Yeah, it's, I mean, even Xiaopeng now. The thing is, you look at most teams, most junglers are performing, I'd say, pretty decently, pretty well.
Yep.
I'd say there's very few standouts who are like, well, this guy's not playing too well. Even our bottom teams, again, whether it's Rogue Warriors, whether it's DMO, BLG, these are 3 bottom teams. All of them have junglers that are performing well this split.
I thought you were going to say LNG, but I waited for it. Maybe not.
Sorry, XX.
Oh, that's okay.
But we have not seen Fofo use Destiny yet.
Nope.
He's going to have a bit of a window right now, right? He's pushing in his way because Twyla just went for the reset. Dragon's coming up. They could look for a play bot.
Oh, Meteor's here. Level 8 versus level 7 on Xiaopeng. Xiaopeng heading towards the mid lane, and Destiny's about to be used. Shubin locked on down, and here it comes. TF to the back line. Shubin ultis, but he's kept in place as the damage, the burst. Yui has to flash as well. Teleport being burned into 3 members of BLG. Chalitza runs away, and Twyla's on his way.
Xiaopeng stopped the Destiny from Fofo, though, which is pretty massive. They still get the kill, but Nope. I don't think DMO can take this. You would think Fofo's pushing wave now. They could try and rotate and like threaten a collapse. Oh, but
teleport available on the back end. Chalisa's going to see it first. Dragon does go down, but now DMO need to run away. Zenith Blade connects even after the flash. Kingen ready to nail into the backline. Yui's low, and Hectech Ultimatum hits Chalisa. The support walks away. Chalisa ults away as well. The flash from DMO keeps them safe. This should be so much worse. They get the Dragon only for the jungler's life.
Yeah, and the fact is we see Yui just so low that whole time wasn't taking down Chalitza as well.
Chimbo.
Yeah, exactly. It doesn't feel like the execution from BLG was not here. We can see on our minimap now that Fofo's does get canceled by this pillar. So
rush.
Exactly, great job by Xiaopeng to notice that. And we don't see Kingen use his TP yet, so Chalitza just does go down. But still, like you said, DMO now at 2 dragons, they still got a kill there as well.
Even though it's a 3k gold lead, the fact that DMO have objectives on the board, they picked up that Rift Herald that's still in hand for Xiaopeng and about to time out. So there is the ability for DMO to move into this mid game better than we would have expected after what we've seen.
Yeah, and I do expect them to use the Herald mid. We talked about it before, especially when the enemy comp has a TF. You don't necessarily want to play out through either of these side lanes. I don't think you really need to funnel gold on either side lane carry. Just break down that mid lane turret. Maybe try to rotate the bot lane over as well if you want to try and put some gold onto Shubin. And really force Fofo under his tier 2 turret.
It pretty much timed out now, so Xiaopeng going to place it down as Fofo returns the lane with the blue buff. But here comes DMO, making the rotation around it.
Yep, and they might be able to force something here. We do see Kingen coming in, but Chalitza is here as well.
5 people move on down. 5 people disappear.
We got a Twist Fate. We got an Ashe.
That's sigh.
I thought we were going to get like, okay, well, Destiny, Enchanted Crystal Arrow.
Yeah.
Pick every, 2 minutes.
Maybe, okay.
We've had a lot of farming.
Yeah, we really have.
Which is fine, there's...
I'm just happy Fofo tried to ult bot, even if he was interrupted. That is the use of the ulti. But a successful attempt next time. Or at least using it when it's off cooldown, because it's coming up, and it's a level 11 TF. While Twyla is a hose Karma, who's now moving down himself.
Kingen is also coming as well, and Chalitza doesn't have TP, so they can try to force the play. It does look like Kingen was just hovering. He's going to head back towards top side now.
He's still dominating his lane pretty hard. So.
And Fofo has a window. He just pushed in the wave mid, so we do see he's hovering for something, and even just threatening his presence on bot side.
So DMO respect. They pull back, and there was a ward in mid lane. Well, let's watch top again. That shield kind of annoying, better than Chalisa's at this point. Well, we're getting a quick flash of the gold lead that's built on the screen. Of course, it was Kingen who picked up 3 bits of turret plating himself. So the Camille's in a very good position, as we stated before, a level up here over the bear. And I can't wait to see that first item and see where Kingen takes this game. See if DMO will have an answer.
Yeah, interesting to see BLG contest for this blue buff right now when Herald is about to spawn. I do feel like DMO, I was going to say DMO should just have a fine time just taking this themselves. BLG really can't overcommit to this. They don't just want to run head first into a 4v4, right? When you do have this global in the mid lane, it is about kind of creating that tempo advantage and utilizing the tools you have available.
Seeing with the arrow follow-up as well. Fofo actually has the most gold in this game, surprisingly. Immediate was the one who picked up first blood, but Fofo's been farming really well, because that's all we've really been seeing.
BLG have the recalls in bot lane.
Yes, they do.
They have the priority. They can look to go topside first if they please.
Let's wait.
Okay, we're going topside,
yeah,
Hysterics.
Okay.
We played the Rune King as well.
Cool. It's exciting. This is Kingen's like, I feel right at home here.
Hey, he's going to get, his team's first turret pretty much just by himself.
It was kind of ironic. We saw BLG picked up a KT member, and then I believe, where did Kuro go? Did he go to KT? Okay, I'm sorry. I'm asking very specific questions. But Ray also went to KT, who was on EDG. We kind of like swapped over players for 2020.
But you know what I like? I
like League of Legends.
I like the lane setup from BLG right now. We put Fofo in the bot lane. He has the TP advantage. We see Twyla has to answer. Twyla has cleanse, so now theoretically we can see DMO make this play towards topside. But Dragon's coming up at 20 seconds, and BLG aren't going to do anything, actually.
No, they won't. even though this leads to Mountain Soul.
And, you know, they had this lane set up for the past 1 minute when you were talking about LCK players, but I didn't go for anything.
He's going to leave Kingen in a side lane, and he's going to get all this CS. He's going to be a Camille that no one beats.
And now DMO get Dragon for free because they aren't going to contest the 4v5. Kingen does not have TP.
BLG say next one. Well, maybe not. Maybe. No, maybe not. Next one. We'll get him next one. Well, let's get mid and top turret with the Dragon.
Isn't this a thrilling experience? And look, they're going towards Herald. They could have done this for the past like 2 minutes, Hysterics. They could have done this for the past 2 minutes if they were going to do this regardless.
They could have done it. I agree with you. But Kingen got the turret, so that means BLG are right no matter what.
But they were going to get it anyway. They could have done this exact setup anyway.
What am I meant to say to that?
Yes.
Yeah.
True.
That's true.
Well, I mean, BLG are still winning 4K gold, so...
Dude, they're almost up to 5. There's a Herald mid off to the side. So now, here's where the action starts because DMO have to move it.
Kingen looking for the play. Can E over the wall, has the Hextech ultimatum.
Okay, well, solo kill time. Destiny used on Chalitza. Hextech ultimatum. We are going to see blood. But who's it's going to be as Chalitza gets nailed down with the arrow and collateral damage. They use 4 ultis to kill that bear.
That is finally a play we wanted to see. You know, Hextech ultimatum, Destiny gold card, Wings even just throwing out the Enchant Crystal arrow just for a bit of moral support. I don't even think they need to lock him down anymore, but still, BLG finally making a play. At the same time, though, criticizing them harshly. It could have been cleaner. I still believe that, but they are winning 5K.
They are winning 5K, so it doesn't matter.
But it could have and should have been cleaner.
Yeah. I mean, it's 18 minutes of the game. The fact that 5,000 gold is the difference is...
And remember, we talked about you look at DMO's comp, what does it really
happens
do?
Next, yeah.
Wow, what does it really do?
Let's watch this one again.
Now we see the Hextech ultimatum
ultis.
come out right into gold
ultis.
card, and you know, he was dead, but he's even more dead now. And
just in case.
we got a lot of assist gold across the board.
You know what? They were scared. They're like, we can't let him get away. There's been no blood.
I mean, Chalitza's Volleybear does have 5 games played.
That's true. Well, Kingen's going to get another turret. You know that he's picked up 3 out of the 4 turrets that BLG have now. He picked up the 460 gold from first turret blood top. So
I remember week 1 in spring. I'm sorry to interrupt you.
No, that's fine.
But because your stories actually bring me down memory lane, where we had this same situation of Kingen on Camille, split pushing all around the map, and then throwing at like 40 minutes or something.
Yeah, it was horrible. To Chalitza, I'm not sure he can do that in this situation. The 1-0-2 Camille has Chalitza against the wall. The ulti down the line from Shubin. And Meteor doesn't have collateral damage. I believe he used it in that trade, so... Kingen now waiting for the next person to challenge. Xiaopeng is going to be that person. Chalitza walks back into lane. But
look
Kingen can 1v2.
Look at top lane. We see Fofo just pushing up there by himself, and this is what we talked about of how BLG's comp even just has so many more tools than DMO's does. So
how do you match this?
Yeah, DMO would realistically have no great answer.
Maybe that's why BLG are like, we don't need to do anything. We're just going to win this by default.
Could be true.
Because realistically, you just need Camille to pick up CS and not die, and the game's done.
I mean, but still, you had these very proactive and active tools to attack the map in mid and bot lane.
I should never talk again. You're right.
No, you're fine. You're making great points. I think you're giving a good contrast of what the players could be thinking of. Just saying, hey, in comps, hey, guys, you know, we don't need to overforce this. We don't need to look for these plays. Our comp's better. We're the better players. Let's just, you know, take it slow.
You're never this positive when we play together in solo queue. This is the lyric I want to play with. This is the challenger lyric. Well,
this is BLG getting more gold
apparently.
off the map.
I mean, another turret goes down and DMO just watch. And suddenly we're 7,000 gold ahead. And
you know, your jacket is the most proactive part of this broadcast
dude,
so far.
It really is. It shines. It does everything you want in a jacket.
Yes, it does.
Now, DMO game 2, I know the first thing you're going to say is the draft needs to change a bit. I feel like I would heavily agree with that.
Yes.
I think it's very easy for someone to say, what does this comp do now that it's far behind? Where's the damage come from?
I mean, at the same time, right, you could go, so we have Dragon coming in 50 seconds, so I'm thinking of this. They just get on Dragon first, which is actually extremely hard. They realistically should have no way of getting on Dragon first because we see how BLG can control all 3 waves, so they're going to give up something if they do try to just hard 5-man mid. But if they do get on Dragon first, BLG does have to come into their comp where their comp's all right. You know, it has It's durable. Doesn't have a ton of
die.
damage. Yeah.
Very, very long fights. Favorable for DMO. It's a shame it's not an Infernal Soul. Because then I guess you have a bit more damage.
I mean, at the same time, right, when you draft this comp that does have 3 tanks and you're getting 2 mountains, heck, they would have done better had they gotten 4 mountains.
Hey, that's true. So they should have let the first 2 dragons go.
They should have predicted the future.
They should have. We've seen teams do that many times here. All right, Yui.
Okay.
Send him in and back away.
You know, this is why we don't rate DMO highly, because they're not good at telling the future.
Well, I mean, they are 1-9, and Chanakosara comes out. Destiny on the back line. Yui gets poked on down. Solar Flare's there as well with the smoke screen. He absorbs a lot of damage, and Shinmo actually takes more.
But
no one dies.
Look at the side waves right now. Right now, DMO are just losing out on minions.
Here comes the heal, though. Are you ready? They're running in head first. The poke from the side. Kingen on the flank wants Shubin. He'll find him. Hextech ultimate him. Separates them, and out he goes thanks to Yui, while Kingen deals with his support. He flashes away in the back end. Yui matches it really nicely, and DMO actually have 2. Shalita takes a while to die. Numbers advantage still in favor of DMO.
Yeah, but DMO are extremely low, especially Yui, who we're looking at is on 20% HP. He is set. Does going to have that passive to heal back up. You're right. They do have a ton of sustain. I mean, this is what you just talked about, right? In extended fights and extended trades, they're just going to be able to sustain these out.
They're onto Fofo, taking a bit of damage to Xiaopeng as the shield finally comes through, but Wings flashing forward onto 3. Haymaker, though, and that trade may be worth it as Fofo goes forward and will now find Twyla. Slowed on down the wild card. Dodged away from, but the blue card to follow through with 1, 2 autos, almost taking Yui down as well. But this set trying to help out his mid laner. A nice little shield, wants to walk forward. Fofo still poking over the side. Sometimes being a TF feels bad, but when you have a Camille at your wing, you think everything's going to be all right.
Yeah, and ultimately that was a bit all over the place. We saw how DMO's comp could work, right? If BLG are the ones running into them, extremely durable. You pointed out these longer extended trades looks all right, but at the end of the day, still not having a ton of damage to burst out BLG. If BLG's main sources of DPS like Wings do make it through the fight, we saw, hey, you know, as long as he gets that damage off, even if he goes down in the end, it gives Fofo, had Meteor wanted to go forward, the room to finish off a lot of these kills. Wings right here playing pretty well, right? Maybe the flash not necessarily needed, but great by him to notice, hey, I need to be able to put off the DPS. They actually don't have vision, which I feel like is why he flashes forward, so, you know, they could keep getting these targets low and allow Fofo to finish off these kills.
Shroud added something there. Oh, we're going to watch all of this.
Walk us through this one.
Well, gold card helps a lot.
Yes, it does.
And TF, you know, does a bit of damage, but doesn't do as much as we'd like.
And then Kingen finishes off the kill.
Yeah, nicely done.
That was my best impersonation of you.
That was very good. Hey, you might have to play-by-play someday. Who knows?
Maybe.
You know, you be the TriCast. I'll be Apathetics again.
And here we see BLG are posturing aggressively around the map, setting up this 1-3-1 setup, though Graves is the other one, which is a bit surprising.
Well, he's an AD carry. You know, he doesn't care.
I guess Kingen doesn't have TP, so it doesn't really matter.
It's
I mean,
disingenuous calling Graves AD carry, even though he kind of is. Just a marksman feels better.
I call him an AD carry. I remember me and Joe had this discussion on broadcast once where I called him a marksman. He's like, is he really a marksman?
But yes. Well,
if Riot calls him a marksman, I call him a marksman.
He shoots bullets.
Yes, he does.
Anyone who shoots bullets is an AD carry.
Is that true?
Well, Urgot not anymore. I feel like it is. Who else shoots bullets who you might not call an AD carry?
Corky, I guess?
Oh, that's a good one. What do you call Corky a control
It's
mage?
kind of funny because his play style is kind of, I'd say, more on the control mage side rather than the AD carry side, but obviously he has elements of both.
As onto Kingen now. Feel like not in time.
Hey, we're finally seeing a nicely executed 1-3-1 though, right? They're juggling the pressure. They're walking the tightrope, as they say, like quite well. Of their 3-man is pushed in at the same time as both sides are pushing in.
Nice of DMO to confront the 3, but versus 3 it might not be as easy as possible. Meteor going to have to flash away. DMO do have the damage though. And BLG hit the side lane or hit the fight. Pick one as Kingen's going to go back top. Meanwhile, Fofo bot.
The confusing thing to me is Wings threw down the Enchant Crystal arrow, and then they started walking forward like they wanted to fight, while both their side lanes are winning and pushing in and taking objectives.
I think Kingen came down. He's like, "Do we fight?" And he finally comes back up as the base is in tatters. People are backing away. And Destiny used to give a bit of vision and get Fofo out, so they lost wings for the base.
Even in that last engage where DMO's 5 engaged on the 3, we saw how long it took for them to kill someone.
Yep.
You know, the damage still isn't really there for the side of DMO. And now they're going to have to worry about both sides of super minions coming in. DMO could play with this, play the slow game of, hey, using the bot side minions to force a Baron play, force out Chalitza's TP, and, you know, rinse and repeat.
Can I ask you, as a Karma mid here, Ardent and Athene bolsters who? The Volibear?
Senna.
The Senna? Okay.
Senna.
Just part of my curiosity about what
I mean, we look, again, when we saw him go Grasp, we knew we were going to get this full tank Volibear coming out. He has gone full tank, so... Same with the Trundle.
So the answer to your question is Senna.
Yes, it is.
All right.
Oh.
Let's go, Yui. Base breaker at the ready. Wants to pull him in. Actually wants to ult him into the wall, but no one's near him. So Yui going to feel the pain in a second. Collateral damage to finish the kill. And DMO walked into this willingly. Gold card onto Shub, and he's being tackled by the Scissor Leg Lady once again. And Kingen is humongous.
10k gold lead, Hysterics. 10k gold lead.
It's probably over if he wants to flash over the wall, but slow down. Solar Flare. Kingen's like, just wait. Eventually flashes, but no one really there. He's going to go for a different target onto Xiaopeng, and with the shield, I don't think Kingen dies either here as Destiny, the middle name of DMO at this point. Kingen jumps in, and even if they miss at this point, BLG are like, it's time to end.
Yeah, and that was just great job by Meteor to hide out Yui and lead to the... Oh!
Okay, all right. Chalitza gets on in, gets out and dies. 3 now in front of the Nexus turret. BLG a little bit low. Meteor gets pulled back on in, but the AoE, thanks to Renan's Hurricane from Wings, is doing a bit of work. But BLG are going to back here, aren't they? Yes, they are. Oh, forward we go. Gold card. Hang on, Yui just died. Yui's going to die again. Locked down. Tackled. Again, the key word is gold card onto the 80 carry. This is a messy end. Twile is trying, and let's put this in the past. Let's get some new comps, I say, as BLG show them who's boss.
So,
yeah, that was a game, wasn't it?
How's your day been? What did you have for breakfast this morning?
I had guacamole on beautiful toasted bread.
That sounds kind of weird, actually.
No, it was guacamole. I make the avocado. Yep. I put in some feta cheese in there. Nice big red onion, salt, pepper. What else? A bit of olive oil. Got to have the olive oil in there. I wish I had Tabasco.
Well, there you guys go. The Australian guac recipe coming at you, but
write that down.
You know,
write that down too.
We did have a game of League of Legends.
Yeah, we did. But what do you make of it? I mean, BLG, good job, because BLG's comp, we didn't see it being, I guess, executed to its full capacity, but we got to the side lanes. It was great.
What happened this game was we saw Chalitza make a mistake early on. Kingen punished it really well by taking his flash with that aggressive E forward. Then BLG as a team punished it by bringing Meteor up, and they just snowball the game off. And I use the word snowball really loosely, where Kingen was just winning out so hard in that 1v1. They just said, hey, let's just take this at a slow pace. We're going to use Fofo to answer plays on the bot side. They never really contested dragons. They would like posture like they were, and then realize, hey, Volibear's here, Kingen's top. Let's just go take Herald. They did that, and we eventually got to a point where suddenly there's a 5k gold lead right in front of our face, and they started playing out the 1-3-1, I'd say, decently. Again, it wasn't juggled 100% where we did see them.
3 mainly. Right?
Exactly, yeah. The 3 was a bit too aggressive, but Kingen and Fofo playing well in the side lane. They close out the game.
Kingen had a clean game. He did all he needed to do was a Camille top, which was, you know, well, didn't have to win his lane, but he did anyway. And then built his Trinity and Ravenous pre-20 minutes. And unbeatable from there. So props to BLG, one of their cleaner games in the end of the day. Cleaner.
And for those of you who, you know, don't know Kingen, maybe just started watching BLG in spring, you didn't follow him back when he was on KT, he's a lot more of this carry-oriented player. You go look at his solo queue, it's all Camille, Jax, Fiora. He was huge on Aatrox, things like this he's extremely good on. So it's always nice to see him bring out these sort of picks. And then we saw last spring that he always knew how to execute in a side lane. It's just BLG's a team didn't really know how to facilitate that and play around that. Great to see them setting him up this time. And even Wings. Actually, great to see this damage because the 3-man was still juggling that pressure. We did see a lot of the, like, skirmishes, is the word skirmish very loosely as well, happen in the bot side. And just a very low damage game overall. I think that's what this damage graph tells us. Very low damage game, expected from DMO's comp, and BLG just answering accordingly, playing around King in, getting that early advantage.
Nice to see Wings, maybe not fade into the background as much as usual. There were a couple of moments that were nice, especially with the targeting arrows.
You don't fade into the background when you're flashing aggressively into 4 people.
Yeah, you don't. So and when you trade 1-for-1 at that point, you don't care. Good for you, right? So we got a point now where DMO have to go to the drawing board for game 2 and say, what do we change? And, probably all of it would be acceptable from there because game 1 draft put in a very difficult position from the get-go.
Here's what I want. Look, if you go look at Xiaopeng's Korean solo queue account, he pretty much exclusively spams the Nidalee and Rek'Sai.
As usual.
Xiaopeng is their best player. Give Xiaopeng Nidalee or Rek'Sai. They banned Nidalee themselves last game, so I assume we're going to see maybe a change in side, see DMO on blue, and, we can go from there.
We'll see. DMO, bring it back. BLG, finish it if you want. At this point, let's see some more League of Legends. We'll go to a break, reset, and see you then.
维密是没有 TP 了，
继续 RW 这边决策很果断，
但是对于方 plus 来说，肯定也不能愿意给啊。维密的位置还好，蓝量比较多，血量不够，蓝量来凑。去摸一个柱子，先卡一下这个位置，6000多的血线，塔姆先要冲前面，他在后面想去保一下林伟翔，但林伟翔的位置并不是很好，塔姆自己还吃钩了。看一下林伟翔自己是解了一下控制，无名还在不停的破个瞬间，威鲁斯穿心一剑秒杀了卡萨丁。
还算了，爆团
还
没下，
稳一手，特别稳。
先把下路的
但是
接待
这个
荣耀
Mark 在后
来了呀
面，
想硬留，留谁？
有凯
小
南，
翔，第一个闪现，再一个 Q 闪 ，Q 2个人。
找2个人，虽然说色提是晕了2个，但色提已经先倒了，小强自己也走不掉了。由塞纳拿他人头，旁边还有一手狼形，狼形是有一个大招的，什么时候扑出来？先找奥拉夫，奥拉夫一个诸神黄昏解掉控制。卡牌有 TP， 卡牌的复活时间是10秒钟。
黑炭男枪这边没有惩戒的。
这里一勾勾到了一个女坦，女坦开启一个 W 的护盾，暂时是比较肉的，有一个技能，打到了一个小强，一个奥伦的头锤锤起来，2个人 Miko 要陷入了麻烦了，他已经被打残，在屏幕的右侧，在屏幕的左侧，小强应该也要命丧当场，男团一个平 A， 收到他的人头，再找一个闪现，看看卡牌总算是 TP 到场，但是帮不了队友太多了，后补车不停的扭头，他吃到了防御塔的伤害，最终奥文再一个普攻收到他的人头。趁着中下2路兵线还没那么危险的情况下，先动，又是想先 rush 如出一辙。盲僧 Q 到了一个小龙，直接进去想抢，直接爆到了盲僧的位置。盲僧摸眼上去，自己的复活甲暂时没有掉，一个真奥恩，一个大招，大起了一个左翼。盲僧再次退回来，再一个回旋踢，回旋踢回来一个对臂，对臂率先被融化掉。奥拉夫也倒，已经进入蓝色一个收复和节奏嘛。林伟翔交出大招，再交闪现，再交治疗术，已经在我们看不到的地方。林伟翔还在往后拉扯，这里总算考出盲僧的第1条命。
控制自己，掌控敌人。
我这边 hold 也是偷了奥恩一个大招的，一样也是可以开点手的。
我的直接叫
大招一撞起来2个人，盲僧 Q 到了刘青松，飞机这一开始的正面直接打得非常不错，但是刘青松这波进场瞬间被融化了，盲僧收了他的人头，盲僧2段踢，要不要踢过去？他身上是有大招的，踢过去，大招要不要踢？暂时还没踢，再 Q 又 Q 到了可汗，看一下这个回旋踢，踢回来了一个原本有不可阻挡的可汗，可汗不可阻挡开完了，自己还是被秒杀，小天的位置也被盲僧所找到，一个正面气爆应该是封住了他的走位，开启了这个诸神黄昏，盲僧再次 Q 过去，再摸队友，自己是来如风，
哇，这么二肉的 Q 太准了，
疯狂的秀了起来，再次找到林伟翔，再次一个天脸
5个哈肉，这个 Q 还能中吗？
再中，最后是由 Hold 收到最后的人头。
我会识破这一切。
小鹏的话可能就打得比较凶嘛，以入侵野区为主。我的话更多是运营方面一点，然后对阵 DMO 的话，就中野方面的话，打赢了的话会轻松很多。
Media there focused on the macro side here. And BLG, I mean, if you call it macro, at the end of the day, they pretty much nailed down DMO in game number 1, brought themselves a victory in under 30 minutes. Lyric, Hysterics, and speaking of Meteor, MVP, by the way, and I think well-deserved. He just played a very good, nice, calm jungle game.
Yeah, I mean, I was going to be him or Kingen. I wasn't sure which one would get it, but...
Oh, I love the photo. If anyone doesn't know, Meteor was actually a world-class ping-pong champion.
Yep.
Not a world champ, but he was
a world-class level player. Apparently,
yes.
He competed like very high level. That is some information from the main man, Clement Shu himself.
But,
and yeah, it's a very interesting picture.
Part of me thinks they took that picture and said, hold this, and he's looking at it like, this was my past. Why do you bring this up?
Or he's thinking, that's my future.
Oh, well, after this, there's always a different road.
So this is the one gank that really changed the game and just set up Kingen for this lead forward. Obviously, the wave control is in a great position after that. And, you know, Meteor made some moves around the map and just did a good job of focusing on, you know, helping his team take towers around the map and really playing for the 1-3-1 on side lanes and had some great aggressive moves like here.
I mean, because of that, Kingen found himself so far ahead in that top lane that he was so crucial to these fights, and DMO fell behind. And even though game 1 was a bit of a a lull, yeah.
Yeah, and this is a phase rush Graves against a Set where you just kite him out and he's dead.
Yeah, but it was phase rush to the max because Set had it as well.
Yeah, I mean, if Set doesn't even get to hit Graves the first time, is he ever going to proc phase rush?
That's true. It's like a tree falling in a forest, except we all saw it.
Yeah.
Game 1 over and done with. BLG game 2. Looking pretty set to strike against DMO. I have to say for DMO, though, I'm curious as to how draft changed. We had a bit of a chat about this before going to break after game 1. Nothing really happened with the draft from DMO. A bit of criticism. I've obviously elongated that. What do you want to see?
The thing I'm interested about is what's going to be our first pick? Because obviously for BLG it was Graves, and obviously Xiaopeng's played Graves twice himself. Meteor's only played Graves for the first time to split that game, so what are you going to ban? What's going to be your priority? I mean, even I thought they prioritized Volibear early in the draft. Last game they didn't. They did first rotation Trundle and Karma.
I just want to see more damage.
Me too. And I know historically Twyla has been this more supportive mid laner, and it obviously kind of suits the style that they'd love to play. But I feel like Xiaopeng and Twyla just need to accept responsibility on this team and say, hey, we're going to be the ones who need to carry. The other 3 are facilitators.
Especially when in the past, when we've sold DMO, or at least tried to, we've talked about Xiaopeng and Twyla being the core left over, and Twyla having the potential, but needing to develop alongside Xiaopeng.
They literally rebuilt around these 2 players, right? We saw Natural go out, Chalitza come in. We saw them try out Helper and Mitsuki. Both of them go out. Numerous players coming in and out off this roster, with Xiaopeng and Twyla now being the kind of ones who've been the mainstays here. And we need to see them have this active damage carry role where they're the ones pulling their team across the finish line.
Well, you talked about wanting to see first pick. This time, DMO are on blue as you requested.
Aphelios is open. Aphelios
is worth it.
Yes,
and
he
Shubin has been a lover of it.
I mean, both of these 80 carries, it's their second most played after Ashe. But no, so DMO do feel the pressure to take away the Graves from Meteor. So this will be Xiaopeng's 3rd time on the champion.
Watch Wings pick up Aphelios. And then Shubin's going to be gifted Ashe.
If BLG, I was going to say if BLG pick Ashe here, though.
I mean, because Wings has loved this. Oh,
Yeah.
I got to say, Shubin's loved it as well. Both of them. Pick one of them.
Well, there we go. That's
Okay.
what we wanted to see. That's what we were waiting to say anything for, was the expected pick. Like I said, by the fact that Varus and Ezreal have kind of fallen down a peg, and even before this patch, a lot of teams in the LPL didn't care a lot about Ezreal. They felt like his laning phase just wasn't there, and that's why they were gravitating more towards things like Ashes.
Yeah.
But, yep, we do get the main man, Mr. 200 himself, along with the Trundle.
But instead of going the path of the Ashe, the Kalista here. Now, I'm looking across the board. I'm looking at Shubin. He's only played 1 game of Kalista. So instead of looking at something like the Varus, which we talked about at the start of the show, Shubin's decided to go this path.
I mean, going to be extremely aggressive early game AD carry. Obviously, we have seen some teams gravitate towards this champion. EDG is the one that jumps out to me and have done extremely well playing around, Kalista X bot lanes, whether it's Kalista Set, Kalista Thresh, whatever aggressive support you want. And it's going to be nice to see how DMO plays with it. The great thing about DMO's comp thus far, at least, is we have damage, right? We have Xiaopeng in a carry role. We have Shubin in more of a damage-oriented role. Twyla, though, going to go back towards that supportive style with the Karma. Of course, it is a flex, but it does scream Twyla to me.
Yeah, at this point. Yeah, looking at the tanks or the bigger members down the bottom lane for Yui, while one for Shinmo picked up in the Nautilus, his most played. So a standard bottom lane for BLG. Let's get to second bans because we need some solo laners across the board here, Lyric. Another solo laner for DMO, I should say.
Yep, but still, DMO are going to wait out to see what BLG pick up on 4 since, I mean, you would expect BLG to pick mid on 4 since DMO have already showed Karma and then just last pick for King. I even feel like it just suits their team's play style much better. And banning out things like the Set and even potentially the Leona next, I feel like makes a lot of sense for what BLG are going with. Just ban out bottom laners that pair really well with the Kalista.
I like the DMO. I like, we're not giving you Camille again. Some priority on the solo lane that hurt them a lot.
Yep, so there's the Thresh ban. So now that really leaves something like the Leona over for Yui in the bottom side for DMO.
Another solo laner here. We talked about this in LPL. It's normally one of each role that's left open, but the Jax will follow up as well. Okay, so a lot of pressure put onto Kingen.
Oh, and yeah, this is something that's gone through draft the whole time. Would be a nice pickup. I was just thinking, things you can pick into the Karma are the Orianna. You could go with something like a Galio, but I don't like Galio Trundle playing the more Peel-style Galio. Great to see BLG hovering the Syndra, and it's something that does go toe-to-toe with the Karma. Of course, Karma does a push priority early on, but
this is our most played mid laner in the LPL. Other regions are looking at a lot of TF, Orianna, Zoe. Syndra has been our top pick. Surprised to make it all the way through. Well, let's look over to DMO quickly, because now that the Leona's there, definitely going to be the Karma mid again. They want to put some engage. They want to put a Bruiser top.
Yeah, I mean, we said Wukong, Volibear, Ornn. That is what Shalitza has been playing all split. It's what he's going to stick with. So we have a really well-rounded comp for DMO this time around. We have good engage. We have good frontline. We have Twyla supporting them in the mid lane, and great damage sources coming out from both Xiaopeng and Shubin. And at the same vein, for BLG, very standard, composition coming out for them, right? We have the Ornn top side. We have this is, I'd say, S tier in 4 roles here in the LPL.
Yeah.
And then you have a Nautilus, which, I mean, I don't feel like there's not really an S tier support. Maybe you could say Thresh, but I
think there's an S tier grouping.
Yes, I mean, exactly. You can say like Thresh, Leona, Nautilus.
And then maybe Set goes to like A+.
Yeah. Even Trundle, I'm not sure if we should really consider him S, but LPL teams consider him S, right?
Yeah.
We see them draft him early every time. So BLG having a ton of power picks, but still, DMO actually having a lot more coherent of a comp this time than the last game.
Yes, they are. And you know what? I can look at this comp and go, all right, that piques my curiosity. I see the damage. I see the potential for the Karma to actually add something to the comp this time around as well with the double AD carry.
Yeah, and at the same time, we do expect DMO to play from like mid priority, since again Karma pushes pretty much every lane matchup. Support Graves, looking for these aggressive invades and plays on the bottom half of the map, since that is where your power with the Kalista is as well. And on the side of BLG, you take it slow. I don't actually feel like you feel the need to make any proactive aggressive plays. At the level 6 mark, you can look for a gank on Karma. Even level 2, actually, you can try and blow her flash. It will be a bit hard to guarantee that. Karma's an extremely safe champion, but your job is really just to stop DMO from, snowballing the bottom half of the map. Let your team scale up. You have the Aphelios, you have the Syndra, you have Ornn items coming out later. So for the side of DMO, it's about attacking the mid and bottom half of the map. For the side of BLG, it's shadow, stall, create time for your team to become this big late game 5v5 monster.
All right, well, let's go into the Rift. If DMO are looking mid to bot, then we'll see if they can start this ball rolling, because in game 1, BLG took a step back and brought the game at their pace. And DMO couldn't really do too much. As Colonel says, it's time for a DMO win. He's favoring the Twyla and Fofo matchup here, as you talked about. Twyla will push in early, and then Fofo once we get towards that 6 mark as well, a bit more kill threat. Especially when we see what the mid 2v2 is. Pillar, scout of the week, very easy to execute. If DMO can find anything here, well, they're just waiting. They're thinking there's going to be an invade. Everyone's grouping up. Where are we going? Pings? Oh, they're doing it. Wings. Fofo just in time. Maybe slowed down, but that's just a bit of damage as the lane starts delivering.
Oh, still, and DMO gonna commit to it. They do have a really strong level 1, of course. We know Callisto with Halo Blades from last split. Extremely potent level 1 champion. We saw Twyla hovering with the pressure he has in mid lane. And going back to what you were saying about mid matchup before, Fofo will never really have strong kill pressure on Twyla. He's always going to have that E-shield to protect him from the burst from Syndra, and of course going Unsealed Spellbook as well. So going to have that utility later on to switch to something like a heal or a barrier if he ever feels pressured.
As Conqueror Nautilus from Shinmo as well. The new skin that's just come out.
Oh, I thought you meant the rune. I'm like,
no,
what are you seeing?
No. The newest Nautilus skin. I know you're an analyst. You don't talk about skins.
Wait, there's a new Nautilus skin?
Yeah. The Conqueror Nautilus is the last one that's just come out. I forgot it goes towards... What does it go towards? I don't know. It's hard. My clients just turned back to Chinese, so it's very hard to read everything. Also known as I can read 1 character out of every 10.
Also, let's note that Xiaopeng is pathing towards topside, and we did say he wants to play through mid and bot. Even looking at the minimap, right, that's where their strong neutral pushing lanes are right now.
Yep.
Typically, if you do see a gank towards your weak side, towards the top side of the map, it is like early on, right? Because whether you're going to get Ornn or Wukong ahead, it's not going to be some game-changing thing to how you play out the map. It's just going to be a lot more about, let's say, luxury gold or trying to set someone behind rather than set your own tank ahead.
That's a good point, actually.
It's because a lot of times we do see these level 3 and 4 ganks top, but they never really amount to much pressure. It could turn into a TP advantage, which then can set up for a play on Dragon or invading the enemy blue when it does respawn, something along those lines.
Just while we are talking about junglers, note that Xiaopeng has triple buffed because he picked up the blue from the invade, goes up to his own after clearing all the bottom sides. So there is an experience lead and...
Double scuttle for DMO as well.
That's true. Bottom lane going to benefit off this greatly. So a really good early game to start off with here for DMO.
And let's remember what Meteor said before this. He's like, hey, Xiaopeng is really known as an aggressive counter jungling type of player. And, you know, I need to watch out for that. And that's exactly what Xiaopeng's been doing this game.
Talked about needing to enhance his own macro. And they've also been tracking Meteor really, really well throughout the jungle.
Yeah,
he started Wolves and went topside.
Even Ping's just coming off on Meteor right now. I mean, of course, they have a ward now, but still. I feel like realistically they would have known that regardless.
But he's 10 CS behind as now backing is Xiaopeng. So Xiaopeng should... there we go. Skirmishes. Nice and early. Plus, you see what the talisman back is here for Meteor. So he's going to go through and clear the rest of his jungle, but doesn't have much up and available at the moment.
Yeah, and he's obviously going to go towards his... Ooh.
What do you think about this one? Severum's there. Shubin wants to go forward. Halo Blade's doing work. The Severum trade not going to heal him up that much as Twyla even makes them walk down. Meteor aware of this and positioning. But still spot out by that ward. They know exactly where he is.
I expect to see DMO go for an early Dragon play. They obviously are heavy trading in the bot lane, so getting BLG's bot lane low, you have constant priority in mid. Dragon's going to spawn in 15 seconds, and whether you're forcing a fight or your team's just taking it outright, definitely seems like what DMO wants to do. And hey, guess what?
Yeah, good movement. It's like you know how to read drafts. Well,
really, I didn't do anything other than see, hey, DMO's bot lane's fighting.
Sometimes
hey,
that's
Dragon's
hard.
coming up.
You know what? Sometimes it's hard. In the heat of the moment, that's pretty hard. As Chalitza probably shouldn't be coming back in. Very low as Kingen continues to trade like an Ornn does.
And we haven't gotten to see this laning phase, but it definitely should not be this one-sided.
Okay.
And this is a... Man.
Props to Kingen again.
It is props to Kingen, but these are the types of moments where I just really want to go watch the pro view of this lane and just see how it happens.
Well, you can at the very least see that Chalitza's used teleport and Kingen's going to be backing now with Meteor. Having topside attention through his Krugs, but still behind here in the jungle while Kingen picks up a Bammies nice and early. Is that the one you wanted to see, or did you want to see Stoneplate? Sorry, I mean, not Stoneplate, Bramble Vest.
You have no reason to pick up Bramble Vest, right? You're just hard outright winning this matchup even without it. So going for this more team-oriented option of just rushing towards that first item Sunfire makes sense to me.
He supports a mid, by the way. And junglers are too. We're 3v3ing, just getting the shove. The Cyclone's going to be used. Knock up on Kingen. We'll find the second mark, but ulti wasn't waited for as here comes Call the Forge God, but doesn't hit it. Kingen just trying to run away, gets grasped, and Chalitza now getting something back in this lane. As Scatter the Weak mid, as backs were gone through by Meteor. Interesting mid lane right now.
Yeah, and also moving back topside, great job by Chalitza to notice his moment. You know, Wukong has a really good level 6 power spike with that ultimate and the armor shred that it does give. So realizing, hey, I can, you know, try to force a really good trade onto Kingen right now. Forces out Kingen's ult as well. Just massive profit from him.
Hey, Xiaopeng now 20 CS ahead, by the way.
Yeah, great job by DMO not only bullying out in the jungle, but specifically for BLG, since we know that Meteor is the crucial member of this team for, you know, where they want to make plays, how they want to play the game. He's a shot caller, and, you know, even coming from team side, if you can set the main voice behind, it becomes very hard for him to see opportunities on the map, right? Because you don't necessarily know what windows your other lanes can play around. You know what windows you can play around.
Yeah, because that's how you have to change your game state, right?
Exactly. I mean, that was a confusing way to word it, but yes.
Yes.
That's
when you're so focused on yourself, it's hard to focus on others. Is that better? When you're so focused on yourself and bringing yourself back into the game.
There you go. There we go. Okay, I get it.
Okay, all right. I didn't think.
I just needed more words.
I think the second time round was pretty easy.
Hey, I was gonna say I feel like a lot of the people listening probably understood you. I just needed you to go that extra mile.
We have a smart chat. I know that. We got very strong individuals in there.
That's what I love, though, about LPL viewers is since we are such a niche broadcast, you do have people who do spend a lot more time like looking at, thinking about, reading into the game. And you always read opinions, and whether you agree or not, they're always like, there's always a reasoning behind them. They're very nuanced and interesting.
Like, you know, Fofo's the best mid laner in the LPL right now. I haven't heard that one. But,
I'm like, this is a rabbit hole I'm not willing to go down right now, but...
I do not agree with it, just so everyone knows. Yui?
Ooh, Shubin was taking Krugs, though.
Okay. Well, he's going to be a bit late to the party then. As Kingen now has ult back. Almost
has ult.
Yep. Chalitza has his as well. Riptail should be dropping here, but Yui ready in for Scatter the Weak, or rather Scatter the Weak's used on him. Fate's call for the re-engage. Shubin sends him back in to his death. He flashes away. Not the greatest as Call the Forge God down finally comes through. Cyclone on the backside. A fight on two fronts as Chalitza hits and flashes himself. DMO, you're going to have to play better than that.
So, obviously DMO was just late to the party. They weren't here. I can understand that's why DMO felt pressured to go in. The confusing part to me was why BLG felt so rushed to make a move. We saw, you know, Fofo throw out his Scatter the Weak, not Scatter the Weak, his ultimate extremely early. We saw Wings throw out the Moonlight Vigil too extremely quick, and I don't think BLG needed to feel so pressured to make these moves. They had a good position. They saw Yui was already low. They still get the objective, but ultimately feels like they could have been a bit more patient.
Okay. So BLG going to have to play better than that?
It's kind of funny, because last game they were extremely patient.
Yeah. Just interesting to see everyone throwing out their ultis and no one dying. Kind of feels like the state of this series where we're testing the waters a little bit more erratically.
Erratically?
Yeah. Sporadic? Erratic.
Are we testing waters?
Isn't that what it feels like to you? You feel like both teams are like, well, not testing each other, but testing what they can get away with?
No.
No? Okay.
I feel like it's kind of the opposite. I feel like both teams are too afraid to find out what they can get away with, actually.
That's true. Okay. All right. Well, I'll take that.
Well, especially for BLG. But,
why did our observer bitter? Focusing on the important things, double control wall down. That's not synergy.
I still love those strats where, you know, teams would do that purposely to kind of try and gain a tempo advantage off that of forcing teams to kill two control wards, and then you know you can kill a bit of enemy's time.
But the problem is when you have Severum and you press Q, the wards are gone. That's 60 gold. As Fofo in this lane is almost 20 CS up. He's been laning pretty decently against Twilight yet again.
Twilight has been constantly hovering towards his other side lanes though, so we have seen him trying to. I mean, not even trying. He has been creating pressure by, you know, being in Fog of War, making sure that they always had to question whether he can be there or not.
which he'll have to do now, while Chalitza up top side is going to get solo turret plating while Kingen roams down to help secure this dragon.
So we've seen this time around BLG doing a great job of using their priorities and resets to make sure they have advantages when it comes to objectives. So nice to see from BLG this time around, because it felt like last game they could have had that because they had the pressure from their lanes and they just chose not to.
True.
And the weird part last game was the fact that they still postured like they wanted the objective. It's not like they just committed to the other side of the map right away.
Yeah.
But point is, they're not doing that this game. It's
No.
nice to see.
And we've got a Herald as well, so if we're talking about that proactivity extending, then I definitely think Meteor is going to be setting that one up in mid.
Bot's fine because you have the Aphelios, but... Oh, I'm going to pause because I feel like we're going to see a gank.
Is Kingen going to die? Sunfire Cape and it's 280 carries. In with Call the Ford God. Trying to run towards River. That's the second time he's used his ult and not sent it back as Meteor's on his way. He gets out, but he's still alive at least.
But going back to your last point about Herald, I'd say the most important time to Herald mid is when the enemy team has extremely good wave clear and you don't really have a good way of breaking down mid turret yourself. The kind of second part of my checklist would be, hey, do they have a global mid to where, you know, putting them under their, you know, inner turret could be extremely valuable, having that vision on them and them not having the amount of space to make their plays necessary.
Okay, well, here's Herald mid up top. Sorry, top. As Kingen about to pick up this gold.
I mean, this one is just, I mean, you look at the amount of plates they have on all the turrets around the map. This one will go down with Herald, so makes sense for the side of BLG. Now they have a pressure point they can start playing around, right? Because now Kingen's going to have the freedom to push this lane, hover towards the other side of the map, and this is where we'd want to consistently see Chalitza look for a freeze, but he also has Tiamat, so he's not really going to realistically be able to freeze well.
Why did Wings walk back in? Solar Flare locked down. He does cleanse away and has flash. Collateral damage doesn't kill him, but probably wouldn't have had to burn that while Herald gets the second charge top.
So both teams trading sides of the map, but hey, guess what? Thanks, Observer, we now see it. Kingen can just walk mid, they can put pressure on this turret, and DMO are going to need to answer.
Should be 2 bits of turret plating.
Fofo still has TP as well, so
and he's
even if DMO wanted to make plays on bot side, Fofo can always answer extremely quickly.
And you look at what's happened bot. I mean, stopping the turret going down, stopping any more plates going down. This is a win for BLG. This is their gold lead of about 1,000. Now built up.
And like I said, this would be the area where there's no neutral objective on the map. This is where you'd want the community sentiment, the LS sentiment of like, hey, well, now Chalitza can look for a freeze near his turret because there's, I mean, realistically, what can Kingen go do? I guess he can try and force a diver flash with Call of the Forge God, but again, if DMO can play around that accordingly, we'd be able to see Chalitza come back into the game. Isn't able to do that, has Tiamat. We're going to see Kingen be able to use his pressure quite freely of, you know, helping with the Rift Herald, walking mid, opening Call of the Forge God, trying to get Twyla's flash. You have a lot of plays available to you right now for the side of BLG, and not a good way to answer for DMO.
Yeah, a lot of burst now that the Luden's Echo has been picked up here from Fofo over the Athenes. We know that Twyla, the cheaper build path, definitely there as gold plating once again. 960 over to BLG, so a decent time inside the lane while Kingen still controls his top side, and we're heading towards the next Rift Herald in under 20 seconds.
Yep, and as you guys can see, Fofo is bot because he is the one that has TP up, so both teams making sure they maintain pressure across the map. Of course, Kingen's going to be able to push in this top lane once again, so Twyla will have to answer.
Xiaopeng moving forward. Now remember, he's had a jungle lead all game, so he does have the Phage over the only first item of Meteor.
Shubin does have Blade of the Rune King as compared to Wings, who hasn't finished his first item.
Yui in, blocked by Shinmo. Solar Flare onto the backline. It does indeed lock up Meteor, who's getting charged on by Xiaopeng, and for DMO's jungler running forward with collateral damage, maybe the option is Call the Forge God with a massive flank, but no damage to follow up, and Kingen now has to run on out. Zenith Blade connects once more. DMO are on this Ornn versus 5. Kingen will not be given out of this one, and First Blood at 15 minutes does go over to DMO. Back onto the Herald with a 4 versus 5, and BLG are going to let this one go.
And the crucial thing to highlight is the fact that for DMO, the one at their strongest player right now is Shubin. And for BLG, it's as you're pointing out, Kingen is getting a ton more gold than Chalitza. It does have a ton of tanky stats. Needs to play this frontline role. He wasn't there. He was positioned behind the team because he was pushing out that wave. It allowed for Shubin and the rest of the team to engage onto BLG and equals out to this Rift Herald going down for the side of DMO.
It was the Herald, it was a kill, but it was also mid-turret going down for Wings, notably. So the Fearless gets first turret blood and the gold that will complete his Infinity Edge once he picks up the Krugs as well. So watch this again.
And again, just keep your eyes on Kingen. He's not able to walk in. Twyla and the rest of the team does have him cut off, so all of DMO are able to run forward. Xiaopeng gets in there onto Meteor, and then Shinmo just kind of caught out on the side.
Kind of what we talked about with Wings again, where we just saw Wings pacing around the back of the fight, not taking any risks. He was very adamant on staying away from any potential engage.
It's like realistically, I'm sure maybe we can freeze frame that and like look at every potential auto he could have had, but with Kingen not there, not playing this frontline tank role, it does feel like it's extremely hard for BLG to take that fight.
Also true, grasping at straws, because for BLG, at the end of the day, nothing really happened bar losing their one member.
Yeah.
Looking at Fofo, a bit of a highlight, 187 CS at 17 minutes in the game, so ahead of the clock by 20. Fofo is as well heading toward that Spellbinder's second.
We have 3-man potential top bot side right now.
Okay. Xiaopeng nearby. He has Herald, so if this goes bad, bottom turret and the push that comes from it could be really good for DMO. But not going to happen here with the play. And instead, Chalitza picks up the wave. They back away. Nothing else on the map. So, you know what we can talk about? Shubin up in gold, competing with Fofo this game.
Yep, and not surprising, right? We did see them when they went for that trade side with the Herald drop top side, them trying to funnel gold onto Shubin. But at the same time, actually gold is pretty much even for Shubin and Wings as we see it, you know, popping back and forth with both AD carries just catching waves.
Do you think this split has been more like the LCK than any split in the past 2-3 years?
No.
Really? Why? In terms,
but I was going to say, like, what do you mean by that,
At a base level of hang on.
Because if you just mean slow.
Yeah, I do, but maybe that speeds up now. Shinmo going to be tackled on in, Kingen with the flank, and they've found Wings. So for DMO, they will trade the life here of Shubin. 4 versus 4, Shinmo manages to make it out alive. Both AD carries dead. Again, nothing up to fight over, they just wanted to fight.
Yeah, that's the most interesting part because, okay, we're both posturing for vision control, but vision control for what?
It was just time. Time to fight. Well, they did manage to get the most fed member of Shubin, but you gave a kill over to Xiaopeng, who was already so fed over Meteor this game.
But going back to your question.
Yes.
Again, if by LCK you mean slow, I don't think so.
Because we have had a lot less bloodshed. I don't think the game pace itself has been.
But I feel like this is like every LPL split I paid attention to where you have certain teams that are very prone to making those proactive plays, like the Rogue Warriors. Then you have those teams that are willing to be extremely slow, like the BLGs, teams like RNG this split. And, you know, here we do see the engage coming out. Xiaopeng able to find the burst onto Wings, but Fofo able to return onto Shubin. But yeah, going back to the point, I don't necessarily feel like this is a slower split.
It's strange because I've been finding myself casting a lot more games like this where teams will reserve, farm up for 1-2 items.
That's because you cast every DMO game.
That is very true.
I cast every Rogue Warriors series.
Okay, well, that's
I cast every Rogue Warriors WE. Like, me and you have two very different visions of the LPL.
I have not done much IG. I don't think I've done much top esports, actually.
I've done a bunch of IGW in Rogue Warriors. So I've seen the best and bloodiest that the LPL has to offer.
I've done, like the RNG. I've done LNG.
And RNG is so slow right now. And again, not even slow, because I don't like the terminology slow, because it is like, are you playing around the windows that your comp has? And the answer for RNG is no. But hey, we get to talk about that a lot later.
Yeah, we do. And IG have the tendency of speeding them up. They actually average 30 kills a game as of last year.
We see DMO. Sorry to
no,
segue over.
This is the team we're talking about.
Speeding up games, dropping Herald mid, which wasn't for a particular reason other than the fact that Herald was about to time out. We're going to see both teams default back to side lanes, though neither team really wants to play around a side lane, right? Chalitza, as he gets more items, will have pressure on Kingen, but realistically won't be threatening inner or inhibitor turrets quite well. And for the same thing with BLG, right? Fofo doesn't really want to be in a side lane. Sure, he might have some kill pressure 1v1, but...
Oh, hang on. Fofo caught out on the men, flashes over the wall. Twyla does the same. They'll lock him down. Collateral damage is still available as the poke comes through. Xiaopeng doesn't want to aim it down the line, though. And he'll get out alive. Xiaopeng at half health.
And ultimately, this creates enough pressure for them to be able to take this top turret. It's going to be a bit more gold in their pockets. And like you said, going to be a 1-for-1 summoner trade, both Twyla and Fofo burning Flash.
You remember what you predicted in this match for the caster predictions? I feel like it
I
would've
think
been
I did BLG.
I think this is kind of the match where everyone would have. I don't think anyone would do DMO.
All I know is for the next year, I'm the one that did RNG.
Yeah, you are.
And I regret it, but
well,
we gotta live with our mistakes, guys.
Hey,
live with our mistakes.
You know, it's a big night for esports. I believe Gen GT won as well. I shouldn't be.
What are you saying?
RNG, IG.
You mean
And then.
You mean Griffin and who's not even in the league, which I'm saying Griffin and who's another CK team? Runaway are playing tonight.
Oh yeah.
Griffin and Runaway.
Dude.
So don't leave.
Our audience is like, what are you talking about LCK? Well, feels like it a little bit this game, just for me.
No, it doesn't.
Or maybe it doesn't if we start fighting.
There's going to be a kill right now. Shinmo's going to dredge line forward.
Hang on, Ardent Sensor put on with the shield. This is going to lead
there
the soul pointers. There's the dredge line, as you talked about. Fate's call to save his life, lined up by Kingen, who doesn't get the searing charge. Yui's out, but very low himself as backline Wukong for Chalitza, but he's just taken down by Fofo. Yui jumps on in. They may get the dragon on BLG's side, but they want some more blood as well, as Wings runs forward, Twyla dies, and DMO, they cannot deal with this Syndra.
See, guys, there's tons of blood, tons of action. This series is awesome. And now BLG, they're going to a Baron hysterics.
It's off the hook, brother.
Exactly.
We're going to Baron.
This series is on fire. And guess what? There's more potential action because Xiaopeng might come and try and steal this. Who knows what's going to happen?
Anything's possible.
I'm at the edge of my seat.
It is going to be 3 versus 5 as well because teleport available for Chalitza. Twyla will have it as well.
No Cyclone available, though.
But
oh, God,
DMO should go in anyway. Oh, no,
well,
they do.
No Baron.
Okay, teleport burnt. That's a small win.
I kind of feel like I misled everyone.
I feel
like I misled myself, honestly.
I feel like the way that game exploded, this game, sorry.
Well, okay, so here we see
so what's the problem here?
Q forward and already extremely low.
Look at this flank.
So Yui's already extremely low. Chalitza's coming in, but you already talked about how massive Fofo is. And especially against the Wukong, right? No real inherent MR, just pretty much ults, and he's bursted right away, able to follow up. And at this point, DMO are just in an extremely awkward position. No one's able to jump forward. Yui was already chunked out regardless. No Chalitza. Who can play a frontline role for this team? And, I mean, even coming in, right? We said, as the game went on, BLG definitely favored in these late game team fights.
Yep.
Which, I guess this isn't necessarily late game, but even just straight up front to back, I feel like BLG are favored. DMO would have needed to get more off their one-item power spike with the Callista.
You heavily mentioned how the snowball needs to be there for DMO.
Yes.
And how they need to get this game rolling.
And BLG just had to stand there, like stare at DMO aggressively and say, hey, don't do anything to us. And, you know, DMO didn't, and here we are.
We're at a point where 3 kills on the Syndra, 2 items in hand. Fofo hits the scout of the week and someone probably dies.
Anyone dies. Anyone.
Yeah.
Doesn't even, I mean, we even
Karma Shield doesn't matter anymore.
We even look at Yui. He doesn't even have Gargoyle Stoneplate yet, so anyone who is hit by Fofo is just gone.
There you go. Half health onto Yui.
With just Scout of the Week, nothing else.
That Q didn't even touch him.
It's more like 40%, but I don't want to call you out for your...
That's okay. That's, hey.
You're rounding.
You're always right. It's not really rounding, because you round to 10 usually. It's DMO out in the nick of time. Good that they picked up a turret. This is me being positive, because DMO were a bit proactive.
But at the same time, right, I don't, like, talking about proactivity and stuff like right now, I don't think is massively important for the fact that both these teams need to be standing in front of neutral objectives, right? So neither one has a great way of really attacking the map. You can try to set up some kind of, you know, brush play in front of Baron, but we do see at least BLG have a scrying orb available, so that wouldn't be quite good. Even Kingen can face check brushes. It's not too big of a deal. We are definitely waiting for the next dragon to come up before any action happens, unless BLG have the confidence to try and bait out a Baron play, but that doesn't sound very BLG-like to me.
But it does sound like something that could happen.
Sounds possible. Doesn't sound impossible, which...
Hey, here we go. They're walking in the chunk. Tubin flashes away. They're all inning. Shinmo's going to take this up. Call the Forge God, lay it down. Chalitza now in for the fight. And Fate's Call is a 2-man knockup. Yui's in all the way. The Wombo lined up with Cyclone. Shinmo has to get out, and they're 80 carry down to BLG for 40 seconds.
And that is massive, too. And it's extremely disappointing for the fact that you know DMO are going to continue to come forward. You have Flash as an 80 carry, and you still get blown up.
somehow. Well, Wings being down for 20 seconds might influence a sideways push.
It might equal out another turret for the side of DMO.
And gold, technically. Xiaopeng went forward here.
Oh, God.
Well, he's between the turret and the pillar. He's dead. Now, Xiaopeng's been playing great all game until then, as turret will be the trade for his life. Into the backline yet again. There is no Cyclone for Chalitza. Using the last fight as King and gets low. Scatter the week hits 3 people. Sorry, 2. Chalitza's clone in the mix.
I feel like the last minute of this game has really symbolized this series to me.
Does anyone know what they're doing?
With Wings getting blown up out of nowhere again.
Okay.
When both teams know what's going to happen, you're both aggressively posturing for this pick. With then Xiaopeng going for that, it's like, hey, like BLG are rotating over, E-ing forward, because it's not like he even just walked forward. He E-ed forward into the tower, under the turret. It's like, hey, I'm fine with him, autoing the turret, but...
You set me up to be toxic. Just a little bit.
I'm being toxic as well.
You are.
Here we see them force out Shubin's flash. And again, you just postured for the engage. You know they're coming in. Keep your eyes on Wings right now. I mean, you even saw that, he had him in his ult, so... Yeah, it's a bit of a question mark. And right there, ease forward. Pillar comes out, Dredgeline comes out. King was already right next to you.
Yeah.
I honestly feel like hitting the turret that close up was fine. It's just the E was questionable. But still, at the same time, these guys are pros. I don't want to talk about basic mistakes like that. It happens.
Yep, it does happen. Well, BLG reset and they get a dragon that heads towards Infernal Soul next. So there's that. They have the inner track mid, and Shubin by himself. King an ability to dive is pretty high right now as Shuriken's at the ready, and BLG are going to keep marching it down.
It's because, I was going to say, Twyla and Chalitza are both on the side. Both do have TP up right now.
Going to be used right in front of their eyes. Is there one for the flank?
Chalitza's actually just coming around for the flank himself. Okay. He does have Cyclone available.
Spotted on the first ward. Second ward here as well. BLG pathing upwards. And they're out.
Let's remember that Shubin doesn't have flash. Wings still does.
Ooh, Yui flash for flash here onto Fofo. That's worth if they can make something out of it. Okay. Reset again. No, we're not resetting. DMO want to go forward.
DMO have a massive wave in the top side as well.
Solar Flare there as well. And when they see Wings responding to it, they're going to keep pushing mid as they scatter the weeks. Kind of stop that transition. Problem is their wave's not there yet. And Fofo's still nearby. And that's the end of the play. So you can see DMO trying to be proactive here as much as possible. And,
I mean, that was DMO just making a massive
error.
Exactly, with sending Twyla and Chalitza to the side waves, pushing out extremely aggressive past the neutral point of the map, giving BLG so much time to push in mid. And it's actually really funny how turrets are even. Gold is pretty much dead even. And I mean, now, for no reason at all, no analytical prowess, I'm just going to guess Steam are going to get a dragon just to even out those as well.
Okay.
Then we're going to come to some big team fight for Soul. Again, not next dragon, but the
you
following
know what?
dragon.
It's going to be based on a steal, isn't it?
Yeah. I feel like both teams are going to end up not getting... So 9 people will be dead. 1 member of DMO will come out alive. They will then get Soul. Like, however many minutes later after a couple Barons, then BLG will be the ones to take Elder, and BLG will win.
Okay.
That's my prediction.
Sick.
Not rooted in any analysis or deep-level thinking, just...
Look forward to that.
Yeah.
Just a bit of a how's you going for an objective is let's start one to speak of the devil. Now, with Wings, with 3 items, that will do this quick.
Chalitza doesn't have a great ward to flank from. I assume he'll just come to that control ward.
Baron's coming down, right the ward in front as Yui against the pillar, pulled on in. Scatter the Weak hits 2 on Chalitza. 2-man knock up again from King, and they pull off of the Baron. Bit of poke damage coming down from Wings as Chalitza still hanging off on the angle. They actually don't see him. Call the Forge God there. And now to lay it down, Chalitza in with a perfect angle onto Wings. They walk into this choke. It's a 3-man knock-up double. Cyclone onto BLG. They're devastated here. Fofo can't even kill the support. And Chalitza brings that one to DMO's eyes. As even through the bottom lane, DMO winning the teleport down. King only just makes it out alive. As Meteor dead from Shubin. Yes, he is. Fofo onto Xiaopeng. The Graves will only just survive as Fofo does as well.
But now DMO should be the ones who can take this Baron. And that pretty much exploded out of nowhere. Let's remember that BLG were the ones threatening that Baron. And then just a small oversight of them not noticing the route Chalitza kind of exited. Set up for that perfect flank.
Chalitza has one play. And he brings DMO into a gold lead here in the second game. We're at 4,000 gold. And Baron now in hand.
Lisa was just like walking down the street and saw, you know, like
$50.
No, I was gonna say like a suit, like one of those mafia suitcases full of like thousands and thousands, and you know, of course he just picked it up because look, I mean, this is just set up for him so perfectly. They all just run forward, Call of the Forge God comes out. Just look at how great this angle is with Fofo wings. Everyone just grouped up. We also see Shubin throw in Yui, and I mean, this is just as easy as it gets for the side of DMO to clean this one up.
Fofo and King are the only ones left alive, and confidence from DMO out of this fight. I can't believe.
I'm just saying, though, when you pick up sketchy suitcase mafia money, the mafia does always come back looking for it.
They say who took the money.
Exactly.
And some reason there's like a street camera that's like, it's that guy.
Someone's it's not
it's
not
a
a street
snitch.
camera. No, what it is there's some like really rundown liquor store, and like the owner of that shop has like a camera outside their shop.
Yeah.
And you know they kind of
he's like, I can't get my camera around, and you know that's when the gun comes out.
They mess him up a little bit.
Yeah. Okay.
You know, maybe they hurt his family, and then they find out. But
yeah.
At the same time, the point is DMO can't feel safe.
No, they can't. Wait, so is BLG the Mafia?
Yes.
Okay. Sorry, I kind of lost myself. I thought they were like
Chalitza found the Mafia money.
Yeah, okay, yeah. I'm with you.
Hey, and I said DMO are going to get this. We are now on soul point for both teams.
We are, but BLG want to fight. Maybe not. Kingen is going to run away, and they handshake. Actually, they're going to go bot. Look at bot. Their waves pushing in, and DMO are running as a group. BLG aware of this, but this is going to be a race to the finish line.
I was so afraid of Wings taking that path into his own base.
Kingen wants to start a fight here. Searing Charge does get a knock-up. Pillar against the wall. He flashes away. And for BLG, even in their own base, they're getting pushed back. Inhibitor going down, and okay, DMO now backing away themselves. Meteor with the Pillar sends up Twyla. But they get what they came for, which was the inhibitor. But look at mid. Mid's doing the same thing.
Yeah, we see BLG pinging down onto mid lane, pinging that inhibitor, but
they're just excited.
Not going to turn that into anything. And
so if you kill the Mafia first, then there's no one to give the money back to, right?
Remember my first prediction where I said we're going to go to an Elder fight? So, well, I guess I was already wrong. Wait, no, first we have the Soul fight. So first, nine people on the map are going to die.
All right.
And we're just going to guess Twyla is going to single-handedly secure Infernal Soul.
Okay.
Then, you know, we're gonna posture. Another team's going to... BLG will rush a Baron. BLG's going to get Baron buff. We're going to posture a bit more. Elder will then come up. Both teams will fight to the death. Fofo hits a massive ult onto Xiaopeng or Shubin.
Yeah.
We'll get like a 5-man Moonlight Vigil as well. BLG will get Elder and then close out the game.
I was going to say like a 5-man scatter the week.
Let's go.
And, you know, ults one person. And this
so
Flame Horizon.
So a 5-man Call of the Forge God into a 5-man Scatter of the Week, setting up the Nautilus ultimate to also knock up 5 people.
Yep.
Then massive Moonlight Vigil, and then just to, you know, add in a bit of flair. Trundle also throwing in a pillar in the middle of all of it.
That's it. Okay. Or Xiaopeng goes in 1 versus 5 and kills everyone.
Or DMO use their in-hit pressure bot, play around top and mid, look for a pick onto BLG if one of them face check their own jungle.
This sounds real.
And then when next dragon comes up, they just use the side wave control to go and take that dragon.
So what you're saying is this is actually a play.
No, I like my prediction.
Yeah,
best,
I think I don't like it when it's real.
Yeah, me too.
It's too close.
Did you see Redemption coming in for Twyla this time around?
Yeah. I was going to talk about builds quickly while we have that quick lull. 4 items on the Graves. He's gone for the Lord Dominic's.
I mean, yeah. And the thing I like about items and talking about moving back to Redemption for a second is the fact that we expect fights to be very long, drawn-out, extended skirmishes. Both teams very tanky. Both teams having the sustain and survivability tools there. As we saw.
Yeah.
No one is going down anytime soon.
However, Shinmo was close, though. He walked too far forward. Got hit pretty hard by Shubin, who's on almost 4 items himself.
Was he close if he didn't have to use a stone plate?
Yeah. No, wasn't close.
That was a question. That was not me calling you out.
Yeah, no. I was kind of contemplating in my own head. What else takes the cake on these item builds?
Looks like a big sum of nothing.
Big sum of nothing?
Looks like a...
Hey, we got double Flame Horizon, though. We've got 1 here for Fofo, and we've got 1 for Xiaopeng. Not a bad way to go.
3K gold lead for the side of DMO. And
what a slow game this is. Don't ever say this is not slow.
I didn't say this wasn't slow.
You criticized me earlier on.
I did not criticize you.
You sure? It sounded like it.
What, when you asked me if we're like the LCK now?
Oh, no, that was fine. That was a discussion.
Oh.
Hey, people disagreeing with me, I'm actually so okay with it, just for record.
He really is.
I actually kind of enjoy it sometimes. Oh, Yui. Bit of a boo-boo, but he managed to get out of that. Red buff taken away. Wings is yeah, here
But this is what we wanted to see, right? We were actually just going to get around talking about this, that this is where we need to see Wings start taking that carry role that we set up at the start of the day. He needs to be able to walk forward aggressively, trust in his frontliners to peel for him, and be willing to put out the damage onto members like Chalitza and Yui and then start breaking down the front line of DMO. Let's also remember that even DMO's carries are not very long-range carries, right?
Yeah.
Both Kalista and Graves need to get in your face to deal damage. So this is really going to come down to Wings and Fofo to step up, believe in their team. You know, Fofo hit the Scout of the Weeks, Wings hit the Moonlight Vigil, and really come out ahead.
Everything in a choke feels pretty good for BLG.
So to sum it up, as many LPL pros have said,
Yui.
BLG need to hit their abilities to win this game.
And DMO need to hit theirs too?
Yes. DMO
Okay.
need to dodge those abilities.
It's down to execution.
Oh, God, I was wrong. I said BLG were going to trade Baron.
I feel like Soul might be worthwhile for BLG.
Of course it is.
Okay.
Chalitza does have TP, and they are pinging the wave.
Meanwhile, base. TP play. Chalitza go and end the game. Okay, Baron down. Fight misses as Shinmo call the Forge God layers onto 2. This could be the time here to make a decision. Chalitza's in the middle of the pit. BLG backing away. Look at where Chalitza is. Do it. Do it. You're an LPL player.
Oh. Well,
not exciting.
I mean, I'm more disappointed in BLG. Just walk forward aggressively. Triple Infernal Aphelios. Let's go.
Yeah.
We've all seen the clips.
He's huge.
But instead, we're going to clear out some waves. I mean, I guess it's good, right? Their inhibitor came back up. They can now manage the minions coming into their base.
Did lose a Nexus turret, though. Or at least
No,
got close to
they
losing
didn't.
one. They got close. That's why I was waiting. You know, if you're in that situation, would you TP to the Nexus turret?
Yes.
Yeah.
Would my team then probably lose the game because of it? Absolutely.
Or maybe. I don't know. I feel like Chalitza could have ended.
Ooh, no way.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, you just got to be ambitious enough. Hey.
So the more ambitious you are, the faster you
Dude,
can
it's
kill
a
structures.
Wukong. Wukong's clone now hits turrets. If he had Infernal Soul, he could have ended. Yeah.
I don't think that would matter at all.
No. Oh boy, we're heading towards 40 minutes.
We're heading towards 3 games, guys.
Yeah, we are. Baron in hand. And inhibitors all up, but waves getting managed nicely. BLG are waiting for a pick. Who makes the mistake?
Yep. So to sum it up, right, that really is what this game's down to at this point. It is down to who makes a mistake, because at the same time, both teams want to play out this 5v5 style. They both want to group in front of the objective. They both need to play as a team. So, sure, maybe we'll see DMO, since they're the ones who control the map right now, kind of branch out into trying to push out all 3 lanes at once, but then they're definitely going to come together as a 5-man. And I'm going to assume we're going to wait until Elder, but maybe DMO, being the ambitious 1-9 team they are, will just push aggressively down mid with their Baron.
Maybe.
That's what I hope for.
Here he comes.
Let's go.
A minute left. Setting up the wave.
And, you know, just for anyone out there, if they don't realize, this game is really going to come down to just one team fight. Whoever comes out on top of the next fight should be able to close out this game quite handedly.
Especially when we went towards all items in inventory for Wings and Shubin.
What if both supports just go down, and then we're stuck like this?
Oh, no. In limbo. Why'd you say that? Because that's what we've seen so far.
Okay, Yui posturing forward aggressively. Okay, shield coming out.
Okay. Everyone back away.
Yui is clicking his mouse forward, I can confirm.
He's thinking about it. No one's really talking on Meteor and Xiaopeng. Oh, Xiaopeng. He's saying something.
Chalitza actually has a decent flank angle.
Okay, again. But is spotted out by the Ornn, who gets the charge. Fofo Scout of the Week is only onto the clone.
I guess it's easy to be spotted out when you're pushing the wave and, you know,
if you're in the minion wave,
actively showing.
You will be spotted out. All right, now we're going to back away. Baron's up at the same time as Elder. But I feel like if you're BLG, you're just like,
I mean, come on.
Elder, let's not get Baron.
Is this a conversation?
Dude, if one team prioritizes Baron, I'm going to be very disappointed.
Both sides have decent wave clear as well. So
yeah.
As we can see by DMO trying to push mid with Baron, it's not easy to break down structures on either side, and it's not easy to force a team to come out of their base until Elder or Baron are up.
Action replay.
Like here.
Flash, I guess.
Okay, so BLG taking the red buff, but I was going to say, you realistically don't even need to come out of your base for this yet. There's no end-all, be-all objective until that Elder does come up. So, we are 6 items for both AD carries.
I guess what was influential from that play is Chalitza not having flash is part of his engage tool. So, to summon a spell to highlight as Fofo. He's going to sell his boots here, Lyric. Watch. No, wait, no. He's got a needlessly large rod. Rabadons? Not yet. But double Warmogs on the side of BLG.
Gonna sell his boots.
I thought he was all the way full. He is large. Oh, Yui against the wall. That's inconvenient. That pillar was really nice.
Ooh.
Means he gets knocked up.
He's a tank, though.
Oh, collateral damage. And Aphelios things. Healing from Karma helps out. Yui slowed down again. Okay, that was an unsealed spellbook heal. Don't worry. From Twyla.
And at this point in the game, collateral damage will be back up by the time Elder has spawned, so that's why DMO are fine just backing off from this. Oh!
Wants to go into Chalitza. Well, it's a clone. Subjugate. Not being used. Sorry, but maybe soon. Backing away. Wards put down. BLG are sick of this. They want to run it down mid. Go Kingen. Oh, charges away. Chalitza, that's a real one. Blast Cone Rift. Meteor. Yui again, scatter the wing. Hang on. Yui might die. Fate's Call saves his like. And Call the Forge God going to be laid down here. Kingen has used his stone plate. But nothing's happened. More pillars and parking cones come out. If I was an officer, I'd give him a fine as Twyla flashes away. Inhibitor goes down. 20 seconds still Elder. And now the real fight begins, I guess.
Still, important thing to note is Twyla lost Flash, but Kingen doesn't have Call of the Forge God, so that consistent engage option BLG has isn't there. You're pretty much relying on Meteor to pillar into a dredge line from Shinmo.
Okay, DMO don't have position here. Kingen finds a 2-man knock up. Shinmo in for the flank on Chalitza as he's spotted on out. The GA will keep him safe if he goes down, but doesn't have to burn it. Yui scatter the weak once again. He's always in the front line as they get Twyla with this one, who burnt Flash in the previous engage. Solar Flare down. Chalitza spotted out once more, trying to get his angle. Shubin in the river. Even with GA, he's going to go down as well. Chalitza marks his way forward, but BLG are going to win this fight because DMO set their 80 carry in first. And what a way to end the game when you decide that you should be running in like that. What the hell?
It's okay, we're all like that, but ultimately, BLG found the front and back they needed with, Chalitza not able to get on the back line, Wings able to dish out the free damage, and like you said, Shubin kind of was the front line in that fight, so wasn't too hard for BLG to find him.
We waited all that time for that fight. That was like watching The Last Airbender in the cinemas. Bit of a disappointment, and you wouldn't see it again.
That was, I feel like BLG's faces really described that victory to them. A frustrating one to say the least. Good to see Meteor and Fofo joking around though. Kind of smiling like, hey man, wasn't the cleanest win, but
Win's the win.
At the same time, right, they are now up to 4 series wins.
Well, are BLG going to Worlds? I could safely say no, but to be fair, 2-0 over DMO.
Hey, they're sitting at 4 and 6. They actually have 6 series left.
Yeah.
They can end with 10.
They can end with 10. Do I think they're going to end with 10, though? That's a different question.
Hey, I'm just saying, I feel like BLG's the most intense team to get to a staring contest with because they will just stand there and look at you. They will.
And they don't blink.
They don't.
And you wonder if it's a recording or if there's a real person.
They're going to draft the TF Asher and think, okay, where are they going to make this play? Are they going to go by? Are they going to They have options.
That's
what are they
the
going to
play.
do? And they're they're threatening pressure with the fact that they can use pressure. They don't actually need to CC you. You're afraid that they can CC you. And isn't that what makes a top team, Hysterics?
Yeah, I guess so, if you're in a region where everyone else does the same thing. DMO are now 1-10, and, you know, I've had my piece on this team. I've said a lot of things in the past.
Look.
That was horrible from Shubin.
1-10. This team has 5 series left.
Yeah. And between them and LNG, a bit of a competition going on, I dare say, as to who can rise to the top.
Actually,
of the bottom two.
Depending on how later today could go, like, this team could be just guaranteed out of playoffs, right? Because right now our eighth place teams have 5 series wins.
That's true.
So DMO only has 5 series left. So after DMO's next series, actually,
that's very true.
They'll just be gone.
Like that. I mean, that hasn't happened since V5 last split, and it was actually week 7. Sorry, we only had 7 weeks. Week 5, where V5 got kicked out. So you're right. We're getting to the point where DMO might just be out from the get-go.
By the time of DMO's next series, it feels like, you know, their fate will be
decided.
sealed.
Yep.
Yeah, so
even seeing if RNG can beat IG next.
For DMO fans, not sure if there are any Western DMO fans. I feel like we're all kind of DMO fans because you always cheer for that underdog team that you hope to win.
But that's V5. But sorry.
You know, better luck next time.
Yep.
We'll wait for next year, hopefully, or next series. Maybe they can pull it off. But this game was a barn burner. It was extremely close, very back and forth. 7 dragons. Could have been 8 dragons actually. But it wasn't.
But it wasn't.
And at the end of the day,
a barn burner.
At the end of the day, BLG got the fight they wanted. And you know what? Look at that fofo damage.
This was not a barn burn. The barn burnt down, and we're out in the field cutting corn. I tell you what, who had the biggest corn in the end? It was BLG, but only by a bit.
Hey, it's in my job description to sell this series. It was a barn burner.
And normally I would, you know, I'd try as well, but
I mean, at the same time, again,
look,
this series was a series.
Look, I'll be a caster. I'll be a professional for a second. For DMO, my sign-off is this: development towards next year. Shubin's got a way to go. This team needs some standout players. Xiaopeng, it feels like, is in a bit of elo hell.
Well, yeah, it does. But let's, going towards development, one name we could look at is Yui because, right, he does come over from BLG Junior. So that's actually kind of an interesting part of this matchup is Yui was on BLG's roster in spring, at least in their LDL team. And, he does have some promise. We've seen very aggressive support willing to grow. And going to be interesting to see where DMO goes forward and, what kind of, like if they want to go for a very aggressive rebuild of the roster or they want to try aggressively to keep Xiaopeng and, build around him.
Because I know on one of our episodes of the last step, we were talking about BLG, their team, changing their roster. At this point, with Meteor back in, the structure's back in as well. Fofo and Kingen, to their regards, had good standout moments. I think Kingen on Ornn wasn't as great as Kingen on Camille, and that was a very big difference.
The problem is, right, not like his individual player laning on Ornn. In lane, he was doing great. In lane, he was destroying Chalitza. It's that he doesn't know how to function as a great frontliner, which is the disappointing thing about this team when you have ADD and Kingen is it feels like you can really diversify your play styles because ADD is a great frontliner.
Is that Sion?
He was
Malachi,
last year.
Yeah.
But they don't use him like that. They actually just kind of change him at the drop of a hat, and they have both of them play both styles. And it just feels kind of questionable of why you don't commit. But at the same time, point is, this roster has a lot of talent. I would even say the early game that BLG has is very coherent because they're all really good in lane, so it gives Meteor a lot of options of how he could play the game.
Yeah.
But once we get the point of mid to late game transition, it does start coming to the soul points. We start getting the inner turrets and inhibitor turrets. It just the team doesn't know how to move forward. They don't know how to get the map setups right, or they do sometimes in game 1, you'll see the 1-3-1 every now and then, but not consistently. And that's where we need to see BLG step up if they do realistically want to compete for a playoff spot because they are still in the run. They are right now 4-6. They have 6 series left. So,
but something massive's got to change. I mean,
yes.
and when you consider the coaching staff behind this team, we have Coach Sim, we have Jay and Archie as well.
Yeah, all former TPA-J team.
Yeah.
This whole staff. And, especially for Jay and Archie, both of them former pros. So, they definitely have the insight. They've definitely, gone far in pro play. And
rich experience.
Exactly. It's something that you would expect to see more from them, especially because TPA, J-Team, was always known as a team that was like this very methodical, slower, late game-oriented team. The fact that they have this coaching staff along with Fofo, even Meteor from last year with that iteration of BLG, you have a lot of pieces who have experience under, you know, a slower late game style play. It's kind of confusing that that's where they struggle.
It's like where BLG's development should go. It's like, oh, it should only go up from here. But with faith, can I say that? No. I do want to talk quickly about their upcoming schedule because it feels like they will be tested. WE is coming up on Wednesday. JDG Sunday. If we talk about slow, methodical style, I mean, JDG were known as, you know, the smartest team in the LPL last split. But more importantly, they were the best team in the LPL and have risen up to form again. Rogue Warriors will test them too, because Rogue Warriors, it'll be a massive contrast between them and BLG.
It will. That's going to be so hype for me. Rogue Warriors, because I feel like Rogue Warriors are going to pull BLG into the style of, you know, being an aggressive team. And Rogue Warriors are on a 3-series win streak. Even WE, actually. WE are doing quite well. WE are a very aggressive team as well. So BLG are going to be tested.
I mean, BLG, Fofo especially, will have his work cut out for him. He was MVP of game number 2. And Fofo and Syndrome looked pretty good now.
Aw. That's really cute. Wow, that's extremely cute.
I mean, Meteor game 1.
It's funny because his
Fofo
face,
game 2.
he looks so embarrassed.
True, he's like, why did you make me hold this? 38% damage.
Is he actually holding something? I assume that was just kind of like photoshopped in.
I feel like he's holding it.
Oh.
I don't know.
I mean, I guess he's holding something, but... yeah, we saw this. Oh, so this is one of the earlier team fights in the game where BLG were playing for Dragon, and Schlitza does find a flank. But hey, Fofo was so far ahead even at this point, just very easily able to blow up Chalitza. And, you know, that was kind of it for this fight, honestly.
Just controlled by Fofo.
Yeah,
maybe we get the later fight. Oh, no.
Yes, we do get this one. So this was the last fight of the game, our 11-kill game up to this point.
Shubin!
And we
what
saw...
are you doing?
Yeah, Shubin...
Sorry, you highlight Fofo.
You know, I'll just keep calling out Shubin with you. Shubin!
Okay.
What are you doing?
Yeah. Also, a good game from Wings. I feel like Wings played his role. He was aggressive alongside Fofo, but...
The problem is this team needs someone who's willing to, like, step up and be a standout and, like, right? They need to be like the Uzi or the Rookie or the... Like, you need to be willing to be put in harm's way a little bit to... like, really put these fights on your back.
Uzi comes out of retirement for 2021 spring, joins BLG. Leads the team. That's how it works. You happy with that? You're not. Anyway.
Chat, please.
BLG 2-0. You know what? Coming up next, I've been waiting for this. And some will say, okay, we've put out the warm-up, and now we want the main course, even though those two don't coincide. IG, RNG, the historical matchup. I'm going to reset, I'm going to take a bath, and then I'm going to be refreshed and move into IG and RNG right after this. See you then.
有小明的一个先手，小龙宝跟上。盲僧是很迅速的处理掉了索尔的，而另外一边 ADC 的一个单打嘛，幻风轻微叶宁炸过去再叠飞轮，但是另外一边小虎已经贴脸了，幻风觉得闪现直接硬 A 把小虎给杀了，虽然自己最终是倒下了小龙宝的一个盲僧手下，旁边已经是有 ADC 在偷点远古巨龙。
7000的血量，
已经在压远古巨龙的血量剩下1半左右。RNG 正面还要受到杰斯一个 poke 给到一个压力，这波 RNG 感觉有点难处理这个远古巨龙团，到底怎么办呢？小龙宝也没有大招，已经马上要进斩杀线了。阿斌在这个时候追上去跟小虎，但是这波凯南也是进场单找一个幻风，这波没有虚弱，他成功的把幻风给杀了，而且正面双方的血量很危急，但是他保住了一个远古巨龙，但阿斌也站不住，辛德拉最后还是死在了嘎拉手下。嘎拉现在拿到了2个shutdown。
虽然对于 RNG 来说是第3条小龙，但是苏尼也决定要过去小杰的后面，入位场没有视野发现，
推到了这一波。正面小龙包的血量已经下的比较低，但是青钢影位置看一下找一下辛德拉，辛德拉被吃进去以后往后交闪现，正面英雄登场这个位置，艾狗可以击飞到正面的一个盲僧，收盾已经是倒下了，又给一发 R1，虽然 RNG 这边队员状态比较残，但是还有一块表，妞这边站起来没办法，幻风还有一定的作战能力，最后用一面点死了青钢影后，小虎这个位置砍再进去吗？
已经能过来操控，
但是1/4血的幻风被保住了，小虎这个位置感觉还是扛不住 AD 的一个输出，而且后方嘎拉跟小明是已经被处理掉，辛德拉拿下一个 double kill， 小虎虽然最后想换掉幻风，无穷无尽。 势，而且你正面的先手刚刚韩冰的那一剑毕竟没有中，但是我还可以持续的让小技能的弱者退战去找机会。
而且这波站位是比较靠前的，被上了一个虚弱，
直接要闪现嘲讽，但是塔姆第一时间保护住，让辛德拉几乎没有吃到什么伤害。但是塔姆能走出来吗？没有小龙宝贴脸是直接把辛德拉给带走，但是2北流是没有人管，这时候才给一个
闪现上来，
闪现上来，
伤害
已经
很高，
银焰直接喷出一个3杀，点了一下普攻有罪名，但是罪名的 Q 技能应该是冷却，没有办法在远处定到嘎啦。
随遇而动。Triple kill。
电能激荡。大龙这一波是有一个5打4的空间的，打大龙速度其实还不错哟。看一下正面宝蓝的大招是应该是要好了。矮王帝先出来拖一点时间，但是大龙被惊住了。今晚以后还有3000多点血，矮王帝已经扛不住这波，圣枪哥出来扛也扛不住了，摔了一个爆炸流杰斯。这边全形态一锤子直接带走了
拿下了这条大龙。
大龙虽然是被熊熊给拿走，但是能不能走，能保几个龙种，感觉好像一个都走不掉，熊熊变回了人形态一飙，泡芙闪现躲过这发长矛。
是。
为了更美好的明天而战。
Triple kill。Quadra kill。
There's no light on a Friday night. I can't believe it's right. Better show me a place to go. No more time to waste. It's a crime. No, this can't be right. What is wrong tonight? Better find another place to go. 'Cause nobody's here. Come to me, I need a friend. Silence isn't right tonight. Follow me so you and I could have fun. Come to me, I need a hand. Silence isn't right tonight. Follow me so you and I could be one. In the dark, I can't find my way. I know it's getting late. Come with me, we'll look for a place where we can dance all night. There's no light on a Friday night. I can't believe it's right. There's nowhere we can go today. Better go there. Come to me, I need a friend. Silence isn't right tonight. Follow me so you and I could have fun. Come to me, I need a hand. Silence isn't right tonight. Follow me so you and I could be one.
这里是英雄联盟职业联赛广播电台，现在为您播报 LPL 春节联欢晚会将于北京时间7月18日19点全球直播，临阵报备，互换水晶、厮杀薇恩都还历历在目。如今又会涌现哪些名局让人难忘今宵？打 RNG 的下路10分钟不一定结束。 面对 IG 选出阵容也先别感觉要输。
这个剑给了是这个剑是探测剑。
旗帜还在，春晚就一直在。
That was one hell of an intro to bring you into RNG IG, full of memes and everything. My name's Hysterics. I'm joined by Lyric. We will be taking you through my personal love of the week here with IG and RNG, a very historical matchup to kick off your Saturday night.
Yeah, a matchup that I remember quite vividly, especially if you were a fan in 2018. This is a matchup we got a lot of.
Yeah, hell yeah. It was one that's been around for a while. Of course, Royal Club Invictus Gaming is also one of our oldest organizations alongside WE. And if anyone wants to see, which I know you all do, it's time to look at the historic matchup itself because we always do this. It is tradition here in the LPL and we love traditions. IG and RNG running head-to-head. As we said, it's happened a lot.
Yeah, exactly. Extremely close. We look at series and games, 2 off on each side, 3 draws. And as I pointed out, 2018, if you were a fan, we got this in both spring and summer. 3-2s both times by RNG. If you remember, that was the year of RNG. That was the year they were expected to win everything. When both LPL splits won MSI, and Worlds was supposed to be theirs for the taking.
And then who denied it, Lyric?
Riot.
Yeah, wait.
Oh, and G2.
G2.
Riot and G2. So, yeah, G2. Kjarnan, I remember.
Oh, man, okay.
Heimerdinger.
Yeah, no, shout it out.
But point is, you know, this matchup, extremely excited to see. One LPL fans know extremely well.
And look, I love the 2018 Summer Finals. I always look back on it, and I want everyone to experience the same thing. So here's the throwback here to the Game 5 of the Grand Finals in 2018 Summer between RNG and IG.
He's looking to chase up onto Let Me. Call of the Forge God is ready, but
this is a long road.
Managed to get the knock up, but gets pinned into place. That's the fear beyond death. Levy's low. The Shy is looking for some damage. He's running deep into enemy territory. Flashes over the wall. He's buying time right now. The teleport out of this. No disdain for the Shy. Ning with the shove.
No.
First gaming 7,000 health. There's no paranoia. LXV tries to go in, but it's picked up. They've got the knock up. Uzi's kiting it out. Call of the Forge God for Levy as he gets a good knock up. It's only under 1. They're trying to keep the Shy off Uzi. He's got no flash. The front line goes in. Ming will be the first to fall in this fight. Jackie Love is chasing it down. Super minions are on the Nexus, but Uzi is chasing it down. He's still firing. I cannot believe it. Finally batted against the wall. He dies as RNG. The fight is chaos, but they are coming up even in this. Still, they take the fight and Bowland goes down. RNG still alive.
But the game's not over yet. Super minions are pushing towards the net.
Kings, long may they reign. Royal never give up for your 2018 LPL champions!
It up immediately. He was pushed to the wire, but they come out on top in the end.
Royal will never give up.
It's moments we remember in 2018 Summer Finals. And, sir, I got to say, even though a lot has changed since then, you know, we still get the bags of IG, but with new foundations and new tricks up their sleeves.
Yeah, it's great to see IG, of course, coming back with a lot of familiarity from that final, especially because we have 4 members with Balin back in the roster. But an exciting thing is we haven't really seen them play around mid a lot this year, despite the fact that Rookie's been so good. Whether it was Ning or Luyen, Ning played a lot towards top side. Luyen, of course, a lot more focused on controlling neutral objectives and counter jungling. We've seen Ning constantly ganking mid recently, and it's so nice to see. And if you're someone who watches Rookie stream, apparently he's also very vocal on stream of telling junglers, hey, I don't need your help. Go help the team. I'll win my lane myself. But seeing Ning gank mid, even Balon come mid as well, is so nice to see.
When Rookie's been performing so well, right, and the way that Ning's been playing to heighten that is great. So Invictus Gaming look like they're really rolling with form, as you can see here. We'll show you a bit of what the recency has looked like here for what was the best team in 2018.
Yeah, and here just focusing Fofo in the mid lane was great from both Ning and Rookie, and now Balon joining in the conversation as well, roaming towards topside. Ning here with a very aggressive flash on the Olaf to finish Maple off, and you know, most teams do play towards their winning lanes and their strong side, so it's been questionable this year of, hey, like, why aren't IG playing more with Rookie, using his pressure, helping him get these kills in the mid lane and try to snowball from there? And it's great that now with Ning back in form as well, and the team just playing all around better that we're starting to see this again.
It's fun in contrast because, you know, Ning's old support when Ning was an AD carry was Ming back in the good old glory days. And Ming is the stable member on the side of RNG, the franchise player, playing some of his best League of Legends as well.
And, you know, we talked about old dogs with IG, but Ming, of course, has been here since 2017 spring, so very old, experienced player as well. And the thing I love about him is his diversity because he's willing to just play the meta champions like the Nautilus, the Leona so well, but also will always pull out these mage supports like the Karma or even the Morgana we saw in spring and play so well with them.
It reminds me of the 2017 Ardent meta when Ming was one of the best supports. He came through, proved himself. 2018, the same. And Ming showing up on this roster helps the new AD carry and Gala fit in.
Exactly. And when RNG are struggling so much as a team to really be consistent, find an identity, and, you know, push forward, it is nice that we're seeing Ming at least have a consistent presence in a lot of their games. And especially this one against FPX, his Karma play was just really nice to see early on. Just supporting throughout all of FPX's aggressive dives. Nice shields coming in from him, supporting his team to run forward. And, yeah, just great play from him overall.
Good to see Ming returning back to promising moments as... for the rest of RNG, it's going to take a lot to run into IG at full throttle here. We talked about it before. When RNG and IG face, it's always that the ability to play up.
It really is. It feels like that since these players have been around each other for so long, we talked about this before as well against EDG when we had that series, is that there's so much familiarity, I'd even say camaraderie, because again, whether it's you're waiting at Worlds or MSI or in like a playoffs lobby room, like you get to talk with each other, you get to know each other more, you know each other's tendencies in games, that it just makes it feel more worth it when you beat them on the Rift. It makes it more exciting.
Like Xiaohu running into Rookie, right? Players that have versed so many times throughout the LPL. You know, Ning and even like running into a new rivalry in Xiaolongbao before it was running into someone like Casa who came in over from the LMS.
I mean, think about it. Like, Xiaohu probably knows Rookie better than Puff knows Rookie,
That's
you know?
very true.
And that's his teammate, so it's extremely interesting how these dynamics can work out.
Well, there we go. This is what happened so far in the summer split, the recency between RNG and IG. And, of course, we're talking up IG, who have just come off a win against LNG. Well, for RNG here, you got to start questioning how their form is recently when they're a team who just lost against Suning.
Well, the confusing thing to me is the fact that they brought in Gala against FPX.
Yep.
And you remember, there was that one game they should have won. The game where Gala was on the Kaisa and then aggressively went forward, almost won them the game, then did the same thing and did lose them the game.
Lost them the game, yeah.
And then, so we were hyped for them. They then come out with an extremely good win, and then up against Suning, though, it just all falls apart. They still pick up one game. Game 3 was still relatively close, but I don't know. RNG is so hard to predict.
I mean, the happiest thing for me for RNG is at the very least, Gala has that potential to be an Uzi-esque player where he can have really high highs and almost carry games. So that's why Gala more exciting than Betty, who is that stable factor in RNG.
Exactly. And, you know, Betty definitely fits on an LPL team somewhere, but on a team that looks like they rely so much on individual skill and, like, pop-off potential, Gala has been a breath of fresh air.
Especially when you got Xiao, who's like been a Oriana TF player, and his ability to influence other lanes has also come into, not question, but into infiltration. What word am I looking for? Doesn't matter. Let's look at rosters instead, Lyric. That'll save me. IG first, starting with the Shine, top lane, Ning in jungle, Rookie, Puff, and Baolan gets his old rivalry against Ming re-established here on stage, and we'll believe Coach Fly alongside them.
上单的 Shy 打野宁，中单 Rookie 下路 Puff 辅助宝蓝，主教练
Sorry, I just wanted to hear them announce. It was so nice. Getting that authentic matchup.
I'll say it quicker next time for RNG, don't worry. And then we'll get the
接下来
other
让我们
side
欢迎
as
Royal Never Give Up。
yes. RNG walking on stage with their new top laner, who's also called new, Xiaolongbao, Xiaohu, Gala, and Ming in the bottom lane. And for RNG, there's Tabe.
Yeah, and you know, again, a big question mark to us is where is Mata, because he's not been announced as like being released from the team yet. So you would still expect he's there in some capacity, but isn't on stage.
It's interesting because, you know, both these coaches, you got Tabe, you got Mata, both people that have been supports of Uzi in the past. Uzi, of course, no longer on the team, but you know, Xiaohu came in after the fact.
Also interesting they're highlighting the jungle matchup, where, you know, for RNG, Xiaolongbao, I would say, has the highest highs, but also probably the lowest lows on the team. And for IG, I mean, Ning's just look good. Like, Ning is genuinely been like a pleasure to watch, and is definitely in that upper tier of jungle in the LPL. And again, I've been like racking my brain constantly thinking who's the best jungler, and it's so hard when even our bottom tier junglers are playing well. When even, again, the likes of Xiaopeng, when Meteor's not a bottom tier jungler, but, you know, a lower tier team is playing well. When Haro's the best player on Rogue Warriors, it's like, man, when all of our low tier teams have good junglers, all of our best teams have great junglers, it's so competitive.
And, you know, you have two teams that are both world champions in their right. Ning, World's MVP of 2018. Tien, World's MVP of 2019. They still have to be in the conversation because of their experience and what they've shown in the past. So it is really hard, and so Xiaolong Bao will be stepping into an unfavorable matchup in terms of the fan support. I know recently Ning has had a lot of praise from both the English side and the Chinese side with the performance we've seen, and also this man on your screen, the Shy, has not been dying as much and has been performing better as well.
But he has been dying quite a lot with, you know, the hair colors because, you know, we have a lot of synergy on the side of IG.
Okay, we do. Is everyone went? No.
Not everyone.
Top solo lanes and jungle.
Top side.
Okay. And Puff and Puff and Vowlan, excuse me, their own entity. As, ladies and gentlemen, RNG IG. I've been waiting for this one. Let's get into it. The historic matchup continues. 8-3 here for IG. 5-5 for RNG. Recency does not support them, where IG are coming off a bit of a win streak here with 3 series under the belt. On blue side, IG already taking away the Karma from Xiaohu. Twisted Fate as well. Very targeted towards the mid laner.
Yep, seems IG are acknowledging how much influence Xiaohu's going to have on this matchup and how good he is in the mid lane with influencing other lanes in the jungle. For the side of RNG, don't be fooled, right? That Kalista ban is obviously targeted at Puff, as well as the Shy, who is still spamming that champion in solo queue.
True.
And the Aphelios coming out as well is just expected.
I mean, the fun fact is that, you know, Kalista is in the top 50% of banned against of IG. Always has been, always will be.
I still check his OPGG all the time, especially I do tend to cast IG a lot. I check it every time I do, and he still plays this champion all the damn time.
You know, he's 5-0 in the LPL, and no one's beaten his Kalista in this league, so very well deserved to be banned. And with the targeting towards Bard, Syndra left open, and Rookie will get a favorite of his.
And that's great, because this is obviously a very strong contested pick for Xiaohu as well, so it's going to be massive. Rookie going to be able to take over this game by himself. And now, where does RNG go? I'd love to see the Ashe pick right. Gives you a lot of proactive options, how you can play around the map. We don't see it too much with going towards mid, but that is always there as well, since Syndra is an immobile mid lane champion.
Other interesting part is that Puff is an Ezreal player as well, and has been for a while in the LPL, so that might just be a trade-off as Galio priority for RNG.
Yeah, and that's interesting, which I feel like we've been seeing so much Galio. I remember there was one day where we had TF versus Galio almost every single game. So Xiaohu going to go back towards that option of influencing the map, and the fact that we have an Ashe, you assume it's not going to be this more peel-oriented Galio. We're going to pair it with something that could get on the carries of IG and attack the map. And you highlighted the Ezreal. Despite the nerfs, Puff has always been an Ezreal player because he's not too much known for getting in harm's way. He doesn't want to play from a distance. He needs a lot of self-peel because he knows his team does not play for him.
Well, RNG, a bit of priority on the solo lanes. They already picked on up. Now, Ming in the past has played Galio support, but we'll hold this as a solo laner for now. While RNG start banning away what they don't want the Wukong to go into.
And this is a great pick because IG actually do ban out Wukong a lot on second rotation because if you don't watch it very often, the Shy does not play Wukong. So IG bans his champion all the time, going to ban out the strong matchups against it. And I like that they picked this up, right? Because we said, hey, the fact that they have an Ashe, we assume it's going to be a very proactive and engage-oriented Galio. The Wukong pairs with that so well.
And I just love that RNG didn't pick up an early Renekton like we've seen on red side before, which puts the trap of the Shy just pulling Quinn in immediately. So he's also played a lot of that AD carry, but you talk about the setup there for RNG with the Wombo denying some themselves with the IG ban of Kennen against the Shy again.
And now I want to see if RNG go towards jungle, because obviously the Volibear is a flex pick for IG, but I'd say it's been a lot more Ning-oriented. The Shy's only played it once, to our Ning's played it 4 times, so just going towards something like the Graves here would be really nice for the side of RNG, and there we go.
Okay, built up some 80 damage here for RNG and for Xiaolong Bao to succeed.
I mean, the thing I love about this pick, right, is we've already set up, you have the aggressive options to bring Galio in. You now have a really strong 2v2 with Xiaohu able to lock down the Shy, and then Xiaolong Bao coming in for all the damage. So we have a lot of like interesting ways this comp's going to interact with each other.
A lot of angles to explore for RNG so far. For IG though, the Shy on Mordekaiser wasn't a thing until recently. I believe this will be his second game.
I'm pretty sure that was his first time ever in his
It
career,
was.
if I remember correctly.
He's like, now I can play this
and
champion.
he played it so well, and it was so nice to see because seeing the Shy play a champion that can play by itself, that can survive dives, can survive ganks because you have the Death Realm, and still show up in team fights is absolutely massive. Of course, does great into the Wukong as well.
And we have to remember, we don't know what we're going to expect with the Shy, and I'm not talking about kills and deaths. I'm talking about his champ pool. 14 unique champions so far in the summer split, as the set will round out the support position. I want to talk about IG's comp in a second after we see RNG facilitate this all-in that's already built up.
Yeah, I want to see where Ming goes, because you could go with something obvious like maybe a Nautilus, or if he wants to branch out, I guess with the Karma gone, there's no obvious like mage support answer. You would expect just putting more frontline and more engage along with what you already have.
Thinking about it for a bit here, RNG 2 seconds, Tahm Kench. Okay, so Galio, of course, in the solo lane. And that Tahm Kench bit of safety built bot.
It's very interesting for me for the reason that IG's comp to me looks like it wants RNG to play into them. Mordekaiser is the type of champion who does a lot better when the team's coming into him. You can pull someone into Death Realm, isolate them. Ezreal obviously wants champions to come into him. Syndra can really play out either way, but you don't have any real set engage for the side of IG, right? It's Ning or Baolan running in or finding a flank, something along those lines. So very conditional draft coming in. So the Tahm Kench is a bit weird, but I still like RNG's draft overall because we have the engage tools coming out. We talked about the mid-jungle 2v2 dynamics. You have an ability to get on top of IG, and it seems like the Tahm Kench is just there to like save people from whether it's not Scatter the Weak, the Unleash Power or something along those lines.
Just an extra tool in the arsenal, I guess. Where
Exactly.
We talked about the different directions of RNG. You got the Tahm Kench to round it all out. In the past, RNG, especially during spring, we were criticizing the drafting. We've come into summer and it feels like it's been a bit more rounded, I'd say. Tabe being the stage coach and the face recently of RNG and the spanner behind the works. While for IG, we've talked a lot about Coach Fly in the past. And I'm excited to run into this one. I'm scared because every time we come into IG RNG, I can't contain myself. 30 kills averaging in 2019. Game 3 was the limit in 2020 spring, and now in summer, I want to do it again. IG and RNG, we're running into this one head first to see where it takes us here in the LPL 2020 summer. Fans out, and we get our Jayos. That's what I love as well.
I miss the like famous ex-pros showing up in our Gyos.
Yeah.
That was always cool. Or the dogs.
Like we got
the
like
animals.
Zatai, Let
Yeah.
Me was in one of them as well.
We had Quickshot's dog.
Yeah, Quickshot's dog was here last week. That was interesting, or earlier in the week, I should say. Also, now that Uzi's retired, technically, we get an Uzi Jayo, but I'll be waiting for that one. Here in IG matchup, a matchup that in the past 7 series in a year and a half has gone to game 3 5 of the times. So expect this one to go the distance as well, as we welcome you to Summoner's Rift. Sir Ning in the jungle with press the attack. That's what I see, but apart from that, everything seems to be in order.
Yep, and the only thing that I want to point out very early on is, you know, if you haven't read 10.14, the Ezreal nerf is his E cooldown, got 3 seconds added in all ranks.
So 28 seconds.
So it is a pretty decently sized nerf, and you're going to have to play a lot more careful around the windows where you can go aggressive.
I'm going to bring you into the reality of this game, though, because a bit of an invade start from Xiaolong Bao. The Shy is not going to lane. Instead, he wants to take this away, but a smite will be available. Rather, just path back to his lane. Xiaolong Bao hits 2 and steals away the blue buff, while Gala in a bit of trouble. Tahm Kench, though, level 1 is pretty big, and Baolan, I'm not sure you know what the champion does, even though you played it a lot in the past.
And that was massive for the side of RNG. A 2v2 kill at level 1 is not something we expected to see. And think about this. They've cut the map. They're playing around the top side. Xiaolong Bao is in IG's top side jungle, and their bot lane just got a 2v2 kill.
And that kill went over to Gala. And when we talked about Gala being the new addition to RNG, boy, oh boy, what a start, considering the Shy now has to back in top as well.
You know what's really crazy to me is when we were going to go talk about win conditions, as we're seeing
Oh, wow, he
Xiaolong
was so
Bao
low.
duel the Shy in the lower left corner of our screen is the fact that for Ning, you'd really want to play around top and mid, in my opinion, because you're going to have priority in the mid lane. We know Syndra's going to push in the Galio. Mordekaiser should start beating Wukong very early on in this matchup, and you're going to have tools around there to play through topside. You're a Volibear, so you want to look for this counter jungling. You took press the attack, so you want to play very aggressively, but still now not going to have anything on his topside to go towards.
They are going to bump heads here, though. End of the line does quite a lot of damage, and Xiaolong Bao in the vicinity. Ning brings down the Sky Splitter, but now both junglers know where each other are. It's going to be bottom scuttle for Ning, while back to his own camp to clear for Xiaolong Bao.
Yep, and now Xiaolong Bao going to head back to the top half of the map.
So, tell me what teams want to do, because we talked about RNG's all in, we talked about their engage, but at what point should we be looking out for, what, Galio ulti, level 6s on the map? What do you think?
So when you look at RNG's comp, the thing that jumps out for you first is, again, they have an amazing ability to gank mid lane. They have the CC coming out from Xiao, who Rookie didn't take cleanse, so if he does get taunted, Xiaolong Bao just gets to unload all his bursts. So if he goes for early ganks, we should expect it mid. But RNG's comp is a lot more about the level 6 point, right? It's all about Galio coming in with his ultimate.
Oh no, News made a grave mistake. Press the attack enabled, looking for the Wukong. Flashes over,
Ooh.
Ning matches it as well, but the smoke screen so well done from Xiaolong Bao saves his top laner's life.
Yeah, still that was massive for the side of IG. The Shy going to get so much pressure from this. Now New is going to be forced to use his TP as well, like the Shy already had earlier.
And then he won't have any summoners whatsoever.
Still is going to have an item advantage, so the Shy is going to need to look for a recall right now. So there's a small window where Xiaolong Bao can come look for a gank topside, because look, we have double longsword for New compared to nothing for the Shy.
Yep. No pots
And the
whatsoever.
Shy has to walk back to lane. He has no TP anymore.
Very true.
But going back to...
Unshielded Durand used. Scatterweek not going to do anything. The Winds of War. Good trade against Rookie from Xiaohu. As we talked about how competitive these two mid laners will be throughout the series. Good to see Xiaohu holding up in CS so far.
I'm just paying attention. I'll say I'm paying attention to this to see if Xiaolong Bao actually goes back. We got to keep in mind Ning is on the top side as well.
Oh, Hex Flash over the wall though. Battleland once again. Scatter the Weak connects, and with Face Breaker, bit of potential onto Xiaohu. Ignite's going to be dropped on down. Xiaohu has his flash, but he wants to dodge the Haymaker. The auto almost seals the deal with the Ignite ticking over. But a good dodge. Xiaohu survives, but he has no TP. He's going to walk back to lane while top side. The Shy wants to go in with Ning on the wing. Xiaolong Bao has no mana. Sky Splitter down onto this duo as re-engage from New. Ning getting turned on, but Death Grasp brings him to kill the jungler. And the Shy, even with his shield, he's going to die as well. Through the minion wave, RNG take 2.
And we were praising Ning so much.
But Rookie and Baolan are going to try and turn around. Scatter the Weak dodged away from, but not the Face Breaker. 2 quick punches. Rookie with an auto. He picks up his first kill of the game, and New is out.
I mean, that's still a massive win for the side of RNG to pick up so many kills. And, you know, we did see Xiao have to blow Flash earlier on. Of course, Xiaolong Bao and New did lose it out as well. But still, right now we're at a 1.2k gold lead at 6 minutes for RNG.
Baolan had to make the roam as well, so he's left Puff in an awkward position in this bottom lane.
And that was just not pleasant to watch from Ning trying so aggressively to run forward onto Xiaolong Bao. Obviously wasn't able to pull it off, but... You know, one thing for IG I like is we see Baolan playing towards mid, and this is something Southwind never did. And it just, Southwind was a lot more about sitting in lane, he'd play with Puff, and I guess the worst part is when you're dedicating so much time to lane, but not a lane-dominant bot lane, it is quite disappointing to where you look at like Hope and Mako early on, or even in spring, Mako doesn't roam much, but Hope and Mako are getting 2v2 kills in lane.
Oh yeah, they're big bottom lane, right?
Exactly.
Like we can even talk about, I guess, the newly formed support in PP God.
Exactly, same.
He has dominance through lane, but also roams.
Yeah.
So
to where Southwind definitely just sat in lane, and Baolan now coming back into the roster, making a lot of these moves around mid that we saw. And when your mid laner is Rookie, who is, I would say, the best laning mid laner and the second best mid laner overall in the LPL, obviously after Knight, this is the guy you need to play around.
Obviously, I had a controversial tweet recently naming Knight and Rookie as the top in the LPL in the world. To go beyond that, but Rookie's been playing really well. As Ming going to be dodging a lot of damage here thanks to the Grey Shield. But Gala and Ming actually have a lead in this lane, plus the earlier First Blood. The Vampire Acceptor makes it very easy at this point.
And this is where we want to start seeing RNG play around the globals, right? Xiaohu is level 6, so we'll have an easy time to find kills in the bot lane once Scala does pick up that level 6 as well. He can even support Xiaolong Bao's counter jungling as we see, which is going to allow him to start picking up these dragons. And one thing we've talked about a lot with Ash, Tom, Kench especially, is it'd be nice to see them making global plays to other sides of the map. not necessarily top, right? It's a Mordekaiser, but going mid. Rookie doesn't have cleanse. See Gala show up in mid lane, throw down that Enchanted Crystal Arrow, set up for a taunt from Xiaohu.
Hang on. Cyclone top. Ning's coming in, though. Will the Shy survive long enough? The Death Realm was already used. Sky Splitter in, and Ning trying to focus topside, but New's just safe behind the turret walls.
But this is what we thought would happen, right? We talked about, hey, this is where Ning's going to have his pressure. This is where he needs to play around. This is how bot lane should go, right? Ashe is just going to constantly spam volleys.
Yep.
We see the trading power of Tahm Kench in lane, so they're going to have constant prio in the bot side. And now it's just about IG trying to get more in the top half of the map. I feel like for RNG, their comp spikes really hard, like around this point, the level 6 mark through the 1 item mark, and they need to build advantages from here. To where for IG, it's going to be tough because I feel like it's very good in the mid and late game, but it is reliant on getting on objectives first and forcing RNG to come into you. Because as we've said, it is no way of running into RNG's comp.
Well, at the very least for IG, getting on the Rift Herald first here for Ning, who picks it up after dying earlier in the game, means that he has an avenue to hit through mid. Rookie a bit low on mana, but just needs to clear the wave or draw Xiaohu in. Unleash power used. Scatter the Weak connects as well. Ning wants to dive. Storm Splitter, Sky Splitter. Everything's splitting at this point, and Ning will get the kill onto Xiaohu.
And this is so beautiful to see. I absolutely love that IG are putting resources into mid. Great combo coming out from Rookie to lock Xiaohu down. And now Ning might even just drop Herald now, but instead just going to opt for a back. I mean, you're not going to take the turret, but still.
But you got the kill. I mean, you got the kill under Ning. So
great play. Great play from IG overall.
Freeing up the lane that is going to pull you forward when you've now got a lost chapter on Rookie. And remember, he's also got a Dark Seal with 3 stacks.
Yeah, and this game has been so back and forth. As we can see, right? 2 to 3. We got a Dragon traded for a Herald.
This is a good game.
This is. I mean, can I say barn burner this time?
Yep.
This one is a.
This is already a barn burner.
It is. This is way different than last game.
So, what is your definition of a barn burner? Because I feel like a barn burner should be like,
look,
it's on fire, but we don't care.
Let's be honest. I called last series a barn burner because last series needed something positive.
Something burnt down.
It needed something there.
Yeah.
But
barn burner was not the right word though.
I mean, I feel like a barn burner like makes me think of some like awesome festival or concert and everything's awesome. People are breaking guitars and amplifiers and everything's exploding and it's amazing.
Yeah, for some reason all I think about is The Simpsons. I think about Cletus. So that's all I got.
Oh, wow.
But, yeah.
God.
Hey, while we bring you back to the game, while we have CS leads through mid and when we just talked about Rookie success, Gala's been playing this lane really well, and we've seen how he's been kiting out Baolan and Puff through their, I guess, skill shots. 20 CS lead here with a Blade of the Ruin King on the way shortly. Well, Shalom Bao mid and Enchanted Crystal Arrow.
This is what we wanted.
Onto Rookie, and it lands. Gala sets up for the shield of Duran. And you know what? Rookie's going nowhere. Gala, you miracle man.
And this is what I always look for. If you listen to the LPL often, we always want to see these Ashe Arrow plays on mid. We don't see them too often. And to me, it's what is the distinction between a good Ashe and a great Ashe. And it was amazing to see that RNG utilizing the tools they have available.
That is a great Ashe. Gala now sets himself up. And he picks up that assist as
now
well.
what RNG would hope to do is they just use bot lane to get pressure mid. Now they want to bring this pressure back from mid down to bot. We see that IG's bot lane is pushed out and overextended, but looks like instead Xiaohu's just going to go for a good reset.
Okay. Take the greedy new top side.
They do have vision of Ning on bot. Obviously, look at RNG's ward line is extremely good across the map right now. Like, look at that ward line, Hysterics. So beautiful.
Ah, it's clean.
Chef's kiss.
Okay. I think I heard it. You don't have to.
Joe always says it, though. Made me want to say it. But, yeah, IG finally going to drop this Herald mid, as we'd expect. Yep. We talk a lot about, you know, globals in the mid lane, attacking those, setting him behind.
Ning also has ulti if this expands into anything else, but gold just shared between Rookie and Ning here, 160 apiece. And when Ning already has his jungle item, that feels pretty nice, but also it feels pretty good when you're Rookie building towards that first item, towards this next dragon.
Ooh, but we see a dive come out. Both of these champions are amazing at dives. The ultimate from the Bear and obviously the Haymaker coming out from the set, but instead going to opt out.
You're talking about vision line. Feels like IG wanted to bait in the junglers. Watch this arrow again.
Look at this high-level production.
Oh.
Ult hit. They understand the window well. Xiaohu goes forward. Xiaolongbao provides all the damage, and Rookie goes down. Again, it's like punch for punch with both teams right now. Small gold lead for RNG, small dragon lead for RNG.
Yep. built off the earlier play, but the next Dragon is coming up in 15 seconds. Ning is bot side, and you can see RNG already set up. Xiaolongbao waiting in awe. Or maybe an angst. As Ning going to be checking that brush. And RNG have advantage over the river.
Puff
Teleport was just used by New Top.
Yeah, and Puff is not here, though. So it's kind of weird. So the Shy's just going to walk outright. You do feel like RNG have to give this one up, and it looks like they are.
Okay. Xiaolongbao spotted out, and IG begin it.
And we are not going to get either of our favorite Drakes as the soul.
Oh, well.
Disappointing.
It's going to be
Cloud.
Watch of the Cloud soul, yep.
Oh.
Hey, I'm okay with that. For IG, with the way their front line's set up. That's a pretty good win if you can pick it up.
I mean, for both teams, there are going to be a lot of resistances on both sides. So, like, again, even ignoring Soul, just stacking up Mountain's going to be quite good for both sides.
3 apiece. All right, well, we've had hit that 6 point for RNG. You talked about the one item and the influence. We've already seen the enchant across the arrow come out. Now we need the hero's entrance from Xiaohu.
Exactly, and the thing is, like, the map state still doesn't change, right? Because we don't have any turrets going down. It's still, like, the same normal lane setup. So both the typical options are still available to both teams. RNG able to exert this pressure from bot onto mid, try and unlock Xiaohu to then, you know, make a play elsewhere. And for IG, I still feel like it really is hoping laners overextend or playing through mid, since as we saw with the earlier gank, Rookie is the one with great setup for the volley bear.
We're going to cross map plays. Ming just takes the big krug.
I feel like the next thing we're going to look at is just IG are going to get Rift Herald, and it looks like RNG are just going to posture to take this bottom side turret.
Okay, well, they're moving on in. Here comes Xiaolongbao. Teleport going to be burned as well. Puff just gets locked down against the corner. He's stuck around for too long and doesn't respect RNG.
And I think a lot of people remember, I think it was Frost who used to always talk about LPL Tahm Kench being used as these aggressive dive champions because you have the Devour there to get someone out of harm's way. Great to see this play from RG.
As now on the transition, it's Xiaohu's called out. He goes golden, but Scatter the Weak getting lined on up. Flashes away in time. Shielded Duran for the re-engage. Xiaolongbao has a lot of damage at this point with Gala joining in as well. The Shy pulls in the jungler into the Death Realm and wants to nail him down while the rest of the fight goes on. Xiaolongbao flashes away for safety while Rookie hits over the wall, but IG don't have this fight under their belt, and the Shy's just walked into a choke against this team of RNG, shot down by the Mafia Man, and RNG take it all.
And overall, that was just great to see from the side of RNG. The Shy not able to take out Xiaolongbao, is able to flash away, kite him out long enough to get through that team fight. Of course, Puff was dead, so that was a numbers advantage fight for RNG. New was already on the rotation over, and just great play. And this is what's so annoying but great about RNG, is they can play to the level of any opponent, but that goes both ways, right?
I was literally about to say that RNG are playing up once again to their opponent. And here we go, Xiaolongbao having a great game. And that turn from RNG was beautiful.
Yeah, we see Xiaohu just kind of walking back a very aggressive and greedy way. I don't know if they were setting up for this play already, because we do see New heading down. The Shy comes in, pulls Xiaolongbao on the Death Realm. Nothing's going to happen here, so we're going to ignore it, see what happens on the other side of the fight. New comes in off the flank. Again, it's a 5v4. Puff is already dead. Ning just goes down outright to Xiaolongbao. And then also Baolan dying in the wings as well, and just overall clean fight coming out from RNG.
3-1-4 on the Graves, 2-0-2 in that flanking Wukong. And also 2-1-2 now on Xiaohu. We didn't even have to see his hero's entrance. But now when he does make that play, he's set up to be pretty impactful, more so than before.
And this is great to see, because we talked about earlier how it feels like IG's best way to play is being able to get on objectives first, right? They do very good if they can kite out, or like the Shy pulling you into Death Realm, separating you, things along these lines. If you can't get on the objective first, you don't have a way to engage on RNG. And sure, RNG wants to engage onto you, but at the same time, now RNG's 3k gold ahead. They're going to feel great taking every engagement. Next Dragon's up in a minute and a half, and with this Ashe, with this Galio, they are still the ones with proactive tools to attack the map.
And they're hitting 2 items before, you know, the completion of 1. Example for the top side, we got 1.5 there, and the Shy has optimized into Seeker's Arm Guard, Nash's Tooth on the way. Just trying to pick up his first. While with this Herald, bit more gold to RNG if they can take down this turret. Rookie's left to defend, but RNG have backup if they need it.
Ooh, Baolan like is really looking aggressive, but as we can see on our mini-map, Xiaohu was heading down. Obviously, IG didn't have vision on him, but you don't see him anywhere else, so realistically, where could he be?
Well, even got the second charge. Rookie tried to time Scatter the Weak, but was unsuccessful. And a really good look for RNG, but now IG on the back foot 17 minutes in. We know what IG are as a team. Their playstyle will always be fight and fight until we run out of breath, and even then, die until we run out of breath. And this will be interesting to see how we go at this next dragon, because IG aren't ones to back away just because they can't or shouldn't.
Yep, and now we're going to see lane set up with New on top side, which makes sense for the fact that Dragon's going to come up. New should start walking bot right now if RNG want to contest, though since his TP is up soon, as long as RNG can kind of threaten a potential engage and buy New enough time, it does look like his TP will actually be up.
He's buying time for now as he walks down through the choke. IG.
And I like that as well, because don't even waste TP if you don't have to.
Yep.
So IG get the setup on the objective first. Puff is going to be able to throw down this poke.
Scatter of the Week sent out. It was onto Ming. Not enough damage. New will be spotted out here on this ward. But now IG are in the middle of the ocean, and RNG are the sharks ready to devour. Xiaohu wants to angle in with the Shield of Duran, but won't for now. Scout of the Week targets him down. Dragon being started, but IG are burning through health bars.
Gala's low, though. Gala's already half HP. Could be quite risky for him to go forward.
As Baolan will find New on the flank, brings him into the enemy team, but New, that's only the clone. Shield of Duran to zone away. The Dragon does go down to IG, but they commit a lot as the Shy's in the death realm with Shalom Bao. Death Grasp will pull him on in. The jungler gets him, though, and RNG with a net win as True Shot Barrage through the line. Unleash power onto Xiao, but he gets Puff before dying as Ming now, with grey health, survives, flashes over the wall, and RNG will take that 2-for-1.
But still, IG are the ones to get the Dragon, and we see how this works, right? We haven't actually seen Mordekaiser's utilized in a great way. Like
Smite down with the ulti and down with the sickness. Shalom Bao's like, what are you doing? Puff now left on his lonesome, and RNG even with low health bars. I think Puff shouldn't be here. New with one more auto, but exhausted down, he has to flash away. RNG still threatening, but trying to find something they shouldn't.
That was confusing, but still exciting to see Puff play so aggressive. Ning, not so much, and man, I feel like Ning's so cursed. He starts finally looking great. We all start praising him, and then he's just kind of like, sorry guys,
have said anything.
I need to remind you why, I'm not going to keep going, actually.
the T comes out. It's on one of the players at a time. But, oh no, it can't be on both in the same game.
I love that we saw IG, having the Shy pull Shelling Bout into the Death Realm, allowing Ning to pick up the Dragon very easily. And that's always going to be a tool available for them.
We'll see another one in 3 minutes 30, but I want to focus on RNG right now. Lyric still waiting for the hero's entrance. Of course, we did see it in the last fight, but see RNG with a proactive engage. Last time was a bit of a messy skirmish. Still fun to watch.
It was very weird that we just saw Gala throw out the arrow. I think it was on Baolan right away. No one was even in range to follow up.
Oh, there you go. Through Puff. Ezreal, Arcane shifts away. Not that he needed it. Flash shielded Dragon locks down two, and they're still on to Puff. He gets burnt down. And Baolan in the mix. Now with the Haymaker shield. Gonna go down to Gala as well. Two already drop into the Death Realm with Xiaohu. But Ning comes back in to kill Shalom Bao and pays the iron price. Royal never give up. True to their namesake, but now onto the Shy. Gala's the AD carry that this team needs. As it's through the mid lane that IG are trying to win this game, but the whole team's dead while Rookie gets the top laner.
I gotta say, it's amazing to see RNG play so proactively, pick up all these kills, but once again, it's Rookie against the world.
The 2-1-2, Syndra trying his heart out. But Ning is not having a great game, and the Shy can't do a damn thing.
I do want to say, again, IG's draft does look a bit rough. It shouldn't be at this much of a disadvantage. It looks rough in the sense there's no way to engage, but man, we've heard from Ning before in interviews. Sometimes they'll just draft pick champions that they like and feel comfortable with, and at the end they're like, oh, these don't really go together. But here, they found the pick like you already talked about. Overall, great taunt coming out from Xiaohu after the Enchant Crystal Arrow whiffed. And the thing I love about RNG in situations like this, they're always willing to walk forward as a team and set these kinds of plays up.
As Gala picks up the triple here in the end as well. And the Shy dies his fourth time, but RNG looking swift here. As Rookie does get the shutdown onto New. While we return to live, Ming is going to be unleashed power on with Scatter of the Week, but the damage, no follow-up here. Baolan's going to take the arrow. Shield of Duran means he's dead. 0-5. 16 kills for RNG with a 5k gold lead, and they only want to go forward in front of this Baron as the flank from New sets up the ultimate punch down from Xiaohu. Puff against the wall, against the world, and against the monkey. He will die as well. And now the Baron on the menu.
Yeah, RNG going to be able to force this. The Shy does have Death Roam, so it does open up some interesting possibilities. I like that RNG aren't going for it, because can you imagine a world where the Shy just pulls Xiaolongbao to Death Roam and Ning suddenly comes in, ults in the pit out of nowhere, steals?
Somehow the game's back.
It would be crazy, but...
You know why the blue buff's like that, right? Rookie's tilted.
Understandably so, but... Yeah, this is one of those games where you look at IG's draft and... Like, there's things about it you don't like, but there's definitely no, like, justification for it being 7K gold down at 20 minutes, right? Like, a lot of its problems I feel like you run into in the mid-game, or even, like, falling slightly behind I can understand, because I feel like RNG have more pressure points to, you know, get a gold lead, but all of IG's problems come from lack of engage.
Telephone. Okay. We've taken down the Dragon timers now. I mean, Dragon is up.
This has just been mistakes, a lot from Ning, and even a bit from Puff and Balan. I'd say more so from Balan than Puff, but...
And we're getting version 1 of Invictus Gaming, where RNG, some of their most comprehensive team play, as they walk towards River. Dragon is up.
Xiaohu has Ghost, too, so keep your eye on that. Doesn't matter that he doesn't have Ultimate. He can get in the middle of the fight very easily. Oh, wow, just great. Great, and this is what we talked about, right? We said... IG need to be on the objective first, and that's the reason. So then Puff can freely throw out this poke, and then RNG can't engage onto them.
Can they threaten Baron, though?
No.
Okay. That's the important point.
I mean, I guess can they? Yes. Should they? Probably not. Not probably not. I'd say no.
At least RNG control the vision around this area at the very least. IG will reset, now being on Soul Point, which will make things a lot more difficult. You talked about the potential scaling and how, you know, if they are on that objective first, they can't be approached. So I'll be curious to see how IG go from here.
Let's remember that RNG don't have a ton of AP damage either. Sure, Xiaohu will hit like a truck at this point because of how far ahead RNG is, but you think about the longer this game goes, they're stacking mountains. As soon as they start buying MR, one MR item, Xiaohu's not going to really do much.
And the rest, you got armor.
Exactly. We already see them stacking armor for the other members, right? We see both the Shy and Ning, even Balan starting to get there.
I mean, and Ezra with Iceborne and then Death's Dance, right, is pretty unkillable as RNG. However, are going to be starting this Baron to threaten off. Now, can they do it quick enough before IG get here?
It looks like IG still don't even realize it's happening. They're kind of moving over, but very slowly. RNG are going to get it.
Yep, walking in, a little bit late from Ning, and Chanakos Arrow flashed away from him. He wants to steal, but not in time now for the fight. The Death's Grasp pulls on in as the Shy wants the Death Roam into the backline. Balan gets a 4-man face breaker. The AoE set up as Rookie on the outside of the pit, dodging away from you, but RNG are getting corrupted by the tainted minds of Invictus Gaming.
I mean, overall, the sad thing is a lot of members of RNG didn't have Flash. They could have just flashed out of the pit, had that Baron. Those tools weren't available. You look at all the AoE for the side of IG. Very easy to claim that fight. And guess what? We keep saying no engage, lack of engage. You don't need engage if they're stuck in the pit.
Hey, we've said this so many times with IG's draft. Where's the engage? And it ends up being someone like Rookie or even Balan.
Well, the engage here was RNG's decision to do Baron. Again, look at the tooltip at the bottom. Gala, no flash. Xiaohu, no flash. Xiaolongbao, no flash. Only Ming and Nu would be able to get this Baron and get out safely. The rest are pretty much confirmed dead. Look at all this AoE coming out from IG.
Even the Haymaker on a support at this point does so much damage.
Of course, it's just massive. And this is right, hitting down the middle, getting that true damage as well. IG overall, nice to find these kills. You still have Baron on Xiaolongbao, though.
Yes. And the gold lead,
so,
of course.
Realistically, it doesn't feel like you'll be able to use that to push down any structures, but you can at least try to get map control through having Xiaolongbao show in mid, push mid, get vision control down bot side, then play for Dragon.
I mean, with that Baron sneak, RNG should have been able to calmly close out the game from there, right? At least to some regard, having more control and getting to that 10K gold lead.
Yes, definitely. And I mean, they're still at a 6K gold lead, right?
Yeah,
so
they're still in control of this game, to a degree. However, now, IG are looking for picks. Rookie building up the orbs, ready to unleash hell. And we're going to start talking about some items from Invictus Gaming. RNG, of course, hit their almost 3 item troughs here with Xiaohu getting towards Morel and Omicron, but I believe we'll be going Void Staff.
I'm actually just surprised we're not seeing Puff go towards Death's Dance at this point, just from the fact that it is Mountain Drake, Mountain Rift, because right there they are stacking up so many of these. It's what helps so much. does feel like one of those games where they should be a bit versatile. Doesn't really feel like he necessarily needs to rush the Blade of the Rune King in this situation.
Yep. At the very least, seeing some of those core armor items. You've got the Randuin's Omen second here from Ning, so the rest of IG definitely using the Mountain Dragons well. A minute 20 till the soul comes up. The Baron buff on Shalom will expire in 30 seconds.
Even right now, 147 armor for Puff, so
yeah,
he's pretty tanky.
And it feels bad when you're someone like Shalom Bao, who's done so well this game. At least he has the armor shredding of the Black Cleaver.
Now we look at Gala, though, with that IE coming out on top of the Runon, so going to be dealing a ton of damage. And the great thing for IG right now is they have the vision control. IG don't have any wards to flank either, so we can't expect to see New come off with some insane Cyclone on the back line. But RNG are reacting by just trying to 4-man shove mid. New is waiting in the wings as well.
And hey, I told you it was 30 kills, averaging a game in 2019. We're heading towards that here now as well, as Gala going to get the spot. Janikos Aura is available. Xiaohu also has the hero's entrance, New with his ulti, but no flash. 30 seconds till that comes up. Look at where Xiaohu is behind enemy lines, but Sky Splitter. Ning has an idea. IG separated for now, but RNG have the inside track towards mid if the next wave comes in.
Ooh, but so RNG going to push out this wave. I don't expect them to commit, because remember, this would be Soul if IG get this dragon.
Yep. Be worth losing a turret for, maybe. Maybe.
Wow, RNG are committing.
Okay, well, News here. Xiaohu's here. Shalom Bao's here. Baolan's zoning off. Turret is going to go down while the Mountain Dragon's going to be started off. Abyssal Voyage brings them in now, exposing inhibitor, but Rookie with Scatter the Weak. True Shot Barrage. Mountain Soul secured. And now RNG have to get out of here, but maybe want to start the fight. Scatter the Weak again. Shield of Drain around the back. Hits no one. The arrow onto the front line of the Shy, who's buying time. Xiaohu doing the same there as collateral damage does a bit of damage himself. Rookie, though, scatters the Weak once more and wants to 1v4. Puff survives. Now back in the rest of the fight as News in the middle of 3. A great little face breaker by Baolan. And that's Soul for 2 for 2.
Overall, 2 big things for me. One, great job by IG to control vision, set up that play in time, do a great job of making sure no one from RNG can walk in. The second thing is, man, that was such a confusing play from RNG, trying to take one turret and commit to contesting Drake.
I feel like you just run it down mid and keep going.
You at least commit to one. I definitely stand by the line of thinking that it's much better to be a decisive team than necessarily a smart team. Like, of course, if you could be both, that's, that wins that wins world titles, but at least commit to one. Instead, going for the mid turret, so they're already coming in. We already see IG. We already highlighted how many resistances they have, right? In such a good position. Rookie dealing so much damage. You can see hitting multi-man Scatter the Weaks, hitting these Qs. Great ultimate coming out as well. Puff taking out Xiaohu on the back end of the fight. And, no one can get on top of Ezreal at this point. Very easy for IG to finish this fight out.
Baolan had a rough early game. He's died 6 times. But in that fight as well, much like the one in front of Baron, all you have to do is land that key ulti and get a good face breaker. And you're the eye of the team. As for Invictus Gaming, Rookie as well in that fight.
We're in a weird world where IG have Soul. IG are down 11 kills. They're down 6k gold. But it feels like they're controlling the game.
Yeah, and they got a Baron.
Have Soul, right?
The Baron's coming up in 15 seconds. This is going to be the true test. Because the 33% damage Syndra
90%
needs
KP.
to die. Woo. He needs to die for RNG to get control back of this game.
And we need to remember he does have Banshee's Veil, and we've seen the impact of that, right? No one able to just cleanly lock down Rookie.
Janikos Aura is back up and available, though, for Gala. As IG partially grouped mid while
the Shy is making his way up.
He's going to be spotted out there. Now, Banshee's Veil's gone. Abyssal Voyage.
Gala
needs to send in the ulti. Flashes away. Gala layers it down, but hits Ning. Now for IG at full health bars. They re-engage. Shalom Bao in the pit. Hex Flash over. Baolan just threatening. RNG have to back away from this. IG get river priority.
Oh, God.
Xiaohu going to be eaten up. Nicely done by Ming.
Yep, nice shot by Ming. And that's 2 ultis down for the side of RNG, but you did get Flash from Rookie, so that could be pretty massive, right? Those cooldowns definitely way less valuable than Flash.
Depends on what happens next. I think IG are going to be backing away from the objective. Yes, you don't do it as quick as someone like RNG would.
You definitely do not. Now we're just going to be in reset territory, and I'm just wondering where IG look next, right? Because IG are the ones with Soul. Are IG just going to wait for Elder, do the same thing again, right? Force a 5-man push mid, get their vision down, and then just threaten RNG walking in with all of Puff's poke?
Because we'll be at that point when we have a 4-item Ezreal, 4-item Syndra, 3-item Mordekaiser. And so some pretty big damage items that'll come online.
This is going to be a very strange game where we could end up with IG winning with even gold just off the fact that RNG are still winning 6K, right? Like, even if RNG start pushing down mid, take all the structures, it'd be about even. I'm interested to see that gold draft afterwards, but point is right now, it does feel like we're very much waiting for the next Elder. RNG still have tools if they want to, you know, push down mid, try and get vision in the bot side jungle. I guess not right now because Baron's still up, so you're going to want to wait another minute for that. But, you know, get vision down in both river sides and try and find a pick with the Enchanted Crystal Arrow. Of course, that would be up to IG making a mistake and walking too far forward.
Which I wouldn't put down as a maybe something that could happen.
The great thing is we can see now they're just continuously getting
hang
pressure.
on, Flash into the ult for Xiaolong Bao. IG want to start this one off. New is spotted out with the flank, and the Shy has done nothing on Xiaolong Bao. Xiaohu is in the back as well. Balan, you mentioned, he runs into New. He's low. A good face breaker as well, but it sets up for the hero's entrance. But Xiaohu only manages to kill the Shy. There's a lot of poke damage down onto New. RNG have the numbers advantage for now, but they don't have control of mid with Rookie at full health.
And now all their engage options are down. And the thing is, Rookie's been playing great.
Oh my god. Yes, he has. Continue.
And overall, though, who's going to kill Puff now?
Yeah.
No one. They have no way of getting on Puff.
There's that extra potency for IG. We were talking a lot about Rookie, but Puff is at that point as well.
And remember when we also talked about in draft, like, hey, maybe RNG will just stack more engage onto Ming, get him on something else that can, you know, combo with this composition, because we've seen, like, hey, other than the one Abyssal Void to try and create a pick, I actually don't feel like it contributes as much relatively to what RNG's comp's goal is compared to something that would provide more engage.
Okay.
And Ming's played great on this pick. Ming has looked great. Both Ming and Gala have been playing so well this game, but we need to see them find a kill on, even if they kill Rookie, right? The question to me is, how do they kill Puff?
It feels like consistently throughout the game, RNG have played better, bar a couple of moments where IG have taken controllers. Xiaolong Bao going to get spotted out. Here's the Abyssal Void you wanted to see, but where has it gone? Enchanted Crystal Arrow nails down as Ming's over the wall. They're behind as New's in there as well. Ning sends up his ulti, but it's a triple knockup as the Shy comes in, and New doesn't have the backup of RNG. Puff safe on the backline. True Shot Barrage hits through, and Rookie's too big. RNG getting collapsed, and Invictus Gaming do what IG do every single week.
And absolutely amazing from Rookie to kite out that engage. And as you said, the Shy playing so well, Ning picking up that first kill. And guess what? Now IG get an Elder, and this should be a clean close for IG after this.
And potentially, right, the Baron to nail on top is just the icing on cake for how that fight went. You have to kill Rookie. You have to kill Puff. Both of them survive, among other members. And Invictus Gaming take it all. Elder in hand with a Mountain Soul. And this game felt like it was over 15 minutes ago in favor of RNG.
We were like 8K gold up for RNG. They were using their proactive tools extremely well, but they weren't able to convert those into like real neutral objectives like Dragon or Baron. IG just kept saying, okay, we'll take the free Dragon despite being 6K gold down. Then when RNG started trying to run into them, again, they were never able to get off a great engage, which I also don't think is necessarily at the detriment of RNG. Rookie has been playing these fights so well, even here. Great job by IG as a whole, right? Ning with a great ultimate as well. Balan there to create a bit of chaos in space. Lets Rookie get away. Now it's a 5v4. Look at Puff to the side. Just dealing all this free damage. No one able to get onto him is able to E forward, and now IG just win.
Just to watch them fight a team that in 2018, it was through individual power through lanes.
You know what's hilarious? Just interrupt you real quick.
Go for it.
Elder and Baron are now down as well. Kills are close to even. RNG are still winning.
They're still ahead by 1K gold, right?
Holy cow. Now keep going, sir. I'm sorry.
I was just saying, but now how IG play team fights, another part of their kit that is so threatening.
Yeah, and the thing is, right, we've seen IG consistently get in the position they want of forcing RNG to come into them, but also just mechanically playing so well a lot of these fights. And this was despite a lot of the errors we saw Baolan and Ning making early on. Ning going in a lot of places he shouldn't go.
Yet they brought it back anyway. Gold now even for the first time in a very long while in this game, and they've found you with the scat of the week, the flash from Ning. The Wukong's dead. The Elder execute. A 5 versus 4. RNG will get ended here because another scout of the week with the shy forward. Balan's off in nowhere because he's ready for this flank. And Invictus Gaming, watching them is the opposite of watching paint dry. It's that quick to your demise as Gala and Ming against the wall. They'll be executed as well. And that's all she wrote for game one with a comeback out of nowhere for Invictus Gaming.
And Rookie is too damn good at League of Legends. His Scout of the Week is setting up most of these kills.
The Shy walks off stage first, goes, all right, guys, I'm sorry. Don't worry. And that was exactly what we expected when these two butt heads.
It's weird because it is and it isn't. Like, it was extremely close. It was so awesome to watch. It was fun. It was action-packed, but RNG getting that huge lead so early on, the mistakes coming out from Ning early on as well, those are all surprising. Then RNG, it's actually kind of not surprising that RNG couldn't close because that feels very RNG. Again, RNG FPX Game 2 was like a week and a half ago.
Yeah.
I'm still burned by that.
I mean, the thing is, it was very much the identity of both teams. RNG not being able to close, but IG being able to come back from a 8K gold deficit.
IG having a very convoluted identity here. Maybe not like, again, you could see how it plays. They got in that position, very much relied a lot on mechanical plays, which is the IG identity, and they pulled it off.
I mean, you just look across the draft, and when Baolan was getting caught out in the early game as well, very key to a lot of those late game fights. So
doing good.
I mean, individual members stepping up. Puff had a good game. You know, Rookie had the best game as
Rookie
always.
Rookie's
playing some of the best League of Legends.
He really is. Like, it's crazy to me that this guy's been around so long, and again, he's kind of matching his peak now. He's still going so strong.
And then on the other side, look, quickly talk about RNG because there was a play around mid lane. There were the play around fights where Gala, I think, played the best out of RNG that game, maybe alongside Shalom Bao.
Remember when we kept talking about if they were going to look for the Baron play and how it might be a bit risky, but we also said early on that this comp needs to be ahead against what our IG have drafted. So maybe they did need to commit for something like a Baron, but we did see them give up quite a bit of dragons. And even there was one fight in particular that they did botch the synergy with the engage. They didn't coordinate it well enough, and that's when IG started coming back in was the soul point, right?
Yeah.
They went mid, they took turret, they Abyssal
then
Voyage
they
in.
back.
Exactly. They didn't commit anywhere.
There you go.
Well, that's what we expected.
And I talked Gala up on RNG. You can see why. But Rookie hit some new damage numbers.
There was one point in this game where he said, wow, RNG's playing so good as a team. This is Rookie versus the world. This damage graph definitely supports that. Like, this game was all Rookie. Sure, the team started picking up in the later fights. They all started coming together, doing their job well. Puff never got caught out. Ning, Baolan, and the Shy was the reliable wall of tanks that they needed. But man, if Rookie wasn't on this team, this game would have been impossible to win.
I said it earlier. It was earlier in the split where IG was struggling and Rookie was the stable member, the person that picked up wins for the team.
You asked me in rehearsal, where would this team be without Rookie? Or it was yesterday or something. I said, man, they'd be 13th, 14th, something like that. And it's like, this guy is just too good.
I mean, IG setting up for success, at least from 25, 30 minutes onwards.
And
so
this is so tough with RNG. They're sitting at 5-5 right now, and if they lose this, you look at these series, right? And they're matching the skill of all of the teams they're playing against. But they keep losing, or at least going 1-1. They'll win a series, lose a series, win a series, lose a series. And they're just such a hard team to get a grasp of.
Yeah.
I don't know. There's really nothing else to say. It's game 2. I guess we got to see something else.
Let's see. Normally, these series go the distance.
Yep.
Recent history suggests so, with a lot more kills to come. Hopefully, that's the case as we go to a break and return with RNG's evaluation after this game.
后面夜长梦多呀，我觉得该上就上啊。这波对面上路少人，一个大，
直接一个大招，盲僧 Q 到了，但是当然是没有后续的。
这位置有点危险，哇！一个推，这边配合巴德 Q 技能是刚好 Q 到了2个人。
这起身压的美啊！
来了，这边一个立场盯到2个人，但是你的输出在哪里？
冷烧直接交大招回到后边了，没有什么太大的机会。
又来了，踢过来，原地给自己一块表，纷纷已经砍下了一个3杀。
Triple Kill， 再砸一个大招啊，没有机会。他如果杀到的话。
或是牙膏去清，
但卡牌也还好吧。卡牌因为清的时候可以随时飞过来嘛，这一波也是成功的用位置避开。但是航已经进场了，航这一波进场是没有开到任何东西的。艾希斯兵线上来，血量非常糟糕，豹女直接被shut down掉了。
哎呦，这边再给一口治疗，这边卡纳伟还没有倒，一个盾摸自己，虽然死了，但也是换掉了对面。
控制自己，掌控敌人。
哎，草丛排蹲，4个人蹲好了。卡牌这边大招还差一点，但我说实话，VG 这波他都可以去直接大龙把你逼过来。
是的，是的。
因为我打大龙，你是不可能跟我大龙换小龙的。
哎，上去一整套把航打出了闪现，这逮到了唯一的一个机会吗？但是凯南又进场了，加里奥还给一个大招，哇！镜头瞬间融化掉。
他们的最后时刻要来临了。
感觉不敢抢啊，想留人嘛？这边能不能留到？卡牌已经来了，航的这个位置稍微有点脱节，但是不要紧，队友能接应。
妖姬侧边上来骚扰一下，
继续追，绕后 TP 这个 TP 位置有点完美，闪现经常大起3个人，哇，这个位置又大起3个，
还有一个飞牌，我的天哪，完了！豹女进来想要再找一个人头，但是被妖姬。
我们将不再遮掩。
比方说，突然走着走着，把厄斐琉斯露出来被你杀了，
或者说中路这边也落单了，这位置又逮到一个 hacker 这波血量有点危险，轮回绝境里是关到了，这边 hacker 还在追，但 hacker 这边跑的速度有点快啊，
躲了一棒子，但是感觉最终走不了。不过杀掉 hacker 的同时，掉出来的小白，同时也深陷敌方的围殴，交了一个闪现以后拉到后面，而且这一波是没有被红鹿 W 破到盾的。那意识到的话，还有点空间可以往后拉，但是输出是绝望性的跟不上。
5杀有没有5杀？马哥
有没有？已经夸抓了这一波，队友帮忙留一下。酷啊 ，Penta Kill。
我
突破点的话，就说的话，那肯定小火。突破点的话，无论怎样，先把小火加进去啊。因为这次春晚就是有2个新人嘛，一个 New 和 Gala， 就我们老人参加过春晚的话，就一定会好好照顾他们俩的，他们俩千万不要紧张。
在他来照顾我之前，我跟小笼包先去照顾帅哥的话，应该会先从上路打出突破口吧。打击的秘籍就是3个字：不能怂。然后对阵他们的话，也没有需要特别重点照顾的对象，因为3条路都会给蛮多机会的。
A lot of chances to punish, says Xiaohu, and you know what? There were those chances in the
true,
early game.
yeah.
They were very right. However, the mid to late game says otherwise, especially when Rookie was involved, who's MVP of game number 1. Sterix Lyric, by the way, I have to say, before we see Rookie on the big screen, that dude plays some quality League of Legends.
Man, I just put it out there on Twitter. It is not fair how good this guy is. Like, he pretty much single-handedly brought back this game, of course, with some help of RNG along the way, but still, the things he does, the mechanical feats he pulls off, how well he plays a lot of these team fights, again, hitting multi-man scout of the weeks. We see him right now zoning off new, pretty much hits every skill shot and makes it easy. It's just so nice to see.
I mean, this was a fight that they were almost 9k gold behind, and IG won out. Of course, tunneled into the Baron, you talked about the situation, but still, the fact remains, RNG had this game.
This was the confusing one. This was the one where, like, RNG didn't want to commit to anything. They went and took mid-tier turret, Abyssal Voyage in, sets up Rookie for a very easy 3-man scout of the week, and then I think New played pretty atrociously this fight, but at the same time, RNG shot calling just not there.
Yeah, we got to this last fight as well, and you're like, oh, you know what's going to happen by here. Everything's sent into Rookie. And New face first.
Xiaohu and Xiaolongbao don't even get a chance to play this fight, right? Like, we see Ming and Gala go in so early. We see New try to follow up as well, and ultimately Xiaohu and Xiaolongbao not able to really do anything.
Yeah. So, back and forth a little bit, at least to the regards of my mindset in that game. RNG had the option to close out. Of course, we talked about RNG closing out games before. We talked about IG coming back from bigger gold deficits. You know, almost 9,000 gold to come back into that game is impressive. But RNG have elected to be on blue side this time around. There are no subs across the Rift whatsoever. So IG continuing to go with Baolan despite the early game. And it seems to me that RNG are playing up. They just need that step over the line to seal the deal.
It's really funny because if you're a fan of either of these teams, that game one was, you know, just a walk in the park for you. Like that's a normal day at the office. Oh, IG being down and like having this comp that probably should lose, being in a situation where he should lose. Oh, we out mechanic and come back into the game, especially because of Rookie. Great. RNG, oh, we're winning. We're crushing. Everything looks hopeful. We're winning worlds, boys. And then suddenly, well, we're nowhere.
We're not even going to playoffs.
Yep.
Like, yeah, there's two very different sides, and at this point,
we're 6k gold up in losing, you know, Soul and Elder and Baron.
And you're like, what is happening? But I will say one thing. As an IG fan out there, I'm talking to you in the audience. Are you listening? They're 8-3. IG are 8-3. If they win this series, they go to 9-3. 9 was the magic number in spring.
They finished 14-2 in spring.
They finished 14-2. So Invictus Gaming right now heading on that path early towards playoffs. But RNG, a team that you can never count out, especially after what we saw in game number 1. Let's go to 2 because RNG, I told you, elected blue side. They've banned away the Kalista on blue as well, and the set away from Baolan.
That's the bigger one, right? They're taking out the set, so I want to see if they still keep the Bard ban, which is what they had on red side last time around. Of course, they don't need to ban out the Aphelios now. And we see IG showing Xiaohu the respect of the Syndra ban.
Yeah.
And yeah, Bard ban going to stay. So a lot of respect shown to Baolan and saying, hey, like, we know what champions he can play quite well.
On your screen there before, there's Rookie, and with the ban away from Volibear, okay, Aphelios wasn't banned. Is Gala going to show us this again?
I think he should, right? He played extremely well on it in the series we've seen him so far.
Yep.
Just a few missteps that kind of prevented it from picking up the win.
I mean, the cool part is when you talk about an Uzi player on something enabled like an Aphelios, the chance to carry is there, while the response full puff is going to be the Ashe. Now Lyric, jungler at the ready.
You know, I'm actually just talking about the Ezreal. I'm actually quite surprised because despite the fact that Ezreal got nerfed, we saw they were willing to play it last game, and it just fits the way IG plays. IG not really playing around these proactive options in the bot lane, so going to be interesting to see how this Ashe shakes up. And, well, there's the jungle question answered. Ning going towards his Lee Sin, which, of course, is extremely good.
While we are talking about junglers, we need to note that Nidalee was banned in the first series.
Yes.
First game, I should say.
And this is a Xiaolongbao special, but Instead,
Rek'Sai.
yeah, which of course has a fine individual matchup in the Lee Sin because you can knock up him in his transition to the queue, but is obviously a very early game oriented pick, and if even going even into the mid and late game, you feel extremely useless. You need to get ahead on this champion, and RNG just full on opting for this early pick style, Rek'Sai and Twisted Fate to get in these lanes early, and you know what? They're just going to run Gala to be that big late game carry, or as Munchables just called him on Twitter, was it Jeezy?
Jeezy, I think he called him, yeah.
Or I don't know if he just...
GZI.
Yeah.
I don't know. Goozy. I don't know.
Obviously just a big throwback to the Lord and Savior himself, but still going to be nice to see what he can do. And, I mean, this is just, standard Rookie, right? It's actually so funny seeing how many times Rookie will just opt for Orianna on red side into so many matchups. We'll get to pick 5 on red side. Rookie just pulls out Orianna. It is always great to see. And now we have a bit of pick on both sides. We have a bit of early skirmishing on both sides. We also have a scaling element on both sides. So both drafts going toe-to-toe so far.
I want to see where we go from here because solo lanes still need to be picked up in that top side. Plus a support pick for both sides. And Ming and Balan in the past have had interesting champion pools. So Jace taken away. That's a Shy special, one of his most played in his career. Camille also with another topside ban. Sir, I sense a Wukong on the horizon because the Shy you said doesn't play.
Yeah, it does not play that champion. Again, it works quite well. Maybe New didn't perform well enough on it to where IG feels like they need to ban it, but what I want to see is will Balan pull out the Thresh? There's the Wukong that you talked about. Obviously is a takeaway from the Aphelios and giving a bit of security to his team with the Lantern. So far, Balan has only played 3 champions in the LPL. He's played Bard 3 times, Nautilus twice. Brahmin, I guess, set now, so he's up to 4.
KO gone as well. Maybe RNG are thinking about picking up the Ornn, but the option always there for IG. Or counter-pick last.
Yeah, and that's really interesting. So this opens up more aggressive supports for RNG. I mean, obviously we haven't seen anything along the lines of like a Zyra or something paired with an Aphelios, but those are obviously things that attack the Braum quite well.
Are you psychic? He talked about something a bit more aggressive. Rakan has been a favorite of Balan. That's a bit of a shout out to the world's 2018 skin.
You do get a free lane into the Braum and you scale it quite well.
First one in the LPL. We haven't had a Zyra Rakan lane, although we've had the Zyra. So welcome Ming to show us what you do in game 2.
Yeah, and this is going to be really, because again, this is not a lane we've seen.
No.
This is not something like we are extremely prepared for, but hey, this great team fight scales up quite well, gets a free lane, and hey boys, we're getting the team fight wombo combo coming your way.
Not only is this a spite towards Balan, the Shy's most career played champion, sorry that wasn't in perfect English, is the Kennen.
You know, I feel bad because I said boys, but boys, girls, anyone out there, we all watch League of Legends. We're all excited.
Hey.
We get a team fight coming. We have early options.
Oh no, we got the Shy on Silas. Has been good and bad in the past. There is a very famous clip from 2019 spring of the Shy and Rookie outplaying topside. I believe it was against RNG.
We have some very divisive clips of the Shy on Silas. So we have some great clips. We have some not so great
He wanted
clips.
to play his Kennen, and so he's going to play it anyway, just with the Silas.
You have amazing ults to steal, right? Like, seriously, Kennen ult, great. Twisted Fate ult, amazing. The Rakan ult going to be good as well. And even Moonlight Vigil and the Rek'Sai ult aren't terrible. Like
AP scaling and Rakan ult, just on that note, is pretty good that we've seen in the past.
So when we look at this, I wonder how the spot lane's going to go because, right, when you look at Ashe into Aphelios, you would think Ashe has push because, again, you could just spam volleys. Of course, for Aphelios, it's gun dependent, right? Things like Infernum giving you that AoE damage, but Rakan always having a good lane matchup into the Braum. You can obviously poke him with that Q. You have some aggressive options to go in, you know, W in, put some poke off, E back out. So that's going to be interesting to me. And the other thing is, since we have the TF in the mid lane, right, it's even supporting those side lanes even more so. You have an aggressive support and an aggressive top laner, so they're both side lanes that would demand attention. You would assume they'll go top side because top is a lot more fragile. Like, it can break hard either way, to where the fact that IG have drafted a Braum, it feels like attacking bot lane is kind of a non-factor. So I expect RNG to look to pressure top side. Rek'Sai has a lot of interesting gank opportunities into all 3 lanes. Did you see the one in the top middle? They
No.
had the little, I don't know which player it was, but they had like a little like emoji cutout of one of the players.
Oh, really?
He had like a bunny hat on or something. Oh, I don't understand the references, hysterics. It's probably hilarious.
Hey, we're getting there. We're getting there. We've got some awesome people on Twitter who will help us as well.
I also feel like RNG have the most menacing pose in that intro video we have of all the teams.
Dude,
Like,
Xiaohu looks directly down the camera and you think he's going to kill you.
It looks evil. It looks aggressive.
Well, I'm waiting for that in this game too. Take me through it again. I want a better understanding of these comps because we're seeing a Rakan for the first time here in the LPL summer. It has been a while, and for RNG, you talked heavily about mid and jungle when they first got locked in. How's it influenced now?
Right, because that's what you're looking at. Of course, Rex has a very early game centric jungler. You have a lot of more gank opportunities than other lanes have. So I really want to see him influence top and mid, and especially at that level 6 point Xiaohu using that Destiny to set New up in a good way, and then try to snowball that advantage around the map, because setting the Braum and Ashbind early sounds like it'll be quite hard. And I'm going to be interested to see how RNG's comp goes scaling-wise, because it does have the Aphelios kind of insurance policy. But when you look over at IG, you know, just to talk about, we do obviously have an Invade on the screen. They have a Braum. It's kind of expected. Braum's extremely strong level 1. But for IG, right, you look at it, you say, okay, Orianna, we have scaling. We have a Braum, great scaling team fighter. Sylas as well does amazing in the stages of mid to late game. So for IG, they have some windows early on, right? You can go for a mid lane gank because Lee Sin has a ton of burst. You can even go to, like, Lee Sin can technically gank all 3 lanes. And I feel like you're just trying to slow down RNG, so you just match Xiaolongbao and try to make it so he can't get, you know, his team further ahead.
That's interesting. Okay, slow down Xiaolongbao. I'll keep an eye out for that. I just want to quickly touch on what we're seeing on the screen. The Shy has opted in for Fleet Footwork versus the Unsealed Spellbook on the cannon.
And for anyone who doesn't know, this has been the standard rune we've seen on Sylas ever since. It pretty much seems ever since, was it last patch where Conqueror got slightly nerfed, got moved up to 12 stacks, and we've seen in a lot of lane matchups, Sylas are going for Fleet Footwork just to get through the laning phase and get to the point where they're strong. And hey, this is the mid lane gank we talked about.
Want to see him there. It's flash for flash. Xiaolongbao with a knock-up into the strongest member of IG and first blood onto now the strongest member of RNG.
And let's remember what Xiaohu said in the pre-game video. Every lane gives them opportunity to punish, and that was shown right there. Great gank coming out from Xiaolongbao, just punishing Rookie's positioning in lane.
You've given an early game jungler first blood. Xiaolongbao is going to be over the moon here on the Rek'Sai, and Rookie has to burn the TP, and he burnt the flash last in lane as well. So there's a very big opening for RNG in game number 2. Now with a 600 gold lead, Xiaolongbao very proactive.
Ganking jungler. Oh, can they die? I was going to say, because
Still has his flash, actually.
The Shy is obviously full HP, right? He still has Kingslayer, still has Abscond a bit. Like, he has a lot of tools to play around this if RNG didn't execute perfectly. So I like that they're just zoning him off. I mean, so this is what we're going to see quite often in the bot lane, right?
Yep.
He's going to W in, he's going to be able to E out. This is how Rakan can trade so well, and why Rakan against champions, whether it's like Tahm Kench or Braum, is considered like a pretty decent laning matchup, and you do scale quite well as well. You have a ton of utility in the late game.
I was just looking towards topside here on our screens because Ning is at his red buff, and we're turning vision off just to see if Xiaolongbao was aware of this, but he was in the river himself. But meanwhile, while the first blood goes to Xiaolongbao, Ning has been accruing a bit of a CS lead within the jungle. But it won't matter because Chilling Smite and a longsword as the first back at 4 minutes for XLB.
Yeah, and it's going to be interesting. And this lane matchup is also very, like, this is one of Twisted Fate's, I'd say, more comfortable lane matchups because Orianna doesn't have really any kill threat on you. Of course, she can try and push you in. You can try and go toe-to-toe. She does have her passive, which makes her very good at pushing the wave against champions like Twisted Fate that don't have just like a ton of burst to throw the wave early on. But still, Xiaohu going to feel fine in this matchup. You obviously combo very well with the jungler, and we've seen Rookie's not really the type of mid laner who likes to run cleanse all that often. So.
Nope. He is going to be bullied this game. You can already see Xiaolongbao nearby once again.
Xiaohu's done a pretty good job of like dodging a lot of these Qs coming out from Rookie, but still, now the lane going to be in a very awkward position for Xiaohu, who's going to have to walk up to clear that out.
Yep.
And it would be interesting to see if IG wanted to try and set up a gank mid, but looks like they're not going to opt into that. And of course, you know, right now Xiaohu doesn't have a flash.
Ning going back to what he loves, being near topside.
And I wonder if he's actually going to look for a gank, or if he's just assuming that Noo's trying to set up a dive and that Xiaolongbao's around, and he's just going to look for a reset here. Because we did talk about, right, Ning just needs to prevent Xiaolongbao from creating a lot of chaos and finding a big lead.
That ward just expired in Tribrush. New has a bit of a feeling, though, as even with that mound going down, New's going to drop another ward. So, well played by the top laner of RNG. His spidey senses tingled, and he's backing away.
Xiaohu is level 6 now, so we can start seeing some proactive plays coming out from the mid lane.
Well, from there, Xiaohu with TP as well, so the double threat. Xiaolongbao going to spot out Baolan, who's moving through the river. And there is a ward placed by IG on this first dragon of the game. Xiaolongbao, as he clears this out, will have priority in here once again. But Ming's roaming, and it's a Rakan. Rookie still doesn't have his flash. But he's going to play the super safe, walks back in lane. So he'll be fine for now, and that's going to give RNG a chance to start this dragon up.
Yeah, and I mean, right, we saw Xiaohu get a reset first. We've seen that their bot lane does have some pretty good priority, at least from the few times the cam is panned bot side, and we saw the trades coming out from the Rakan as we expected. So going to be a nice play coming out from the side of RNG.
Spot out Ming as well.
Let's not get too excited out there, though, RNG fans, because, hey, we were in a very similar, if not much better position last game,
I was
actually.
going to say, I just didn't want to dampen everyone's spirits. You know, the people want the game 3.
Yeah, I want the game 3, too. And I mean, there's not too many series you look at and you say, man, give me the game 3. But this series, give me the game 3, please. And it's one of the ones where we joke a lot about, you know, the script writers of LPL. Like, coming into the series, I had no idea what happened. I didn't know if RG would 2-0. I didn't know if IG would 2-0. I didn't know if we're going 2-1 either way.
Yeah.
This one's too hard to predict.
I mean, the thing is, I would never say a 2-0 with this series because in the past, like I said, 1.5 years, pretty much every series gone to 2-1 as Ming is roaming again.
And even Ning is close by, and even Baolan is kind of making his way over.
Ming threatening.
So they know.
Rookie's played this very safe back after dying first blood. Baolan now hovering, sitting on a ward that Ming has put over the wall. Back will get stopped for now as Xiaolongbao going towards top side. The jungle 1v1. Remember, there's a level lead. Yeah. With the longsword as well versus double longsword against Ning. Chilling smite there. Flash over the wall. Wants to take it. Destiny on top of the Lee Sin. Ning can only turn around and die. Xiaohu picks up the kill, and now they want to kill the Shy.
Ooh, he has everything, though. He also has cannon ult. This could be extremely risky. So I'm glad they back off because guess what? It's 8 minutes.
Yep.
Herald is up. You have everyone topside. Take the objective.
Well, the Shy's going to clear the wave. Rookie has an idea there on the Herald, but no one in position. RNG control shown and capitalizing on Ning, a very good sign.
Yeah, and I expect now Xiaohu's just going to go back mid, clear out the wave. He should be on the 1,200 gold for 1,100 gold for Catalyst, so you would expect him to go for that back. And yeah, then RNG now can just decide where they want to use his Herald. I'm going to be interested to see whether it's top or bot because, right, there's some compositions we talk about that there's an argument who you'd want to put the gold on.
Yeah.
To where this one, you know, you pick the cannon, you definitely need him to be some kind of force in the mid to late game. But then you could talk about, okay, well, we want to accelerate the Aphelios.
But winning in lane with CS already, I mean, seemed like a sound option, especially when you don't say that often against people that are shy. But Ning is ganking bot. He's got kick, doesn't have flash, but an avenue in now. Will he actually take it?
I mean, Ning's not a good target. Yeah, because, I mean, Ming is too much mobility.
Yep. And at least he was bot.
I mean,
yeah. Well, it's just always fun seeing, you know, Ning going bot.
Which he's done more since Balance coming to the roster because they're ooh.
Hang on, it's the Shy's ulti coming on out. It's gone to Duck, but News to follow through does a little bit more at this point. Both low, the Shy ready to go in, but New solo kills the Shy. Teleport used by Rookie a little bit late. He wants a shockwave. You will find it with dissonance in arm as well. Command, protect, and attack will get the kill, but now he's on the wrong side of the rift. And
Rookie's dead.
He is dead.
I mean, I actually don't want to say that because Rookie surprised us before.
He's going to run. Will he get the execute?
No.
It's going to take a while. Protect.
Oh,
execute. Wow. Oh, that's why I shouldn't listen to you. All right.
Yeah, I guess
well,
you shouldn't listen to me. I didn't like. It looked like he actually got autoed by New pretty recently, but going back, I feel like New is a great symbol for RNG in the sense that he's so confusing. You see him solo kill players. You see him get solo killed by players. He's very back and forth. Has some amazing team fights. Has some horrible team fights. Came in as, you know, an older player, not a player we had high expectations for, and has done quite well. Of course, this was the Shy going in, not necessarily New making a proactive play as we see here. The Shy just going forward. Does land the abscond of Duck. Gets hit by turret. And of course, we already talked about New does have the Unsealed Spellbook, so also layered down the Ignite. And very easy for him to finish that one off.
But we're diving the Shy again. The tactic to work out. Xiaolongbao, they force his flash. Xiaohu takes turret for 3 shots, and now they have to walk away, but the Shy's sticking around.
Silas is not the easiest champion to dive.
Very true. Kick. Q doesn't land. New's going to be walking away. Ning doesn't have the ulti. There's no shockwave. Wants to kill Ning on the way. New's close, but the Sonic Wave Resonating Strike picks up his first kill.
Yep, and they did also kill the Shy topside. Sadly, if Xiaohu did have more HP, you would think they'd go and, Destiny and pick up that kill as well. And earlier we were wondering where they'd use his Herald. I like that they're ending up using it towards the top side, but actually not going onto New, I'd say is kind of disappointing.
Yeah.
So just going to further the mid-jungle lead. Still, the nice argument that can be made about this is, right, they're the two that are constantly transferring pressure around the map, so if you can get them to hit better item spikes faster, it is going to affect more people in the game.
I mean, despite my confusion with some of the plays that we've just seen, RNG are still ahead by 2,000 gold. IG's only retribution is going to be picking up this dragon, which will lead us to a Cloud Rift. Just bottom left, how did the Shy die? Gold card, Abscond Duck didn't really hit anyone.
And remember when we were talking about Ooh.
Okay, Enchanted Arrow doesn't land. Everyone's here from IG. And Gala and Ming survive easily.
Yeah.
What were we going to say?
Actually, what just happened was going against my point. I was going to say, remember how we were talking about draft, how we don't expect Puff to play Ashe because they don't really make proactive plays around bot lane? Well, they just tried to make a proactive play around bot lane, but I also guess this is why Puff plays Ezreal because, hey, it doesn't really matter if you miss a Q, you can hit the next one.
That's right. There's the arrow is a very different story. At least the cooldown isn't that long. But Gala and Gala and Mark. He's with another bot laner that starts with M. Going to be able to push in this turret. Got him Infernum. He wants Severin, or at least Chakram. One of them would be nice here, but...
So he just wants one of his guns.
Any of the guns that he's not... He has 3 other guns that he's all just been on, and he doesn't want those.
Destiny is up. Potential plays are being made, and now we see New... Ooh.
Oh, bottom lane. All right, the dive under Puff. He's walked a lane. Leave him be. RNG bullying as now Bao lands caught out. And Xiaolongbao on a tear here in this early game.
Yeah, and even if you notice in the minimap, New was hovering down as well, so really gave them the freedom to make this play. New also has TP advantage over the Shy, so always potential to have that big numbers advantage fight. Great pick coming from RNG, and this is what we love to see when they pick these champions like the Twisted Fate and they make these aggressive plays. But talking about aggressive plays, I do see Ning. Okay, Ning and Rookie were hovering towards topside, but I guess you can see why they stopped, right? New is backing all the way up to his inner turret, so not able to make the answer on the other side of the map. RNG will take this turret, though.
I mean, they already had one in their back pockets, so not a bad way to go. While Rookie going to Shockwave in for Xiaohu. He's waiting for his gold card. Sonic Wave into Resonating Strike. Xiaolongbao ready to unburrow the flash over the wall. They commit. The kick doesn't kill him, though. Needs one more auto, and Xiaohu survives. That's the pain for IG, and he walks out alive.
That was so disappointing, too, because that was pretty much as well as you could have played it if you were Ning. Great job by Ming coming over and, supporting his new friend as compared to his old friend.
Oh, yeah.
Not saying they can't be friends anymore, but...
Okay, all right. Well, you just try not to be a mean person.
That is what I'm saying, actually.
It's okay, I'm with you.
Did you see that video on Twitter of, how, cute and nice Ming is with, he's, friends with, every team? It's, him walking up and hugging the Shy, and then he walks up and he's, saying hi to Ning, and then he's talking to Crisp, and...
I did not.
Yeah, it was very wholesome. We have so many wholesome videos.
We do. That's why when we get the trash talk videos, everyone's so, delicate and, they don't commit to saying anything bad.
That is, yeah. Ooh, we get a pro view.
Yeah, we get the Xiaohu pro view here in this one.
Yeah, good shockwave down. Obviously, a stopwatch gold card comes out. Not much to it. He goes for the flash. And then Ming is here to save him.
Good shielding. Guardian played a big role there as well.
Yeah. And now, you've already talked about the gold lead. Well, we're now at a 5K. These gold leads keep coming out of nowhere pretty much all day. 5K gold lead. We don't have a Herald.
IG is so far behind, but they still want to make plays here.
Xiaohu's Ghost.
He will be spotted out. Shockwave. The Ghost will be used, but this time Ning wants to correct his mistake, and he does.
No, the Ghost wasn't used.
Okay.
Where was the Ghost?
Even with the Ghost, do you get out there? You don't get
I mean, had he ghosted right away, but I don't think he had vision of them. I think he just had an intuition. I don't know. I didn't see if they walked over or what. It doesn't look like they did.
But even with that, I mean, you just talked about the gold lead. Brother, we're still at a massive gold lead for RNG, so IG need a lot more plays like that. They got 1,400 gold off the plating. As Ming is here, down with the quickness. Puff knocked up, quickness in, flashes away. Balan blocks the shield to the left. As now the turn back into RNG. Puff's going to be poked on down. Command protect.
Woo!
Oh, a big thank you to Rookie
Hey,
from Puff.
but remember when we talked about early on, you know, making plays on the Braum Ash is quite hard. We saw right there, making plays on the Braum Ash is quite hard. But still, when Gala got up in range, it was close.
And that was with an IE and a Zeal. So, gonna get worse.
We still have a Herald on the side of RNG as well, and there's only one outer turret left to use it on, so we expect to see them push in.
Xiaohu had a thought he pinged.
Oh, I don't actually think they knew.
Oh.
I think he was just trying to walk mid, but obviously can't walk to river when river's completely dark.
Yeah.
But, so now if I'm RNG, I think you just push up both sides. You know, group mid, drop the Herald, take that turret, and then potentially the Shy will either just ignore and, you know, you accept the pressure loss, or he has to TP, blow TP and come mid as well. Then we'll break out to a 5v5.
Okay. I outwait. The Shy, at least for now, will get this turret. New has ulti available. The damage down. Bit of Protobelt action from the top side. Sorry, the hose used. As now onto the Dragon, we begin.
And we have two items for Gala as compared to only one for Puff.
Yep.
So right now, the RNG carries are massive.
Don't forget, Xiaolong Bao's been pretty big all game.
I'm surprised Xiaolong Bao doesn't just drop Herald.
Okay, well, Destiny, teleport on the backside. We'll pause on that point. IG are being flanked by Xiaohu. They ghost away, the kick away as well. New comes in with a slicing Maelstrom. The Shy follows up with Rookie Shockwave. And somehow IG trade, but Gala's still alive. That was explosive all of a sudden, and it's a 3 for 4.
And it's looking extremely similar to last game once again. Great Shockwave coming out from Rookie. But overall, New with the massive ultimate, just all the damage and CC layered from the side of RNG. I do feel like RNG could have executed a bit better, but hey, you pick up the kills. IG are the ones that get the Dragon, though. Trade feels incredibly even, if not slightly in favor of IG, actually.
At the very least, they're so far behind. The fact that they got something from that fight where they were choked out.
But also think about it, Hysterics. If you're Xiaolong Bao, you know, he's positioned very awkwardly. Drop Herald mid, force IG out from Dragon. Instead, they don't do it. They go for this fight. Good kick coming out from Ning, but still ultimately was on to Ming. New still able to get in the fight. Actually, I take that back. That wasn't a good kick. Feels like you had to save that for the cannon. Overall, great play coming out from RNG, and like you said, Rookie just hitting a very good Shockwave.
Now, my realization is that the Shy got a triple kill with that slicing Maelstrom, as now the Shy has died. Hang on, onto Xiaolong Bao. He has now died. We were just praising him, and he's died.
You were just praising him, but
okay.
Yeah, apparently the Shy did a slicing Maelstrom too. Great job.
Yeah, and then he just died.
Yes, he did.
So, we're in a weird state. You know, there's lull state, there's pog state.
Oh, 2 slicing Maelstroms in the same team fight.
Then there's a weird champ state. That's what I feel like I'm in here. RNG
What's
with
a weird champ
weird
state?
champ state is like you don't know what's coming next. You don't really understand what's coming next. And we do, right? We understand the game.
Do we?
There you go, weird champ state. Just confirmed my
I feel
point.
like you kind of baited me.
Yu is getting the turret by himself. IG aren't here. Rookie gets the turret meanwhile, but they just lost inhibitor turret.
The thing is,
and
again,
okay.
Don't be deceived by this. So now I want to see RNG make some kind of cheeky play with Xiaohu's death, like Xiaohu and New committing to a side lane to find a pick and get that inhibitor, because ultimately, AP Cannon's still not the type of champion that can really win out in the side lane, is really going to put a lot of threat onto that inhibitor. It really is just gold. But hey, gold's awesome. Nothing's wrong with gold.
Nothing's wrong with you. Hey, you are a good spokesperson.
Whoa, speaking of good, look at all the control words coming out from both sides, actually.
Yeah.
Just very high-level League of Legends.
I was going to point out 2 items towards this next Dragon and the Baron spawning as well. I'm very curious about progression here for IG because 4 people grouping up mid. The Shy on a side lane, but Xiaohu has Destiny again. Here we go, Enchanted Crystal onto Gala. Puff walks forward. Turret goes down. Xiaohu now spotted out onto Rookie, who has the Shockwave. Xiaolong Bao wants to get on in. They turn for Xiaohu, who's left alone from his team. The Shy doesn't connect, but they still slow him down. And IG will take down the mid lane. And Shockwave whiffs from Rookie, which is not something you say much, but Gala is time to Aphelios. And you know what? Puff stands no chance as Ming runs on forward. Gleaming Quill is blocked. That could have been so much worse as the Shy will go on in. Slicing Maelstrom is designed for him, the quickness used to get away. And RNG now with a death timer on Rookie can do what they want.
I mean, still, Xiaohu is down as well. Both mid laners have TP, so translate that to anything will be tough.
Okay.
And overall, Xiaohu going in a bit too soon. If you notice the mini-map, Ming was, oh my god, we're actually rushing Baron.
Told you, it's an Aphelios. Let's go, teleport in. It's Xiaohu first. Rookie's not up for 5 seconds.
Ning
and you know
has,
what?
Oh!
Double smite, it's gone.
That was so beautiful to watch from RNG, and so unexpected too, because they walked towards it, but they looked like they were posturing to recall, instead end up going for the Baron. And nice play from them, and going back to that first fight, looks like we'll get a replay. Look where Ming is. Ming is nowhere close. Ming is the primary source of engage, unless Nu can find a flank. Nu doesn't find a flank. Xiaohu's already in too deep, and now he's not in a position where Ming even tries to flash to follow up, isn't able to get there, and man, this is... There's the shockwave. This is nothing to do with the Aphelios. This is just Gala playing these fights so well, playing aggressive, and this is the swagger that we talk about that we love to see when AD carries can play with. And man, watching this guy play on this roster has been so fun.
The reason we're talking up Gala, he feels like something great for RNG. And their power now in this game with Girdle behind them is enormous. They've got the Baron in hand, walking it down mid. RNG group does 5-4. RG is spread off. They were thinking about a flank, but there's no avenue for them to hit. Instead, towards the Dragon now, which could be soul point potential for IG.
Oh, we're doing this again?
We're going through mid, but if everyone commits...
There's no minions. Nu just, escorted the wave himself.
Open inhib, I guess, as well. Let's see. Dragon's going to go down. Soul point now available for IG, but through mid, RNG have the wave, and the Shy's not here. Destiny to get information. Ning in with the flank is spotted out. Chanacross arrow still available for Puff as he fires it. And, okay, they walked into it. Shockwave brings him back. Xiaohu makes a bit of a blunder, but no kill yet. As the Shy off on the wing. New to zone away. Slicing Maelstrom is taken away by the Shy. RNG being sent back.
Let's remember, there is no objective anywhere close to being up. So this is just going to be, minions continuously funneling to the side of IG. Orianna continuously getting gold. Silas continuously getting gold. And I actually don't think this feels that bad for the side of IG.
Let's see, because they're going for inner turret now. It depends if we continue to push forward with the rest of this Baron buff as Rookie, a bit too far forward, Slicing Maelstrom onto New, but doesn't get the stun down. RNG are grouped on up. Ning gets quickness, but there goes the cannon. The Shy stole his ulti before. You need an Aphelios play, but the Shy will not give it to you. A Shalambao now engaged on in his way out. With distance, Shalambao will get the kill, but Shalambao now wants in with the gold card. Mid laner versus AD, Carrier's Puff zones him away. The snipe now in from the Rex side. Who's going to start spinning? Rookie needs to get back in, but he has no mana, and RNG turn it on a whim.
This game is so close, so back and forth. Each team mechanically slightly coming out ahead of each other. And it still feels like, despite being 8K gold ahead, it's anyone's game. Because we're in the exact same position as last game. The exact same. RNG have these really nice scaling elements in their comp. They're about to hit the soul. And RNG...
one after another.
Yeah, Nu tries to go into Force's play. Good flash coming from Rookie. Puff as well having to blow a flash. And then, as you highlighted, the Shy flashing in, has the Slicing Maelstrom, goes in so aggressively. Great play from him, and just goes a bit too far forward to try and finish off Xiaolongbao. I'm actually surprised Xiaolongbao had the damage to burst him out so well.
Rookie had no mana as well.
Now it's going to be all about this next Dragon for me, because, that mid lane inhibitor doesn't actually give RNG a way to force anything, because, sure, they could try to force mid-bot inhib, but, they're trying to take advantage of their global ultimate with the Destiny. You would typically want to use the pressure from inhib being down to force a Dragon or Baron. There is no Dragon or Baron.
Sure. Plus, even if there was the wave clear out of IG, it's still pretty good. So...
it's just guaranteed gold. That inhibitor was just guaranteed gold for the side of IG.
Oh, the 2K gold? Whatever it is.
Yes.
Forgot what the certain number is, but RNG, just while we're speaking about gold, I'm going to keep mentioning, at 25 minutes, they're 9K up. Base is still open. That dragon in 2 minutes.
The 5-1-4 Aphelios.
And it's a mountain soul again.
Yeah.
Okay.
This side around, not as, you know, like game 1 where IG had all those massive tanks.
Yep.
It'd still be nice for the side, of course, the shield as well. But yeah, we're just going to see RNG stand in front of IG. I don't expect anything to happen.
Okay. I do.
IG, I was going to say, have the tools to engage, right? They can throw out Enchanted Crystal Arrow. If Gala walks...
Destiny used. Actually, RNG to start the engagement. Onto the backline, slicing Maelstrom. Lay it down as well. RNG want this to be into game 3 as Xiaohu zoned on back. The Shockwave only hits one into Ming, but RNG are funneling into the base. Gold card onto Rookie. Ning takes the Shurikens, and Gala is the AD carry. That'll bring RNG to a game number 3.
And Xiaohu said before the match, you can't have fear when you're facing IG. We doubted them, but they did it.
They run head first, and IG sent packing, as this was a game that RNG needed to win to show us that they are playoff contenders.
And it's so weird how RNG, are just so willing to pull the trigger sometimes, and other times, like last game, we're just like, where's the advantage going to be pushed? What's going to happen? This time around, we're like, nothing's going to happen in front of this inhibitor. Ming going in so aggressively. Destiny from Xiaohu. The game ended out of nowhere.
Out of nowhere. They just run it into the base, and that was it. Okay, well, apparently RNG do have the trigger to end the game. It was, we're going to a game 3. Once again, another series between RNG and IG that go the distance.
It's amazing to see this. It's so hard. I was going to say this is the funnest rivalry in LPL, but we have so many good ones. But this one is definitely great, especially, again,
Past 2 years,
as a fan, especially who watched a lot of 2018 as well. This is an exciting one to see, and again, we said it in this game. No one knows what's going to happen. I have no idea who's going to take game 3. There's no like clear-cut favorite. RNG have clearly been the early game monsters. They've been drafting to find early game advantages. IG have done a pretty good job of weathering some of the storms and finding clean team fights.
What the sure thing is in this series that RNG will be ahead by 8k gold in about 20 minutes.
Can they end?
Can they end, though?
Yeah.
This was a very interesting game because, once again, as you said, it was a mirror repetition of game 1.
Yes, it looked like it's like we were watching the same game, and like the comps were completely different. The ways we got there were completely different. But at least the fact of like, well, RNG are very consciously giving up Drakes to snowball their gold advantage elsewhere across the map, and IG are falling behind but playing fights incredibly well. Like the way a lot of these team fights went, you wouldn't have believed it was like a 10k gold disadvantage. I was scared. I was scared for RNG. I'm like, oh my god, we've been here 20 minutes ago. So still, though, great by RNG to actually close this one out. It was like really fun to see.
Yep.
Gala is clean. Ming on this Rakan looks so good. Even Xiaohu and Xiaolongbao like really do play as a duo where, you know, Xiaolongbao, is usually set up to be the carry, where Xiaohu is the supporting factor. It was really fun to watch.
You had some big ultis as well. On the point of Gala and Ming, I mean, Ming's the one who ended the game with the engage, and then New followed up. But Gala on Aphelios, when you put him on a carry instead of something that's like a facilitator, you know, something like the peak potential of Ashe, it's just a massive difference.
I mean, it's not a massive difference for him. It's a massive difference for like RNG being able to close out the game.
Yes.
So great to see. I'm honestly fine with them going either direction in next game because you obviously can't guarantee that if Felix is going to be open, you're going to get it right.
I don't think you'll get it again.
Yeah, I don't think you'll get it again either. So RNG going to have to show that if they get something more like game 1, they're able to close out.
Because for RNG, this time it was cleaner with the trend. No surprise about Gala, but hey, they also found a path into Rookie's lane. Rookie was set behind. And so this time around, it was like, well, Xiaohu was freed up, and Rookie wasn't as much of a menace as he was in game 1.
I mean, this is how I feel like Twisted Fate really operates in Pro Play 2, where in lane, you pretty much serve to set up your jungler. If you have a strong ganking jungler, easy gank with gold card into Rek'Sai knockup, and then, you know, just supporting that pressure on the map with Destiny. So really good to see this combo come out where we have potential to gank mid, we have potential to gank anywhere on the map, and then even just saying, hey, a bunch of early game options with this late game scaling AD carry. Gala will pull us across the finish line. He did.
And I mean, going towards top side, the usual standard for teams versus IG where, okay, if you can't find anything mid, free it up, move towards top.
Let's go for top for a second in the sense that the Shy made some no-nos in lane. We saw that one at top.
The usual no-nos.
Yeah, but in team fights, I mean, it looked really good. The Slicing Maelstrom especially, again, in that first one, I actually didn't even know he was using Slicing Maelstrom until you pointed out, and it's really great to see from him. Exciting that Sure, you can say he's not performed quite well these past 2 games, but he's playing at least a lot better than the first few weeks of this split and at MSC.
Agreed. It's going to be interesting because we're going to a Game 3 between RNG and IG once again. Who's going to take it? We have no bloody idea, but when we come to a Game 3, we're ready to go on that journey with you right after this.
就连我的胡子都在生气。
看一下小明这一波，直接把
来了，飞回来。
行了，我会管一下的。
果然又是替身马，大欧这个羊撞得很好，不过自己成为了众矢之的。这波想单杀沙皇，闪现一下拍死了，沙皇倒了，而且侧面在追击当中，塞纳刚才也被解决了。
我不知道你是干嘛的，我也不在乎。
命运掌握在我们手中。
先 Q 一下龙，看一下血量，而且很谨慎拉出来，是一定要拉龙。但火龙坑是一个破碎的一个，稍微挡一下这个 Q， 是不让盲僧有机会接近。摸了一下，想过来抢，没有抢到个狼骑进场，直接拍到了2个人进去。
我的士兵们前进！
这沙湾推到了后排3个人。进场推到了小花生，这时候一脚来的已经有点慢了，只剩下西野在跟他作战。回头小花生 Q2 拿到这个人头以后，并是选择消闪电想杀小花生，拿下人头，而且西野是被自己给卡住，已经交错闪现了。这样的话打出一波团灭，
未来将由飞升者撰写。
上路挂地皮，这波想留，但是第一时间巴德开隧道以后，感觉有点留不住了呀。2个人上来，嘲讽不错，但是巴德大招给的同样也不错。奥文大招换了上来，调整链路直接拉过去以后，瞄准的是对面的野和 AD， 但是正面的话可以看到泰坦、色骑、巨魔都纷纷倒下。
战斗之心，至死方休。
打到了伤害。
皇子来了呀！这波皇子过来，不能上了，感觉要卖了。
对，波士堡死掉。
德玛西亚
又跳出个大招，一口挑起来，所有人花样大招，
终于赶到了战场。
皇子跟发条经典配合。
德玛西亚，永世长存。片甲不留。
LG 不想放。
起套睡到了，睡到是个大鳄鱼 ，poke 一套，这边 Q 的血量有点残。
跪拜我吧！
熊玄决定开大招，正向哥直接进场。必须现在要考虑撤退的事情了，有办法吗？
一声滚动，
再拿一个暗影燎原支援一下。乐言继续想要输出，但这个位置已经被2个人逼迫上来，巨魔卡一个柱子。梅否在后面残血量，疯狂的想要找机会再丢对面气泡。
我狂奔，我践踏。
乐言一直闪，但是都没有机会上来输出，最后终于找到一个机会进场，但自己随即也被圣枪哥给换掉。
哇，这波是直接打出一波团灭。
感受来自蛮荒的力量吧。
如果让我给这个比赛取一个名字的话，就是砍刀遇斧头针锋相对吧，因为我们的队员其实打到 IG 也是比较来劲的。
Machete meets the axe here, and going into a game 3 between RNG and IG definitely feels like it.
Who's the machete?
I guess RNG's the machete, right? Swift blows, and then eventually IG takes a while, but the axe comes down.
Yeah.
Yeah. Lyric, hysterics. Welcome to all our LCK fans who have now come to the better side, because of course RNG and IG are going all the way here between two very well-known organizations. In Game 2, if you missed out, you'll see the MVP on your screen. It's going to be a very well-deserved MVP to Xiaolong Bao, who got the game off early and made this Rek'Sai work.
I mean, it's something we've realized is that if you allow RNG to get these early game-oriented picks, especially Xiaohu and Xiaolong Bao know how to execute and create these picks on the map like we see right here.
I mean, it was the first 20 minutes of the game where Xiaolong Bao dictated the pace. He walked over Ning, and even though these fights came back, now with Xiaohu, you talked about the 2v2. It was a very strong duo relationship that brought RNG to a Game 2 victory.
Yeah, and the thing that's nice to see is, you know, of course, their comp should be able to get ahead early on, but they were willing to accept that burden of execution, and, you know, they executed.
I mean, it was New who came in as well, like at the end of the day, and all the members of RNG working in fruition is a good sign, right? And Game 1 doing what they couldn't do. And now we go to a Game 3 where everything's up in the air. I mean, I don't know what's going to happen. IG have been behind 8k gold at 25 minutes every single game now. So Game 3, probably going to be the same, and we'll just see if they can come back.
Or we see, like, IG, you know, take off the weighted vest, drop the weights from their arms, and, you know, become unleashed.
Like Rock Lee, right?
Yeah.
You watch some Naruto. All right, your inner weep coming out for Game 3. I like it, I like it.
How do you know I'm not just making a reference to some 1980s boxing movie?
Because you don't watch that either. You only watch League of Legends, you told me.
I mean, the only, like, 1980s boxing movies I know are the Rocky movies anyway. So.
Yeah. And then...
That's it.
That's it.
That's all you know, too.
I feel like maybe that's it. Are there any others? I'm sure there are. I tell you a very good movie. If you watch Ip Man is very good. All three. I don't know if anyone's interested in that. Anyway, welcome. IG.
Same as Game 1.
Same as Game 1 have opted in.
Yep. And we have the same bans thus far as well as Game 1. I want to see if IG goes back to the Nidalee or if they change it up, since obviously RNG didn't pick the Nidalee last time around.
Yep. Obviously, RNG very scared of giving the Aphelios over and the Callista to the Shy.
The question is, ooh.
Hang on.
Now what does RNG ban? Do they ban the Ezreal? Do they ban the Syndra, which is what we saw rookie pick Game 1? And man, okay, I was going to say, thank God. I don't want to see rookie Syndra get her. I do, but RNG shouldn't want to see rookie Syndra.
Is the Ezreal first pick the way to go then for IG?
I would say no. Yep, there we go, because there's still other champions, even things like the Varus, which we did see get picked up the past 2 days. Even if it's not like an S-tier champion anymore, you still can go towards that lethal tempo on-hit route.
Yep. We'll see. Volibear has been high priority.
We're in uncharted territories on this patch. So we have Volibear. Now the question is, where does RNG answer? I was going to say, I expect jungle. Jungle blind is kind of the safest option. We do have the Graves open. This Nidalee, we hyped it up last time around, and Xiaolong Bao is so good on this pick, and it's typically why RNG have this champion banned against them.
Yep. 5th game here for Xiaolong Bao. What's going to be partnered up?
The other typical blind would be AD carry, and now it's going to be all about preference, right? RNG could go with something like a Senna, which we've been seeing more of on this patch. You could take the Ezreal away yourself, start building towards a poke.
But Gala hasn't been an Ezreal player.
Yeah, the only other thing I'd say is, again, you just accept the Varus pick. But no, so they are keeping Gala on the late game oriented AD carries and want him to be their insurance policy for later on.
But usually we've seen it partnered up with something to support. Now, IG flaunting it around. But as we saw in the first ban phase of Game 2, it was taking away Baolan's Bard.
Both games. They banned it out both games. They truly respect Baolan's Bard. And again, it's his most played champion this split. He hasn't played that many games, played it 3 times. And now we have some playmaking and pick potential coming out from IG's bot lane. And this is great because we've seen Baolan knows how to roam around the map and, you know, link up with Ning, use that jungle support synergy, make plays. They're not playing for Puff. So this is the type of champion that fits his style so well.
Now, normally I'd criticize this, but the final pick of the first phase means that RNG can ban out the Shy's Quinn, which he's played so many damn times in the LPL.
And they're going to. Like, there's no question in my mind. If they don't ban out Quinn, it makes no sense. I don't particularly like the Quinn too much in this meta because just sticking to full-on side lanes is really hard. But still, no one should let the Shy play Quinn.
There you go. All right, so now that that's off the table, we'll see what the Shy ends up taking into the matchup. But that's going to be their focus, while for IG, Ming's best champion in the Nautilus is the first to go.
Yeah, and again, you would expect RNG to go for support on Force since IG have already picked the Bard. You don't have any real reason to blind mid yet. Leave that counter pick for Xiaohu.
Is there another 80 carry you'd take up there?
Oh, you mean the top lane? I'm like, what are you talking about? No, I was gonna say if you do ban an 80 carry, it'd probably be something like the Lucian, but again, I look at the Shy solo queue quite frequently, and he's not really playing a lot of Lucian right now.
It's a bit of a surprise. But, okay. We've gotten rid of the Mordekaiser, which he's played 2 times in his career. Double support ban for Invictus Gaming, first pick, Lyric. I know we're running with the punches here.
It would fit their comp of, again, you have a lot of champions that want to dive in together onto what IG have drafted, so Renekton jumps in, Kai'Sa jumps in, Set will go in as well. And it is a very Ming-esque champion because after Nautilus, he's played everything about the same. Yep. Karma 3 games, Leona 3 games, Thresh 3 games, Set 3 games. So Ming is a man of many talents.
IG have to round out their comp now. Put
I
all
like
cards
this
on the table.
because we just talked about RNG's comp. All just wants to jump into what IG have picked. Emperor's Divide pushing everyone away, giving Rookie and Puff the room to deal the damage.
Yep.
That's great. And look, we don't even have really set lockdown for the side of RNG. It's just Set and Renekton, even Italy, just have to run forward. There's no like hard CC or great dash on top of them.
Even this fits into the Azir as well. The Shy, one of his favorites of the past, has been this Gnar.
It's been one of his favorites to split as well.
Yep.
His 4th game on the champion. Actually, 2nd most played now after the Jace.
Got buffed. The hop gives more attack speed.
Yes, it does. And now it's about where does Xiaohu want to go in the middle. I feel like you need to commit to snowball. You need to pick something more early game oriented. I'm sorry.
There you go.
Ooh, wait.
You want a snowball? You're going to roll with it with the Pantheon?
Well, this even
Middle
makes me
support.
wonder. That's what I don't know. I was going to say, I don't know if this is mid or support. We could see Set go towards the mid lane, play this wave clear style, and really just hover for the Nidalee. It's what I would expect because right now you're seeing a lot of supports play Pantheon. We talked about this the other week. I've been seeing a lot of supports play not only like Pantheon Kalista, Pantheon Senna, but a lot of Pantheon Kai'Sa as well.
Okay.
Do we commit?
10 seconds to find out.
I mean, Pantheon against Azir does not sound fun. To where at least Set can kind of ignore the Azir, throw out the haymakers, play a non-interactive laning phase, just leaning for his Nidalee.
Mine, here we go.
Yep, so we get
Locked in. All right, so shame I have to ask, but RNG, I mean, there's a bit more global with the Pantheon, but snowballing the lanes seems to be the way to go.
So we'll use the word snowball, but then 2 keywords I want to keep in mind are skirmish and dive.
Okay.
Because they're not necessarily dive turrets, but dive onto the back line of IG. Like a very coordinated jump in of, like Renekton E'ing in, maybe Set coming in off a flank, Pantheon ultimate, Kai'Sa going in as well. We need to see the coordination come out for RNG with this composition. And as you talked about, they do have a global, so we're going to have kill pressure in the bot lane very early on. They could find kill spot, then try to transfer that pressure around the map, especially into mid lane.
Kill pressure on the bot.
Whenever you see Pantheon, one thing you need to keep your eye on is this bot lane wants 2v2 kills or their jungle to come gank early.
Ming's done this before. It's RNG and IG. It's game 3 where all punches being laid on out here between the rivals. 2020 summer. I saw the little figurine that time. As we go into game 3, we have our Jayos at the ready. And we have RNG currently sitting at 5-5 here in the LPL. 8-3 for Invictus Gaming. If they win this series, they'll be at 9. The only team at 9 in the LPL. Comes down to this and another rivalry which we get excited about here in the LPL coming to a close.
So I want to set 2 very clear identities early on for these teams.
Please.
In that IG, we look at IG are definitely going to win the scaling battle, so scaling is the keyword for the side of IG. You do have potential to make plays, especially if Balan can get unlocked in that bot lane, and start making roams, trying to affect, whether it's like looking for a Rift Herald play on top side, looking for a Tempered Fate mid with Ning. You have certain options, but you don't necessarily need to do it. You're going to outscale. We talked about the Emperor's Divide especially does a great job of keeping away members like new Xiaolong-bound Xiaohu, so that's there. For RNG, early game snowballing, we've already used the word like dive and skirmish. They need to be able to find a lead, especially through the spot lane.
And if Balan walks on in, well, you find a bit of damage. One more here as the binding does connect from Balan to send the trade back, but half health already for the Bard at level 1.
And then start snowballing this around the map. You have great setup in both top and bot.
Hang on. Sorry, continue.
Because you think about it, right? We have a ton of mixed damage. Actually, all mixed damage because the only AP in your comp is your jungle. So any lane he ganks, he has mixed damage there. You have lockdown in topside, Renekton W into Nidalee Spear. We've actually seen this bot lane combo come out from RNG, not Kai'Sa Pantheon, but it was Nidalee Pantheon, right? And we saw a point and click W into Spear, guaranteed kill every single time.
The kill threat was insane. I remember.
And the only lane you don't expect him to look towards is mid because you don't have really clear lockdown. You could go, get a bit more trading.
Good trades like you talked about.
You could go flash E from set into Nidalee Spear, but that's not guaranteed. So I think you have Xiaohu just try to ignore laning phase, right? You're going to get pushed in a bit. You're going to throw out haymakers, try to ignore the lane, and look for plays like we see on our screen right now.
Lumbar heading to the top lane. New is at half health, but his Fury is up and ready, and the Shy's about to go out of Mega. He flashes. It's matched by RNG. The Spear connects, and the Shy will die. First blood over to Xiaolongbao again.
It's as easy as it can be, right? W from the Renekton into the Spear from Nidalee. It's just pretty much a guaranteed kill, and oh, wow. The Shy's TPing back. Huh, well, I was wondering if we'd see New be able to channel a TP right away and them try to force a regank onto the Shy, but not able to do that. The Shy also, again, one of the adaptations we've seen him make is now he does actually buy wards and does put them down right when he returns to lane. Because, as you can see, getting a control ward in the Tri-Brush.
I'm pretty sure he's sick of dying and having his career deaths be greater than his career kills.
He is sick of being memed because the world knows we've memed the Shy quite a bit.
And in this series already, I think we've said a couple of things. So in Game 3, he wants to go against that, but will be the first death. And going over to Xiaolongbao, I mean, what we've seen out of the top-tier Nidalees in the LPLs, we don't have that supportive build. It's the Lich Bane, Zhonya's Hourglass, even seeing something crazy like a Rabadon's. We get the full AP Nidalee that'll just take over games.
Yeah, we do typically also, just get the Athenes just for the
we get
heals.
A bit of both.
But that's it, right? You just get that for the heals. And now I want to see if Xiaolongbao will make his way down bot because obviously with Nidalee he does have good terrain scaling. We'll just be able to jump over that wall and find his way into brush. But as we just see, guess what? You look at RNG's comp, it's very telegraphed what it wants to do. We see Balan place down that ward over the wall. Of course, IG do have a control ward.
Ning is coming topside though for New.
Oh, we saw this game one. It did not look good.
Flash underneath the turret. The Sky Splitter gives the shield. Redemption arc here for IG.
Exactly. We saw this exact same gank in game one. Ning went down himself, not New. This time is able to make it work. We're sitting 1-for-1 in kills. We're sitting 1-for-1 in series. It's going to be really interesting.
Junglers with both of them here while we're just having a look at Xiao, who take damage mid in the meanwhile.
In very different comps. I would say, again, IG keep going towards they have scaling elements. Ooh, they want to play out team fights. But for RNG, full-on early pressure.
Which is the way these games have been going. Puff narrowly misses out from the damage there. You see the combo out of this bottom lane, and Garlet layers down the W, but we'll have a look at this gank again because it was under turret, and New went too far.
Yep, the Shy kind of baiting him in, honestly, and Ning flashing in, hits the Q. Also, the Sky Splitter, as you said. Great W coming out in the end to finish it off.
And picks up the kill. Also is ahead in the jungle as well due to the nature of the volley bears clear. So Ning fills an early lead here.
And
gold dead even.
Just to refresh everyone once again, we are in patch 10.14. Ezreal does have a small nerf. Actually, I'd say a pretty sizable nerf, honestly. Saying small. His E cooldown got 3 seconds out at all ranks. Volley Bear also got a nerf, base attack speed nerfed, as well as his W heal in the jungle. So both champions going to be hit just a tad bit. Again, I actually think it's pretty big for Ezreal. We won't see teams unlike Top Esports and IG pick it up. I think those will be two of our only ones because those two guys really love Ezreal. Volley Bear will still be a standard pick in this meta, though.
Definitely will be. Hey, we've got some attention top from Ning once again, though.
And remember we talked about with Balan, right? Moving around the map.
New went forward. Ning just went over a ward, and you said Balan's here as well. New is in so much trouble without a flash. He's just dead. Will take the kill, and a mistake by the RNG top laner is not good.
No, I mean, we said early game. We said snowballing, need an advantage. RNG not necessarily finding that. Sure, a dragon's going to be great, but ultimately, if nothing is happening, that is good for the side of IG.
I mean, IG up about 100 gold, okay? So
I love how Puff just knows his role on this team.
Yep. Lose CS, lose time, as Rookie has found Xiaohu. the set against the wall, but we talked about RNG's proactiveness. IG trying to disengage this one. Sky Splitter going to poke them out as well. And, there's no buff there to take, while Puff is able to return back to lane.
And let's remember, last time we saw this Nidalee Pantheon combo, by this point we already had numerous kills in the bot lane.
Yep.
This time around we have nothing.
We know Pantheon falls off a cliff.
Yeah, Pantheon I feel like in the late game functions like similar to a Lee Sin in the sense that you're just playing a peeling role.
Yeah.
You're just trying, you know, you have the stun, you stand next to your AD carry, you also have your E as well. So, not a great champion in the late game. Does provide a bit of use.
Guess if you had a squishy AD carry that didn't build armor, it'd be better.
At the same time, a 0-2 Renekton going into the late game does not sound like fun.
Yes. As we already talked about, the snowballing effect that needs to come through from RNG and how IG are going to play this game. Well, so far you can see a lot of success up in that top lane for Invictus Gaming. The Shy, despite getting first blooded, up in CS by 15 against New. And Ninja Tabi was picked up by the Renekton as his first back.
It's also incredibly important in that top side because this matchup is also very, again, I like to use the term fragile.
Yep.
Who can never break out ahead typically will stay ahead the whole rest of the time. Renekton really needs to get ahead to be able to win out in that 1v1 later on. Of course, Gnar will just outright outscale him. So the fact that the Shy got such a big early lead and isn't feeling threatened by the Shy is massive for this Gnar.
We'll also keep good tracking of Xiaolongbao, which I feel like with everything we've talked about in the early game, tracking Xiaolongbao is what IG need to do.
Yeah, and again, they've done a great job of it so far. And now we see IG just committing everyone to the top side for Herald. Actually, look on the minimap, everyone from RG.
Dominus was used. The Shy knows Xiaolongbao's here anyway. New tempting the solo kill. Flash is available. Mega Gnar almost there. He wants to dive. The Darren Batning comes in. Over through the magical journey. New will get the kill, but he's gone too far. Was that worth it, Lyric? You're going to tell me in a second as New might have the healing up. Slice and Dice is available over the wall with the ulti. And Ning wants to give the kill to Puff. It's taken a while. Somebody kill him. And he goes down.
Like, in the end, it was worth in the sense that you also burnt Ning's ult. But that just kind of looked like tilt to me. I mean, very frustrated that he's getting ganked over and over again. Committed so deep to killing the Shy when he knew for sure he would go down too. Now they're going to end up losing out on this Herald. They are still posturing like they want to contest. We see Xiaolongbao coming back up. New does not have TP.
Here comes RNG. Ning and Baolan, the other ones here for now. Rookie's on his way. They pull the Herald out towards topside where Puff is waiting. Xiaohu going head first with only the Bammy Cinder. Xiaolongbao is now here. The eye just needs to be hit. It's RNG getting more control. Rookie's ready to head in on him himself.
We either need to see Xiaohu get Puff a Rookie with an ultimate or Ming flash W.
Poke damage coming through from Puff. Xiaolongbao moving into the pit, but the smite was too early. Oh, Xiaolongbao loses the objective, just goes over to Ning easily.
I mean, overall, that's so big for the side of IG, right? They don't need these. They need to take these objectives away from RNG so RNG can't snowball. RNG needed that Herald. The Renekton now feels so useless. And we've set up no kills with this Pantheon thus far. All of our eggs are going into the Gala basket. And just when we look at draft toe-to-toe, right? It doesn't look like Gala's going to be set up to succeed against IG's comp.
If he runs into that back line and there's no one there with him, he's dead.
Yeah, it's not looking good.
Well, you can say for sure that RNG, they're on the edge here in game number 3, which is a bit of a, what's the word?
Great job seeing the Shy, you know, just perfectly E away from the Slice and Dice from New. Always fun to see matchups like this played. Again, it is a matchup that is very back and forth in a sense.
True.
If one can find a solo kill on the other, it is so massive.
As we're at the point of 10 minutes, 11 minutes in the game here where Ming is getting close towards his ulti. Balan's hit his, which is good disengage tools. The hop away once again. Dominus, the solo kill ready because Mega Gnar is not available. The Shy walking down the river. He wants to kite this one away. New does not have flash and Hyper's going to give him the movement speed. New against the Gnar. One more Q for the Boomerang. Auto number 1, auto number 2, and the Shy ready to send out the Q. All he needs is that Boomerang once more. And the hop, Q, dodged by New, and This is the volatility of the matchup, as you said.
Oh, Ezreal!
Here we go, True Shot Barrage! Insult to injury, New now 1 and 4. And we're dragon fighting here. Meanwhile, Ming sent into the middle. IG getting pulled on in. Baolan against the wall. Flashes over, but will die. The dragon was secured by Ning, and IG are fighting in the early game, Lyric. The Shy has ulti. Rather, used it before, excuse me. Xiaohu going to be flashing away from this one. And Dragon was also taken by IG.
I mean, RNG are just falling so far. We have a 1 and 4 Renekton. We have a 1-4 Renekton. We have no kills on our... Okay, we have 1 kill on our Kai'Sa, but not really anything coming out from our Pantheon. We don't see Nidalee really able to get far ahead. And once again, this feels like one of those things where I've had this with pro players where they fall so far behind themselves, they feel like they need to compensate to get back in the game. Overcompensate.
Xiaolongbao got hit with that ulti. Where was the communication?
That is true.
He's saying ulti, True Shot Barrage coming up, move.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Overall, no, that's a great point. I mean, where's the communication? Where's the team mindset at? Because at least you can see from New, it is not there.
Kind of a rendition of how this Game 3's gone for RNG. The top side is crumbling. And the Shy's going to facilitate such a different role in the late game.
Exactly. And again, this goes back to players to make like global references to like Hooney, to where I'm pretty sure he said this in previous years in interviews, to where he'll fall behind and he feels like he needs to get himself back in the game. He needs to make something happen. He needs to find his own advantage.
Yeah.
And it really looks like that's what New feels like he needs to do. Again, you're on the Renekton, so I can understand the pressure of feeling like I need to make something happen. Oh god, I'm behind. I truly need to get back in this game. But it's just working in favor of IG at this point.
The downside of Renekton, we've seen, is Rookie doesn't actually get away with the E. A soldier was right in front of him. Xiaolongbao ready for the Javelin toss.
Oh,
Here comes the Pantheon ulti. Rookie has no flash as well. Locked down, and finally, RNG's comp doing what it should.
We've been waiting 13 minutes and 29 seconds, but we finally got the play we wanted to see. IG going to get a bit of pressure in the bot side. Not going to be able to take the turret, but at least going to get some plate gold. Ming is coming back around.
See, Justice turret plating expiring as well. So Herald gets the charge, bit of gold over to this Ezreal, who's already 2-0. Ming going in. True Shot Barrage blocked nicely, but the poke, forward they go, and Ming, what the heck are you doing?
RNG in Game 3 is hysterics. I just don't understand. We've seen this story time and time and time and time again.
And look at how active IG are. Xiaolongbao blast cone denied by Baolan's gorgeous ulti. Even the teleport going to be channeled in, and Nick walks away. That was the set. Who's just going to back away anyway, and we just go back topside because IG across the map are matching pound for pound with RNG.
And remember I said coming into this game, IG are going to drop the training weights, and they're not going to go to an 8K gold deficit this time around. And
put the weights back on.
Once again, we're seeing it, despite the fact that they do go this more scaling-oriented draft, staying even, and mostly from the misplays of RNG, but IG also playing quite well themselves.
I mean, at this point, with the turret going down, IG have a gold lead, but the 80 carry in Puff is so much further ahead than Gala, thanks to the kills.
And who would have... watching... Oh, God.
Oh, New. Oh, New. Okay. Oh, the Shy. He's just going to walk away, but anyway.
But the thing is, if the Shy went for it, that's like a normal day at the office for the Shy.
That's true.
That's your typical Tuesday.
He went into Dominus.
Yeah.
Okay. Well,
maybe he expected that Ning could potentially be here because
Ning
he
is
wasn't
on his
showing
way
the
up,
map.
yeah. And Meganar is coming soon. The Javelin toss hits, though, into Mega for the health. The Shy is against the wall.
That was so clean.
Not good. Or rather, it was clean from RNG, excuse me. Here comes Ning, though, as the poke eventually does kill him. And New, against the minions, will now die as well.
Like, that was great by Xiaolongbao knowing, like, he couldn't jump in.
True.
The Shy was, of course, going to ult him into the wall, waited it out, baited it out, ends up being a 1-for-1, but...
Xiaohu's pathing here, maybe just a bait in Ning, but Baolan's in as well.
And then Ming, everyone's coming.
Cosmic Binding doesn't connect. Rookie takes the Javelin toss through the magical journey. Baolan ready. Everyone ready to fight once again. And we get a trade of top laners once more.
And this goes back to what I was about to say when Can you imagine telling people in 2019 that Baolan would come back into the roster
and be better than all this
and be
before?
good? Well, even imagine last year where, let's all be honest, we all watched Vici and were hyped for Puff and Southwind. We all thought that they could be a pretty good bot lane.
Yep.
And then Baolan comes in much better than Southwind, synergizes so well with Ning, and really understands what this team needs.
Fade out though. Let's watch Ming because he's now cornered against the wall.
And
nice
there we go.
execution.
That's the Baolan we're talking about. He autoed.
He ulted.
He did ult. Didn't hit. But, you know, it was a zoning ultimate. He throws the ultimate. Ming, I'm sorry, is like, oh, God, I need to walk into Rookie. No good option. All set up by our man playing the Bard.
Early game has just gone down the toilet, it feels like, really, at this point. Because we're moving into a strong mid where IG have a gold lead. They've got the Rift Herald. They've got Dragons available. Now, this one will be taken by RNG, but no! Rookie takes it! Shallenbao has Smite. What the heck is RNG doing?
There's no answers, Hysterics. I have no words for what RNG is doing because it doesn't seem like RNG really knows what they're doing. And it's so disappointing. It's so sad to see.
After this series.
Like, game 1, early game. RNG were winning 10K game 1. Game 2, RNG once again get 10K gold lead, cleanly finish the game. This game, RNG just doesn't show up. They go for this draft, which, again, you said we got a ton of LCK fans coming in. They're like, what is this? What is this Renekton, this Pantheon, this Italy? This is horrible. And RNG proving them right. I was excited because RNG typically executes these drafts so well.
Yeah.
These are typically the ones RNG does best.
We've seen the early game through multiple drafts from RNG so far, right? And we expect the comp that is designed to play the early game better would enhance the already great-looking RNG. Yeah, but opposite, apparently. So they need to go back to the drafts that aren't all in.
The one thing that this also does show, though, is RNG have always done better when Xiaohu's on a pick that can influence. Ooh.
Hang on, we have to pause as usual with this series. Is Shallenbao ready for the Javelin toss? 3 people are here. Needs to go into Mega now, you're right, and he has the ulti. Can Shallenbao dodge this one? Is into Mega. Sent him against all. That was not the greatest, but the Shy now an angry dinosaur walking against Turret, the Haymaker to get the kill. And RNG, meanwhile, losing their turret at the cost of the Shy's life. They will look for bottom in the meantime, but Inner being pressured.
Oh!
Tempered Fade actually getting it onto Ming. Ning coming in. Ning versus Ming, old buddies. And against the wall with the Pantheon as Baolan will die. Rookie's ignited. Will he die himself? Yes, Gala even flashes over the wall, but Puff and Ning match. And this game is getting messy. I love it.
Oh, New looking for something cheeky.
He doesn't have Dominus, but he wants Puff. Flashes away immediately. Xiaohu ready to chase too. They want to take this. It's Invictus Gaming. You know they want to fight.
I also feel like they can win this, honestly.
Yeah? Okay.
I mean,
a 5-0 Ezreal would probably do damage.
Is New a champion at this point in the game?
That's also true.
But, I feel like, oh no, God,
Shallenbao, arcade shift. He just got dunked. Here comes Ming, but I don't think Ming wants to be here. Shield goes up, teleport in the back line. This is LPL. True shot barrage misses, but you know what? Rookie will not. In against with the shield. Ming dies. Puff has 7 kills. RNG, say goodnight.
And I just need to say it once again. We are the funnest league to watch in the world. What is even going on? Just non-stop action. someone's coming in, someone's going out. Non-stop fights, non-stop kills. But ultimately, IG are working their way up to that 9-3 scoreline. Like you said, the first team to hit the 9 series score mark.
Which should be guaranteed for playoffs, all things considered, right?
Yep, give that context once again.
Not confirmed at the moment in spring. Well, not at the moment. You know what I'm saying? 2020 spring, 9 was the cutoff point. 9 was the guarantee for playoffs. So
8 wins was our 8th seed coming in. Yep. So IG going to look quite good.
But this was interesting.
This is like I said, right? They're so far ahead. New especially so far behind. Even Ming, right? Ming's not much of a champion at this point. He's pretty much a CC bot. So comes in. Puff does a ton of damage. Puff is also so far ahead, you know, to the opposite side of that. Rookie TP's in, has the damage. They finish him off. And
Rookie doesn't get the kills, though, because it's all about Puff.
No, I mean, and the thing is, look at kill participation. Rookie's only been involved in 4.
Yep.
Puff has been involved in 8. This has been all about Puff and Ning. This has been the Puff and Ning show, which who would have believed that weeks ago?
We've been critical of Puff in the past, right? Where we talk about him as an AD carry and his playstyle in IG.
But this is also why Puff thrives on Ezreal despite it being nerfed. Because let's also remember, this has not really been Puff being aggressive.
Yep.
It's been RNG funneling into Puff and Puff just playing really well at, you know, ing around that, outplaying those engages, that's where Puff thrives. Puff doesn't want to go forward. Puff wants to go backwards. If he can kite out, he will play quite well.
Wants you to come to him. And
Exactly.
RNG have been trying to get to him the whole game long. 3 items down with Blade of the Room King and Baolan threatening with the ulti on Shalom Bell. Now, the Tempered Fate is down in the face of this Baron, but IG have other plans. They got an Ocean Dragon in 30 seconds. Oh no, Ocean on an Azir and Ezreal and a Gnar.
On a
no.
Volley Bear, too.
Oh.
On
On everyone. And you know what? Magical Journey onto Xiaohu. He's going to be poked down. Haymaker flash with the Facebreaker, but no one's here. Sent back into the team. Gnar against the wall. And the Shy only needs one good ulti in the face of RNG, who should be strong now. Gala trying his heart out, but this one was in the bin a while ago. It only became reality as the ace comes through.
And Game 3 has just been all IG. Again, the Game 1 and Game 2 gold deficits, those were just training in preparation for this game. This should be a guaranteed inhibitor as well as that Ocean Drake like you talked about.
If death timers were longer, this would be the game right here. But it's 22 minutes in, a 6k gold lead. Ocean being taken by Ning. And everything coming up Millhouse for Invictus Gaming.
And this has been a rough one to watch for RNG fans out there because...
They're just like, it's a day in the office.
Well, exactly, because... And again, coming into this day, I was the only one who predicted RNG to win this series because every series we get a game, or again, a series in their last one was a win, where, or at least one before Suning, where they come out ahead.
Yeah.
We see here, Xiaohu gets engaged on, really doesn't have any good options.
Woo!
IG's comp relative to what RNG have is just so far ahead at this point. There's the massive Gnar ult that you talked about, and very easy for IG to just finish this fight off with how tanky the Shy and Ning are. And it doesn't even matter that the 2 carries went down in the end because, again, Ning and the Shy just have so much more gold. Even the Shy has a ton of damage, right? He went to Blade of the Rune King, has the Black Cleaver.
True. I feel sorry for Gala. I mean, Gala is the person who has to clean up these kills, and Gala's in such a difficult position. What are your thoughts?
The problem with that is this team, there's something like systematically wrong with RNG.
Okay. Hang on. Let's pause. We'll find out what that is later. Ming has ulted in to maybe die in a second. He flashes over the wall. Now in a numbers disadvantage as IG channel on through. Baolan's ulti almost locks down Rookie, who gets stopped midway. Empress divide against wall, and RNG actually get the Azir. But meanwhile on the backside, they have to worry about Puff, who's running forward, flashes forward. Arcane shifts everywhere with a nice little Q. Keep giving gold over to Puff because RNG are not going to be able to deal with him anymore.
IG can just end.
Forward they go. Ming is trying to delay them. But you know what? IG don't want to end. They want the kills. Ming is actually just going to die to Baolan and the Wolves.
Now they're just going to do Baron. Again, we're gonna get a Baron. We're going to get a reset. We're going to get a Baron push. And this game's been done and dusted for a while.
It has, but it is fun to cast this.
It is. It is really exciting. And again, I want to go back to the point that RNG is just such a hard team to nail down what their issues are. Because again, you see so many games like Game 2 of this series. You see so many.
Yeah.
There's so many this split and this season. But again, at the end of the day, if they're not able to close out the series, it doesn't mean anything.
What this team needs is a strong voice.
Yes.
Leadership.
Yes.
What did Uzi provide apart from individual skill? Leadership and a strong voice.
Get in there.
You know what?
Get in there.
You know what? Headsets off.
But here we go. I mean, IG are ahead. They go for this fight. They do kill Rookie at first. Things look kind of promising if you think there's a chance, but realistically there isn't. Puff ease forward. He also flashes forward. We do see News able to finish off the Shy in the back, but again, IG get Baron, and IG are going to move forward.
8k gold lead with Baron, putting the nail in this coffin. Has never been so easy. They've been dead the whole game.
We need like the old CSGO way of where you can have your coaches in comms.
Oh, yeah.
Because that's what RNG need. RNG needs someone just helping be a strong voice, give some guidance. And again, sure, you could criticize this draft. That would be fine, but at least the draft has a clear identity. Whether it's good or bad is not something I will judge, but
it fits into the game plan that RNG employed in both Game 1 and 2.
We've seen them do this time and time again. The only thing I don't necessarily like about it is Xiaohu on set for the purpose that it does feel like Xiaohu needs to be on something that can provide an impact to where...
Agreed. Uh-oh. Hang on, I think the game's just going to end here.
The game's just going to end.
We're going to have a conversation later because News of half health with the Shy hitting backline. About to go Mega again, and with the Baron buffer, broken inhibitor, both bot and mid. IG want to put the finishing touches on. And every time this matchup comes through, it feels like RNG step one up. But in game 3, they've been dismantled as Gala goes to his death. It's a flank from many angles for RNG, but it's their base that's about to crumble as Ming goes down anyway. Puffs at full health. Xiao getting poked down. The Nexus exposed. And Invictus Gaming will move to the top of the standings in front of their old nemesis in Royal Never Give Up.
And IG somehow pull through, we're going to say, being down 20,000 gold throughout this series to coming out with a 2-1 victory. And Rookie, as always, putting up great performance, especially in that game 1. If you didn't see that, Rookie pretty much single-handedly carried this team as he has done time and time again.
That's right.
Ning having some good performances in the series as a whole. Balan as well. So amazing to see this guy back on the roster. And game 3, guess what? 2 members we don't get to highlight all too much got to shine in Puff and the Shy, even Ning. I think, this game 3, man. This game 3 was everyone except Rookie really popping off.
Yeah.
Which is a crazy story for IG.
Rookie got to sit back and be like, okay, guys.
This is what it's like.
You know, game 1 and 2, I did a lot. Just let me have a break, man. And from the best mid laner.
From the synergies with hair colors.
That's it.
Coming through, getting some series wins.
I mean, Invictus Gaming now 9-3. 9-3 at the top of the LPL standings. And once again, IG come out of nowhere and rise to the charts. So props to them for a very entertaining series.
I do want to take a step back and say, because there's a lot of people I've seen who say IG fell apart the second Jackie Love left.
Yeah.
I do feel like that is a bit of rewriting history because
that's bullshit.
this team went 14-2 in spring. 14-2 with a similar roster. Obviously, they had Southwind, and Balan looks much better. Honestly, Balan works with this team well. The dynamic is better.
Remember last time we saw Balan in 2019 summer? It was like, wow, Balan seems to be a problem.
Man, I remember watching like you and Raz, you and Clement talk about this team, and I'm just like, ooh. I don't feel sorry for those guys.
I'm pretty sure, as long as I'm not misquoting with Raz and Clement, they were not too fond on Balan as well from memory. So there were a lot of...
He just wasn't playing well last year.
No, he was super inconsistent. He was very much the Shy of the bottom lane. So the issues that have suddenly disappeared makes it look like Balan like he was in 2018 World.
The thing that's best about him, too, is he just has so much better synergy with the team than the other supports does. And let's be honest, for Southwind, I don't think there's much of an excuse with how much playtime he's gotten. But for Reheal, there's a bit of an excuse. He's a new player. He's coming up. You know, he's only had a few games. So the fact that Balan does step in, works well with Ning, works well with Rookie, understands how Puff works in this team. You're not playing for bot. It's great.
I am disappointed with RNG, but to be fair, we've had this experience quite a lot.
I'm eternally disappointed in RNG, because I always predict them.
After this, we'll do a bit of a sign-off, because, look, damage is low, because IG at all points in the game had control when RNG drafted for so early on, and New got destroyed.
Like, RNG drafted this comp, we talked about it, right? It had 2 lanes to play around. You play around top, you play around bot, you have the hard CC to set up the Nidalee Spear. He elects to gank top early. They do get a bit of an advantage. Then New just starts getting hammered. Kind of tilts as we see him eating forward aggressively many times with no vision. Xiaolongbao on the other side of the map. And we never saw them able to find this play on bot side. Hard to know why, because we were typically looking at top for how much action was there. But point is, weren't able to find out kills top. Weren't able to find those kills bot. Renekton quickly became useless. Pantheon quickly became useless. Xiaohu and Gala didn't even get to play the game, honestly.
I mean, Gala was always on the exit kills, traded his life in most times as well. So
they didn't get to play. Like, they weren't here.
Let's do a bit of a sign-off on RNG, because I want to leave RNG and then talk about Invictus Gaming when we finish off. With RNG, there's been a lot of concerns now. Against Suning, you mentioned. FPX was there. I believe it was against V5 they got slaughtered, where RNG didn't look like they would know what they were doing.
I do feel like we should judge this team on a post-Gala basis, so it is from that FPX series, though.
Okay. So, post-Gala basis, then we saw like a great RNG versus EDG, where it was kind of confusing.
It was the opposite. They were losing early game and would decisively win in the late game. It made no sense.
EDG was the RNG.
Yes, EDG was the RNG. Oh, God.
my God.
The multiverse.
But 5 and 6 now is a big concern, because when we have players, or teams rather, like V5 stepping up, Suning stepping up, even like Realms of LGD is a potential in the middle of the pack. RNG, their chance of playoffs, 8 teams. That's a cutoff.
My problem with this team, and it's why I struggle so much to talk about them, even though I talk about them quite a bit, is the fact that they look like they should be in playoffs. Like, they have their skill ceiling is there. Like, And it's not just once every blue moon. It's literally every series RNG has a dominant performance.
Yes.
Every single series.
At least one
And
game.
then it's typically 2. Their series do look a lot like this, where they have one game that's a throw, like against FPX, like here. They have one game that's a dominant stomp, and then they have one game where they do nothing, or they get stomped themselves. And again, there's no clear catalyst for why. It's like today it was new. 1 week it'll be Xiaolongbao. One day it'll be Xiaohu. It just doesn't make sense. Their team relies so much on individual skill, and then someone will get punished so heavily, everything falls apart. And that's why RNG is such a hard team to gauge, because they have the skill to be in playoffs. They just are bad.
It's super sad when Gala seems like the successful story of a new 80 carry coming in from DMO, who looks so good.
He's fun to watch.
Yeah.
He goes in.
Even in this Game 3, you can see him trying, and I know you talked about a categorical problem of the team itself, but
Yes.
still seeing Gala as an Uzi-esque is sad to watch the downfall of RNG. 5 and 6 now. LGD's coming up on Friday. DMO is a must-win the Friday after. Then Top Esports towards the end of the
LGD
split.
and DMO are must-wins for
Yes.
RNG. Must-wins.
Otherwise, no playoffs. No playoffs. If they lose those 2 series, no playoffs. They're 5 and 6, right? That's 11
they'll be
series.
5 and 8.
They have.
I mean, it'll be possible. They'll be able to finish at 8 wins.
5 series left after this.
Yeah. I mean, again, so those 2 to me are very crucial.
If they lose those, then they'll have
But
8.
that's our sign-off. RNG is a problem. RNG is a confusing problem.
Yeah.
Even RNG doesn't understand how to fix RNG.
The crazy thing is, well, we have a look at a bit of a Ning highlight here, is Invictus Gaming are a success story, but like, they can be all over the place, but then they always find a way to round out a series.
Man, I'm so excited for this team this year. Like,
again.
Exactly. It's kind of becoming a weird Cinderella story where in spring you were hyped for them, then they disappointed you.
They sucked in playoffs.
They sucked in playoffs. They sucked in MSC. And now they're making us believe again they play fun League of Legends.
Stop it.
It doesn't make sense. The macro doesn't make sense. Some of the plays don't make sense. They rely on individual skill. They rely on magic. And it's fun. It's fun to watch. It's fun to believe in.
There's never been a team like Invictus Gaming.
And there never will be.
No.
I truly believe that. There will never be another team like IG.
This is history being made. Like, IG again heading towards the top of the standings, and this is a highlight on Ning because Ning had a great Game 3.
He looked amazing. His volley bear was on point.
Game 1 or 2 was it where he kind of just ran it down a bit with the Shy?
I think it was Game 1.
One or both?
I think it was Game 1. No, it was Game 2.
Game
2. The game they won.
Like,
he did not play well.
I mean, Ning is such a big voice on this team as well. One of the left standing members when we have new people like Puff coming in. And
that's the face.
That is the face that explains IG for fun.
Look at this. We're in a split where Ning has 7 MVPs. What is going on? Why is this so awesome?
Oh, man.
And
it's such a Ning pose.
Like, the fun thing about IG, and I'm going to get very real here.
Yeah.
IG should not beat Top Esports. They should. They should not be able to.
But
Top Esports is a better team all around. They even like play like IG where they rely on individual skill, but they bring it together as a team much better. But the thing is, you never know with IG what's going to happen. Are IG going to win Worlds tomorrow? I don't know. Are they going to be down 10K against whoever is DRX in the final and then somehow beat them?
Yeah.
It could happen. That's the crazy part.
I mean, the craziest part to me is that, like, we have 4 seeds now, and I'm almost sure in my gut, even though I might not believe it sometimes, that IG will be one of them.
Yeah.
Even if they start falling from here and then they get to playoffs and then they make a run.
In 2019 summer, you did not think they were going to make Worlds.
They went to regionals and were like, Knights going to Worlds. Game 5, the Shy Vladimir, and then IG go to Worlds anyway.
And
they go semis against FPX. This league's insanity.
This team is crazy.
Insanity.
I mean, this team is...
The best part is IG, it feels like the identity of the LPL at this point. There's no... Because the way our league plays is very much like people think chaos, skirmishing, you know, they'll use the word fiesta, but IG, individual class, is the name of their game. So
it's weird. IG, to me, is definitely probably the most impactful team on the LPL identity, and it's so exciting to see how this story goes forward. And the thing is, the reason why we're so excited and we're so like hyped up about it is, again, if this got derailed at any time, none of us would be surprised.
Yes.
The fact that it's not getting derailed is the more surprising part, and again, I'm excited to see their series in the future.
Yep. Let's talk quickly because I am about to end the show. V5 is coming up on their Monday, Top Esports Sunday, and then OMG Saturday. But V5 and Top Esports next for IG.
Top 2. I mean, technically right now, they are the first place team. They have 9 series. Obviously, V5 and TS, you know, are yet to play that next series.
8-1, 8-2.
8-1, 8-2, so they do have less losses than IG has.
But V5 just beat Top Esports, so coming up against IG.
Then they're going to lose to IG, and then TS are going to beat IG. Let's go.
We got the triangle, and there's our world seems. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for watching with us. We'll tell you what's coming up tomorrow, or rather, what happened today.
Yes.
So we're built up on a bit of energy. BLG and DMO was a weird warm-up to get into this series.
You just said we're on energy now. There was no energy in that first series.
No.
We talked about guacamole. And in the second series, this was awesome. IG beat RNG. RNG, you're ruining my predictions. I need to stop predicting
I
you.
want RNG of Game 1, Game 2. That was a lot of fun to watch.
It was, and the thing is, because we won our best League of Legends, and that is like our best League of Legends. So ultimately, though, that's what happened.
All right, well, RNG left in the dust a bit while IG moved to first. They're on a 4-win streak and sitting with our top 3. I mean, this is exciting League of Legends. If you even go down, where should I cut this off? Top 8, top 9, 10. EDG's down there. BLG
And
got
another
win today.
thing, if Vici win one more, DMO is out.
Oh, true.
Yeah, DMO, again, only have 5 series left.
If you're wondering, ladies and gentlemen, the bare minimum in the top 8, which is where our playoffs cut off, will be 6.
Yeah.
And DMO won't be able to reach that.
Speaking of Vici.
Hey, tomorrow is how they do it against Top Esports. Vici have looked really surprisingly good.
Oh my God.
With Zika.
Is Top Esports going to be the reverse Rogue Warriors? Is Rogue Warriors going to go on an 8-win streak? Is Top Esports going on an 8-lose streak? But moving on from that, we have a rematch we've gotten twice now at MSC and in playoffs. JDG versus FPX, the grudge match.
Let's go, because FPX were knocked out by JDG in spring semifinals.
Another fight night brought to you by Munchables and Dagda. Actually, I don't think it's a fight night. In my heart, it's a fight night.
It should be a fight night. Either way, it's top spots, and FPX, they just lost to Vici.
Yeah.
So things not looking too red hot there.
No, I mean, FPX are kind of like RNG at the same time, where a lot of their games, they look good, they still lose those games. So at the end of the day, it doesn't matter.
Wait, lost to Rogue Warriors, sorry. Rogue Warriors or Vici?
FPX.
Yeah, FPX lost to who recently?
Vici, you just said that.
I did.
I'm just agreeing with you.
Sorry, you should never do that, by the way. Ladies and gentlemen, RNG have lost here today, and I feel like I've cursed them in a little bit. Yep. Lyric, Hysterics, thank you to our English production crew. It's been a fun night. We'll see you tomorrow for JDG and FPX. Even Vici, Top Esports, I think is going to be good. It's bye for now, but not forever. See you tomorrow.
Once upon a time, you gave me love, you gave me light, then you took it back, all I had, just like that.